Palace Master, you want us to move out? Yihen was surprised. After what happened to Thousand Leaves sect back then, the sect only had around 200 or 300 members left out of its previous thousands, and their strengths varied greatly. If not for the care given by Yang Kai all these years, the sect would have fallen apart a long time ago. Instead, though, the cultivation of his disciples advanced by leaps and bounds over the years, while he, the sect master, had also advanced to the Emperor realm. You have two other choices, Sect Master Yi, Yang Kai said and raised one finger. The first choice is for Thousand Leaves sect to fully merge with High Heaven Palace. From then onward, there will be no more Thousand Leaves sect, only Thousand Leaves Peak will remain, and you will become its peak master. While we discussed this before, that was then, and this is now. If you choose this option, the other peak masters won't have complaints anymore. Yihen's expression changed slightly. If he chose this option, Thousand Leaves sect would truly be gone forever, so he hesitated before asking, "And the second choice?" Yang Kai responded, "I will send you back to Thousand Leaves sect's original foundation. Manager Hua passes through the area every time she travels to the Southern Territory, and I've heard that nobody is occupying that place at the moment. But it is a little worn out. Sect Master Yi, you will only need to instruct your disciples to do some minor repair works, and you can move back in immediately. As for safety issues, there is no need to worry. You are already in the Emperor realm and have enough strength to protect yourself and your disciples. Combined with the heaven-grade puppets, I'm sure not many would come looking for trouble. In addition, I am still a high-rank guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, so I will call on Azure Sun Temple to ask that they take good care of Thousand Leaves sect. That will give you some space and time to grow stronger." Yihen was moved by those words and gratefully said, "Many thanks for your kindness, Palace Master Yang." Knowing that Yang Kai had done all he could, Yihen held no resentment towards him. Rather, choosing to discuss this matter so frankly and openly was the greatest respect Yang Kai could give to Yihen. With Yang Kai's current strength, he was perfectly capable of kicking them out without a word. "Will I still have the opportunity to exact my revenge if I leave this place and return to Thousand Leaves sect?" His disciples had made rapid progress in their cultivation over the years, and even he had broken through to the Emperor realm. Those achievements were thanks to the excellent cultivation environment of High Heaven Palace and the continuous supply of cultivation resources that High Heaven Palace provided. On the contrary, they would need to start over from scratch if he chose to return to the Southern Territory. Even if Azure Sun Temple protected them from danger, where were they going to obtain their cultivation resources? Thousand Leaves sect excelled at refining puppets, but refining those puppets required a lot of materials too. More importantly, would his disciples be willing to go back to the Southern Territory with him? Having stayed here for a few decades now, those hundreds of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples had long since gotten used to life here. To put it bluntly, this was a paradise. It was easy to change from a lifestyle of frugality to one of luxury, but it was difficult to do the reverse. Who would willingly return to a barren place that even birds and beasts avoided after living in such a wonderland? Sect Master Yi, you can take your time to think it through. This matter is not urgent enough that you need to rush with your reply. Yang Kai sighed when he saw the troubled expression on Yihen's face. Patting Yihen on the shoulder, he stood up. "I don't need to consider it any further." Yihen suddenly piped up. Yang Kai turned to look at Yihen. In response, Yihen stood up and respectfully cupped his fists. This Yihen is willing to lead all of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples and submit under High Heaven Palace. I have but one requirement. Yang Kai grinned. "Let's hear it. When the time comes, Palace Master, please allow me to lead the disciples of Thousand Leaves Peak to Flowing Shadow Sword sect to seek justice." Flowing Shadow Sword sect was the sect that destroyed Thousand Leaves sect back then, and even if it was instigated by others, they were responsible for carrying out the act. Yihen had been painstakingly cultivating for so many years just to be able to set foot into the Flowing Shadow Sword sect and avenge his dead disciples. "If you can agree to this condition, I am willing to serve High Heaven Palace faithfully." "Good. How can I not agree to that?" Yang Kai chuckled. "You and I talked about this back then. What I said then still stands. If you want to get revenge with your own hands, you need to work hard on your cultivation. Flowing Shadow Sword sect is not an easy opponent. Yihen nodded in acknowledgement. Throwing his sleeves back, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed in the utmost formal manner. Peak Master of Thousand Leaves Peak, Yihen, greets the Palace Master. Although he had always addressed Yang Kai as Palace Master, it had a different meaning now. From now onward, those originally in Thousand Leaves sect would truly belong to High Heaven Palace. Moreover, their puppet refining and puppet controlling methods would also become part of High Heaven Palace's heritage. Despite Yang Kai's reluctance to let Yihen leave and interest in integrating them into his sect, he had still spoken the truth. The 200 to 300 disciples of Thousand Leaves sect were occupying an excellent main peak, and the other peak masters were indeed making some noise about it. If they had been one of their own, it wouldn't have mattered as much. However, they were outsiders who were occupying a good spot purely because they had arrived earlier. Fortunately, that concern was no longer valid. Yang Kai informed Yihen that more people would be assigned to Thousand Leaves Peak in a few days. With such a large main peak, it would be a waste not to house at least 2,000 people. He had a relaxed expression as he returned from Yihen's place. Upon entering the main hall of High Heaven Peak, a maidservant immediately stepped forward and reported, "Palace Master, Senior Ji is here." "Brother Ji? Is something the matter?" Yang Kai was stunned. The maidservant covered her mouth to hide her smile. "Not Sir Ji Ying, but Lady Ji Yao." Yang Kai was walking inside when he paused mid-stride. Feeling a little guilty, he asked, "What is her purpose for coming here?" An incident had occurred in the Cultivation Technique Pavilion of Iceheart Valley previously, and Yang Kai thought back on the memory of that incident at this moment. Still feeling Ji Yao's attitude at the time was confusing. They had shared such an intimate moment together, and yet, she had acted as though she was unaffected and nothing unusual had happened afterwards. The good news was that she warned him not to let Su Yan know about the incident. If not, he would have worried about whether she would blackmail him with the information. Seeing as she had warned him not to reveal anything though, it meant that she would not leak the secret either. He had been so busy since his return that he had completely forgotten about what happened that day. Hence, he couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive when he heard that she was here. Ji Yao's emotions seemed a little out of control that day. She couldn't have regretted her actions and came here to settle the matter with me, right? If that's the case, then I most likely will be humiliated. The maidservant replied, "I don't know." After Lady Ji Yao came, she went inside immediately and told me to inform you to visit her as soon as you returned, sir. Yang Kai scratched his neck and looked uncomfortable. Glancing at the maidservant, he asked again, "What expression did she have on her face when she arrived? Was she angry?" The maidservant had a strange look on her face. "No. Lady Ji Yao has always been cold, so I don't know if she was angry." "Can't you even tell whether or not she is angry?" Yang Kai glared at her. The maidservant hurriedly lowered her head. "I really don't know. Forget it. Forget it." He waved his hand dismissively. "You can go back to your work." The maidservant obeyed his command and scuttled away as if to escape. Afterwards, Yang Kai paced back and forth in the main hall. He simply could not figure out Ji Yao's purpose in coming here. It stood to reason that it would be rather awkward to meet right now. Not knowing her intentions, he hesitated to head inside. He paced back and forth a few more times. At one point, he walked to the entrance of the main hall, ready to ignore her. She would not be able to stay in High Heaven Palace forever, so waiting it out until she left would save him from embarrassment. Then he thought about it again. I'm not the one who should be feeling embarrassed. It should be her instead, and she isn't even scared. I'm a man, so what am I afraid of? The one who suffers the most is her anyway. Turning around, he gallantly and spiritedly walked inside, holding his head up high. Took him a long while to finally locate Ji Yao in one of the rooms. It was Su Yan's room, which was built on a cliffside. The balcony faced a bottomless canyon with clouds and mist rolling around below. When he pushed open the door and entered, he saw Ji Yao standing next to the guardrail. She was looking out at the setting sun. The afterglow of the sunset enveloped her, dyeing her whole body in golden light. A breeze blew past and her hair was gently lifted while her robes fluttered around her. making it seem like she could float away at any time. Ji Yao did not turn around, as if she had not sensed his presence at all. Yang Kai closed the door behind him and walked over to her. Standing next to her, he glanced at her side profile. Her snow-white skin, her slender neck, her proud peaks, and her demure posture revealed an enchanting kind of style. "Junior sister Yao, you came?" He chuckled and rubbed his hand together, without understanding her current attitude. He did not dare to be too presumptuous. When men and women shared such an intimate moment, a man should feel as though he had taken advantage of the woman. Thus, he felt a little like he was in the wrong. "I came to take something." Ji Yao turned to look at him. "Take what?" he asked curiously. "Some changes of clothes for little junior sister," she replied. Yang Kai stared at her in a daze. A long while later, he realized that she was not planning to say anything else. "That's it," she gently nodded. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry in response. "Do you need to personally come here for something like that?" As a cultivator, everybody had a space ring. Furthermore, they would have prepared several sets of spare clothes in their space rings normally. He himself had some in his space ring, and he was certain Su Yan did too. Hence, there was no need to come here on purpose just to get some spares. "Am I unwelcome here?" She raised an eyebrow at him. "No, of course not. That's absolutely not it. Why would you be unwelcome here?" He denied vehemently. She lifted her chin and said, "Then go and find some for me. It's not appropriate for me to rummage through little junior sister's personal effects. Just wait for a moment." While speaking, he turned around and walked into the room. He walked over to the closet and began searching through it. Su Yan was not particular about the clothes she wore, and with her beauty, she would still look gorgeous regardless of what she wore. There were not many clothes in the closet to begin with, so Yang Kai just stuffed them all into an empty space ring. Turning around, he discovered that Ji Yao had followed him in. She was sitting sideways on the bed and being so quiet that it was strange. He handed the space ring to her. "It's all here. Go back and tell her that she can cultivate in Iceheart Valley without feeling burdened. Just let me know if she needs anything. I will send somebody over to deliver the items." "Good." She took the ring from him with her bare hand and placed it on her finger. Then, she raised her hand to admire it. She was acting as if he had gifted the ring to her. "Junior sister, is there anything else?" Yang Kai asked. "No." "If there's nothing else, then why are you still sitting there?" He had a speechless look on his face. Even so, he could not bring himself to kick her out. He didn't know if he was imagining things, but it felt like their encounter this time was different from all their previous encounters. He felt like he was constantly making blunders and mistakes. Thus, he couldn't wait to send her away as soon as possible, so that he was not stuck in anxiety all the time. "Is there something wrong?" She looked up at him with bright eyes. "Of course not." He scratched his head. "There's nothing wrong with me. You are the only one who has a problem. If you have something to attend to, you can leave. You don't need to mind me." "Haha." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched in response. "You are a guest here. How can I leave my guest alone?" In the early morning of the next day, Yang Kai woke up and yawned. There was a tender body in each of his arms, and a strange smell lingered in the room. Last night was another crazy one. He gently disentangled himself from between the two soft forms and got out of bed to open the window with a wave of his hand. A light breeze blew in, blowing away the lingering fragrance. Those movements of his caused both Shan Qingluo and Shuiyu to wake up. Shan Qingluo was thick-skinned, so she sat up and stretched in a seductive manner, her exotic curves exposed for all to see. Staring at Yang Kai, she smirked and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Walking over, he groped her chest. "You make it sound like you suffered a loss. I don't even know who was wilder last night." She snorted. "Don't come to me for the time being. I'm going to cultivate in retreat to break through to the Tao Source Realm. Big Sister is already in the second-order Tao Source Realm. If I don't work harder, I won't be able to keep up with you guys anymore." While speaking, she reached out and pinched Shueyu's cheeks. "Stop pretending to be asleep and quickly get up. Shuiyu blushed when her cover was blown and had no choice but to get up. However, she was not as bold as Shan Qingluo, so she grabbed a blanket to cover her chest. Shan Qingluo stretched out a hand to tickle Shuiyu. What's wrong? It's not like we haven't seen them before. Why are you being so shy? Luo'er, stop teasing me. Shuiyu was blushing furiously. Although she wasn't as shy as little senior sister, she wasn't as unrestrained as Shan Qingluo either. She secretly snuck a glance at Yang Kai and saw him standing there buck naked, watching them with a smile on his face. He had no intention of stopping Shan Qingluo's antics. Thus, she blurted out in shame. You two always go overboard now that Big Sister isn't here. I'm going to tell Big Sister about this. Wow! How dare you tattle on us? Shan Qingluo gritted her teeth and lunged over to pull the blanket off Shuiyu's body. Then, she used both hands to tickle Shuiyu to the point where she started begging for mercy. At the same time, she called out to Yang Kai, Husband, how can you dominate the world if you can't even keep your woman in line? Little sister is in need of some discipline. What are you still waiting for? Yang Kai considered it seriously for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. Approaching them, he grinned savagely as he ravaged Shuiyu with Shan Qingluo's assistance. Needless to say, Shan Qingluo could not escape from the devil's clutches either. And by the time the battle had been settled, it was midday. The two women helped Yang Kai dress as he sat in front of the mirror, with one helping him straighten out his clothes while the other combed his hair. Shuiyu busied herself with her task while talking. Husband, since Luo'er is entering retreat, I will too. You better not sabotage our efforts in the near future. It will be bad if our cultivation cannot keep up with you and Big Sister. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Although he would miss making love with them, they needed to continue scaling the path of the great martial Dao. Both Shan Qingluo and Shuiyu had just arrived from the starfield, so it was the perfect time for them to improve at an explosive speed. If they missed this chance, it would affect their futures, so he warned them. Work hard on your cultivation and don't be afraid to ask if there is anything you don't understand. There are many in the Emperor realm within the sect, so teaching you should not be a problem. N. Shuiyu nodded. Shan Qingluo suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. Big Sister went to Ice Heart Valley, Ning Chong went to Medicine Pill Valley, and little sister you and I are going to cultivate in retreat. Husband, you are probably going to be a lonely man for some time. Didn't you mention we have another sister? Moreover, a member of the Dragon Clan at that. Why don't you bring her over? That way, you'll still have somebody taking care of you when we are not by your side. About her, Yang Kai murmured. We'll see. Zhu Qing's affairs were a little tricky. Her very existence was related to the reputation of the Dragon Clan, so they would not let her go so easily. Furthermore, he caused a huge stir on Dragon Island previously and indirectly contributed to the death of an 8th Order Great Dragon. The Dragon Clan not being hostile to him was the best outcome he could hope for. So how could they allow Zhu Qing to join High Heaven Palace on top of that? The only way he could bring Zhu Qing here was if he had enough power to subdue all of Dragon Island. Once Yang Kai was properly dressed, he walked out of High Heaven Peak and saw Hua Qingxi waiting outside. Hua Qingxi greeted him with a grumbling expression. It's one thing when you were constantly absent from the sect in the past, but now that you are back, why is it still so hard to meet you? What's wrong? He asked. Take a look. She handed him a jade slip. He took it from her and investigated the contents with his divine sense. Then, he couldn't help gnashing his teeth. Why are so many people filing complaints? To which she replied, well, there's not enough to go around. Those teachers that arrived from Fire Dragon Palace are having an extremely difficult time these days. They practically don't even have the time to rest, much less cultivate. Why would they have no time to rest? He was stunned. Rolling her eyes at him, she stated, let me show you around and you'll understand why immediately. While speaking, Hua Qingxi flew into the sky and led him to a spirit peak nearby. The cultivators living on this spirit peak seemed to be from Shadowed Star and numbered about 1,000 in total. Currently, a long queue was stretching out in front of a palace situated at the top of the spirit peak. There were at least 200 people waiting in line. From time to time, a cultivator would walk out of the palace with a look of sudden enlightenment. Every time somebody walked out, the person at the front of the line would enter the palace. Then the cycle would repeat. The corners of Xianxia's face twitched as he pointed to the palace below them and asked, "Is that the place where their teacher lives?" And Xianxia looked a little apprehensive just looking at the situation. "The cultivators you brought have just arrived, so they are not used to the star boundary yet. It's only natural that they run into some problems in their cultivation. Whenever they run into a problem, they come looking for their respective teachers to seek guidance. But there is only one teacher on each spirit peak. Look at the line outside the palace. Where would these teachers find the time to rest? This is only a spirit peak with a population of around 1,000 people. Those with even more living on them have it even worse. Though those with a population of only a few hundred have it slightly better, they are still very busy. A few of the teachers have already come to me, saying that they can't bear life here any longer. Even if they suffer some punishment, they want to return to Fire Dragon Palace immediately. They have asked me to contact Palace Master Li. Ignore them," Xianxia said. "I've managed to suppress them for now, but how well can they teach our disciples with that kind of mentality? If they don't teach them properly, it will affect the futures of our disciples. Palace Master, you really need to look for a way to alleviate this situation." "And I was already planning to do that," she said. "Ice Heart Valley has a pretty good relationship with us. Can't we get some help from Ice Heart Valley?" "Forget about Ice Heart Valley. I've considered it before, but all the disciples of Ice Heart Valley only cultivate ice attribute secret arts and techniques. It's too specific, which makes them unsuited to be their teachers." "What do we do then?" "I have my own plans," Xianxia replied. "But before more teachers arrive, I need you to appease the ones here already somehow. Let's give them a monthly salary every month. We'll stop making them work in vain." "I had that idea too. I was just about to report it to you. Use your own judgment regarding this matter. If that doesn't work, discuss it with Manager Bien. You are free to decide how much pay is suitable. You don't need to ask me for my opinion on this." "Fine, fine." Xianxia sighed helplessly. She had never met a palace master like him before. He simply couldn't wait to let go of all the power in his hands, seemingly happiest acting as an arm-flinging shopkeeper. After separating from Xianxia, Xianxia went to Spirit Pill Peak, met with Jiying, and took out a number of items with him. A short while later, he appeared in front of the space array. Palace Master Bian Yuqing, who was meditating by the side, hurriedly came to greet him. He waved her away gently, indicating for her to go back to what she was doing, before walking over to the space array, activating it and disappearing. In the southern territory, Xianxia leisurely appeared in a quiet mountain valley located at the back of Spirit Sword Peak in Azure Sun Temple. He swept his divine sense around and confirmed that nobody had seen him. Then he flew straight towards Spirit Sword Peak. He was a high-rank guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, and Spirit Sword Peak was the spirit peak where he lived. It was also the place he had chosen for himself and was located far away from the other main peaks, which made it easier for him to conceal the space array. Flying over to Spirit Sword Peak, he took out an Elder's Jade token, opened the protective array, and walked straight in. Two young and beautiful women were feeding fish in front of a pond. The big red koi carps were swimming in the pond and competing for food, causing the two girls to giggle. Xianxia was a little dumbfounded by the sight. Looking around him carefully, he was certain that he was not in the wrong place. This is definitely Spirit Sword Peak. Since when did I have two maidservants? Both girls did not have high cultivation, and it wasn't until Xianxia had gotten very close that they noticed that there was somebody else present. Startled, the girl on the left dressed in red jumped up and shouted, "Who are you?" Xianxia laughed and looked back at them and asked, "Who are you?" "We are disciples of Azure Sun Temple." "Who are you?" The girl in red looked at him warily. On the contrary, a thoughtful look flashed through the eyes of the other girl, who was dressed in green. Seemingly realizing something, she tugged at her friend's sleeve before bowing elegantly. "Greetings, Elder Yang." "Elder Yang?" The girl in red froze in shock. There was only one elder with the surname Yang. in the entire Azure Sun Temple. So she immediately composed herself and bowed. Rise. Yang Kai waved his hand and beckoned them to stand. Then, he asked curiously, "Why are you here?" The girl in green replied, "Elder Gao assigned us this mission. She said that Elder Yang doesn't live here all year round. So she wanted us to stay here and tend to this place." Senior Sister Gao. Yang Kai nodded. "So that's how it is." The girl in green continued, "We didn't touch anything on Spirit Sword Peak. We kept everything as it was. We only clean the palace and feed the fish. Please understand, Elder Yang." He smiled. "Many thanks for your hard work, both of you." The two girls seemed overwhelmed by his praise. The person in front of them was an elder of the sect. Moreover, he was an Emperor Realm Master. With their humble statuses and low cultivation, the gap between them was as vast as the space between the heavens and earth. Nonetheless, the person in front of them was being so friendly that it made them very emotional. By the time they came back to their senses, Yang Kai had already stepped into the hall. So that was Elder Yang. The girl in red looked at Yang Kai's disappearing back with a look of admiration. "He looks very young," the girl in green stated. "I heard that Elder Yang may be the youngest elder we've ever had here. It's said that he only spent 100 years cultivating." "Seriously?" The girl in red was visibly stunned. Although their cultivations weren't high, they knew that it was not easy to become an Emperor Realm Master. To achieve that realm within 100 years was simply unthinkable. Elder Yang is said to have come from a lower star field. The girl in green clearly had more information. After saying that, she exclaimed out loud, "What's wrong?" "Elder Gao told me to let her know as soon as Elder Yang returns. I almost forgot." While speaking, she hurriedly took out a communication artifact. In the early morning of the next day, Yang Kai woke up and yawned. There was a tender body in each of his arms, and a strange smell lingered in the room. Last night was another crazy one. He gently disentangled himself from between the two soft forms and got out of bed to open the window with a wave of his hand. A light breeze blew in, blowing away the lingering fragrance. Those movements of his caused both Shan Qingluo and Xueyu to wake up. Shan Qingluo was thick-skinned, so she sat up and stretched in a seductive manner, her exotic curves exposed for all to see. Staring at Yang Kai, she smirked and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Walking over, he groped her chest. "You make it sound like you suffered a loss. I don't even know who was wilder last night." She snorted, "Don't come to me for the time being. I'm going to cultivate in retreat to break through to the Dao Source Realm. Big Sister is already in the second order Dao Source Realm. If I don't work harder, I won't be able to keep up with you guys anymore." While speaking, she reached out and pinched Xueyu's cheeks. "Stop pretending to be asleep and quickly get up." Xueyu blushed when her cover was blown and had no choice but to get up. However, she was not as bold as Shan Qingluo, so she grabbed a blanket to cover her chest. Shan Qingluo stretched out a hand to tickle Xueyu. "What's wrong? It's not like we haven't seen them before. Why are you being so shy?" "Luoer, stop teasing me." Xueyu was blushing furiously. Although she wasn't as shy as little senior sister, she wasn't as unrestrained as Shan Qingluo either. She secretly snuck a glance at Yang Kai and saw him standing there buck-naked, watching them with a smile on his face. He had no intention of stopping Shan Qingluo's antics. Thus, she blurted out in shame, "You two always go overboard now that Big Sister isn't here. I'm going to tell Big Sister about this." "Wow! How dare you tattle on us?" Shan Qingluo gritted her teeth and lunged over to pull the blanket off Xueyu's body. Then, she used both hands to tickle Xueyu to the point where she started begging for mercy. At the same time, she called out to Yang Kai, "Husband, how can you dominate the world if you can't even keep your woman in line? Little sister is in need of some discipline. What are you still waiting for?" Yang Kai considered it seriously for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense." Approaching them, he grinned savagely as he ravaged Xueyu with Shan Qingluo's assistance. Needless to say, Shan Qingluo could not escape from the devil's clutches either. And by the time the battle had been settled, it was midday. The two women helped Yang Kai dress as he sat in front of the mirror, with one helping him straighten out his clothes while the other combed his hair. Shui Yu busied herself with her task while talking. Husband, since Luor is entering retreat, I will too. You better not sabotage our efforts in the near future. It will be bad if our cultivation cannot keep up with you and big sister. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Although he would miss making love with them, they needed to continue scaling the path of the great martial Dao. Both Shanqing Luo and Shui Yu had just arrived from the star field, so it was the perfect time for them to improve at an explosive speed. If they missed this chance, it would affect their futures, so he warned them. Work hard on your cultivation and don't be afraid to ask if there is anything you don't understand. There are many in the Emperor realm within the sect, so teaching you should not be a problem. N. Shui Yu nodded. Shanqing Luo suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. Big sister went to Ice Heart Valley, Ning Chong went to Medicine Pill Valley, and little sister you and I are going to cultivate in retreat. Husband, you are probably going to be a lonely man for some time. Didn't you mention we have another sister? Moreover, a member of the Dragon Clan at that. Why don't you bring her over? That way, you'll still have somebody taking care of you when we are not by your side. About her, Yang Kai murmured. We'll see. Zhu Qing's affairs were a little tricky. Her very existence was related to the reputation of the Dragon Clan, so they would not let her go so easily. Furthermore, he caused a huge stir on Dragon Island previously and indirectly contributed to the death of an 8th Order Great Dragon. The Dragon Clan not being hostile to him was the best outcome he could hope for. So how could they allow Zhu Qing to join High Heaven Palace on top of that? The only way he could bring Zhu Qing here was if he had enough power to subdue all of Dragon Island. Once Yang Kai was properly dressed, he walked out of High Heaven Peak and saw Hua Qingxi waiting outside. Hua Qingxi greeted him with a grumbling expression. It's one thing when you were constantly absent from the sect in the past, but now that you are back, why is it still so hard to meet you? What's wrong? He asked. Take a look. She handed him a jade slip. He took it from her and investigated the contents with his divine sense. Then, he couldn't help gnashing his teeth. Why are so many people filing complaints? To which she replied, well, there's not enough to go around. Those teachers that arrived from Fire Dragon Palace are having an extremely difficult time these days. They practically don't even have the time to rest, much less cultivate. Why would they have no time to rest? He was stunned. Rolling her eyes at him, she stated, let me show you around and you'll understand why immediately. While speaking, Hua Qingxi flew into the sky and led him to a spirit peak nearby. The cultivators living on this spirit peak seemed to be from Shadowed Star and numbered about 1,000 in total. Currently, a long queue was stretching out in front of a palace situated at the top of the spirit peak. There were at least 200 people waiting in line. From time to time, a cultivator would walk out of the palace with a look of sudden enlightenment. Every time somebody walked out, the person at the front of the line would enter the palace. Then the cycle would repeat. The corners of Yang Kai's face twitched as he pointed to the palace below them and asked, is that the place where their teacher lives? N. Hua Qingxi looked a little apprehensive just looking at the situation. The cultivators you brought have just arrived, so they are not used to the star boundary yet. It's only natural that they run into some problems in their cultivation. Whenever they run into a problem, they come looking for their respective teachers to seek guidance. But there is only one teacher on each spirit peak. Look at the line outside the palace. Where would these teachers find the time to rest? This is only a spirit peak with a population of around 1,000 people. Those with even more living on them have it even worse. Though those with a population of only a few hundred have it slightly better, they are still very busy. A few of the teachers have already come to me, saying that they can't bear life here any longer. Even if they suffer some punishment, they want to return to Fire Dragon Palace immediately. They have asked me to contact Palace Master Li. Ignore them, Hua Qingxi said. I've managed to suppress them for now, but how well can they teach our disciples with that kind of mentality? If they don't teach them properly, it will affect the futures of our disciples. Palace Master, you really need to look for a way to alleviate this situation. And I was already planning to do that. She said, Ice Heart Valley has a pretty good relationship with us. Can't we get some help from Ice Heart Valley? Forget about Ice Heart Valley. I've considered it before, but all the disciples of Ice Heart Valley only cultivate ice attribute secret arts and techniques. It's too specific, which makes them unsuited to be their teachers. What do we do then? I have my own plans, Xianxia replied. But before more teachers arrive, I need you to appease the ones here already somehow. Let's give them a monthly salary every month. We'll stop making them work in vain. I had that idea too. I was just about to report it to you. Use your own judgment regarding this matter. If that doesn't work, discuss it with Manager Bien. You are free to decide how much pay is suitable. You don't need to ask me for my opinion on this. Fine, fine. Hua Qing sighed helplessly. She had never met a palace master like him before. He simply couldn't wait to let go of all the power in his hands, seemingly happiest acting as an arm-flinging shopkeeper. After separating from Hua Qingxi, Xianxia went to Spirit Pill Peak, met with Jiying, and took out a number of items with him. A short while later, he appeared in front of the space array. Palace Master, Bian Yuqing, who was meditating by the side, hurriedly came to greet him. He waved her away gently, indicating for her to go back to what she was doing, before walking over to the space array, activating it and disappearing. In the southern territory, Xianxia leisurely appeared in a quiet mountain valley located at the back of Spirit Sword Peak in Azure Sun Temple. He swept his divine sense around and confirmed that nobody had seen him. Then he flew straight towards Spirit Sword Peak. He was a high-rank guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, and Spirit Sword Peak was the spirit peak where he lived. It was also the place he had chosen for himself and was located far away from the other main peaks, which made it easier for him to conceal the space array. Flying over to Spirit Sword Peak, he took out an Elder's Jade token, opened the protective array, and walked straight in. Two young and beautiful women were feeding fish in front of a pond. The big red koi carps were swimming in the pond and competing for food, causing the two girls to giggle. Xianxia was a little dumbfounded by the sight. Looking around him carefully, he was certain that he was not in the wrong place. This is definitely Spirit Sword Peak. Since when did I have two maidservants? Both girls did not have high cultivation, and it wasn't until Xianxia had gotten very close that they noticed that there was somebody else present. Startled, the girl on the left dressed in red jumped up and shouted, "Who are you?" Xianxia laughed and looked back at them and asked, "Who are you?" "We are disciples of Azure Sun Temple." "Who are you?" The girl in red looked at him warily. On the contrary, a thoughtful look flashed through the eyes of the other girl, who was dressed in green. Seemingly realizing something, she tugged at her friend's sleeve before bowing elegantly. "Greetings, Elder Yang." "Elder Yang?" The girl in red froze in shock. There was only one elder with the surname Yang in the entire Azure Sun Temple, so she immediately composed herself and bowed. "Rise." Xianxia waved his hand and beckoned them to stand. Then, he asked curiously, "Why are you here?" The girl in green replied, "Elder Gao assigned us this mission. She said that Elder Yang doesn't live here all year round, so she wanted us to stay here and tend to this place." "Senior Sister Gao." Xianxia nodded. "So that's how it is." The girl in green continued, "We didn't touch anything on Spirit Sword Peak. We kept everything as it was. We only clean the palace and feed the fish. Please understand, Elder Yang." He smiled. "Many thanks for your hard work, both of you." The two girls seemed overwhelmed by his praise. The person in front of them was an elder of the sect. Moreover, he was an Emperor Realm Master. With their humble statuses and low cultivation, the gap between them was as vast as the space between the heavens and earth. Nonetheless, the person in front of them was being so friendly that it made them very emotional. By the time they came back to their senses, Xianxia had already stepped into the hall. So that was Elder Yang. The girl in red looked at Xianxia's disappearing back with a look of admiration. "He looks very young," the girl in green stated. "I heard that Elder Yang may be the youngest elder we've ever had here. It's said that he only spent 100 years cultivating." "Seriously?" The girl in red was visibly stunned. Although their cultivations weren't high, they knew that it was not easy to become an Emperor Realm Master. To achieve that realm within 100 years was simply unthinkable. Elder Yang is said to have come from a lower star field. The girl in green clearly had more information. After saying that, she exclaimed out loud, "What's wrong? Elder Gao told me to let her know as soon as Elder Yang returns. I almost forgot." While speaking, she hurriedly took out a communication artifact. Upon entering the hall, Yang Kai walked around and found that the place was indeed kept neat and tidy. He slid his hand over a tabletop and saw that there was no dust at all. It could be seen that the two girls had earnestly taken care of this place. Then he turned around, sat on a chair, and pondered for a moment. When he looked up again, the two girls walked in and bowed in greeting. "By the way, wasn't there another old man living here? Where did that old man go?" he asked, looking at them. Yang Kai was referring to Tianyan, who had arrived from the Divine Ascension mirror after creating a new body for himself. Back then, Tianyan received help from Yang Kai to create his physical body with the flesh incarnation pill. Yang Kai originally thought that he could gain a great emperor as his support, but reality turned out differently. Tianyan was indeed a master comparable to a great emperor in the Divine Ascension mirror world, but that was only limited to when he was in the Divine Ascension mirror. When he later created a new physical body, he needed to start all over again. He was equivalent to a newborn baby simply because the heavenly way could not be deceived. The heavenly way couldn't produce another great emperor out of nothing. At the time, Yang Kai had not understood the situation clearly. It wasn't until his talk with Yang Yan that he finally understood. The world was a bottle that could not contain Tianyan's existence. Thus, Tianyan had to start cultivating all over again. When Zishan initially wanted to choose another place for him to stay, but Tianyan insisted Spirit Sword Peak would be fine. Afterwards, Yang Kai went to the frozen earth with Zhu Lai, entered the revolving world, took a trip to the Western Territory, entered Dragon Island, and returned to Hung Luo Starfield. More than 10 years had passed in a blink of an eye. He didn't see Tianyan anywhere upon his return to Spirit Sword Peak. There were only these two girls in front of him on the Spirit Peak. Thus, he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. "Senior went on a trip." A clear voice suddenly rang out from the outside. Yang Kai lifted his head to look in the direction of the voice and saw a tall figure stepping in. That person wore a clean, white dress and had her hair tied up in a bun above her head. It made her seem neat and tidy, and also somewhat heroic. Standing up, Yang Kai cupped his fists with a smile. "Senior Sister Gao, it has been a long time since we last met. You are as beautiful as ever." He was not surprised to see Gao Shueting appearing here so quickly. The reason she ordered those two girls to stay here was to take care of Spirit Sword Peak and also to monitor his movements. She would definitely be notified as soon as he returned. "Zhang." A clear sound rang out while at the same time, a cold light flashed as a long sword slid out of its sheath. Gao Shueting strode forward and rested the sword on Yang Kai's shoulder and smiling coldly. She sneered, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The two girls next to them cried out in surprise. They never expected Gao Shueting to lose her temper the moment she ran into Yang Kai. Why is Elder Gao pointing her sword at Elder Yang? Could there be some sort of long-standing grudge between them? They wondered if they should report this matter to the other elders. However, both of them had low cultivation and humble statuses. How could they have a method to contact the other elders? The smile on Yang Kai's face stiffened as he swallowed nervously, using 2 fingers to pinch the sword blade and gently remove it from his shoulder before he asked, "Senior Sister Gao, what are you doing? How dare you return so shamelessly?" Gao Shueting coldly snorted, unmoved by his words. His expression twitched slightly. "I don't understand what you mean. Please enlighten me, Senior Sister. You want to know why you deserve death?" She looked at him expressionlessly. "Fine. I will let you die knowing the reason why. Let me ask you this. Are you or are you not an elder of Azure Sun Temple?" "Of course I am." He quickly nodded in response before exclaiming in shock, "Could it be possible that I've been kicked out? If you claim to be an elder, then why didn't you show up for more than 10 years? It has only been slightly more than 10 years. It's not that long. Yang Kai touched his nose weakly. Besides, I'm just a high-rank guest elder. It doesn't make any difference to the temple whether I'm here or not. A high-rank guest elder is still an elder. You ran away the moment the temple ordained you and failed to send word ever since then. Do you still hold the temple in your eyes? Nope. He shook his head flatly at those words. She was taken aback by his answer. It would seem that she never expected him to respond in such a manner. A look of disappointment appeared in her eyes, and she slowly retracted her sword. He smilingly added, I keep the temple in my heart. He even patted his chest while speaking. She glared at him immediately. Enough with your antics. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation for your absence, I will ask the temple master to revoke your status as a high-rank guest elder. After all, it doesn't make any difference to the temple whether you're here or not. Why use my words against me? He looked speechless. Even so, he could only smile at her. Senior Sister Gao, as you know, I have High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. There were a lot of matters to take care of. Moreover, it is not convenient to come and go. The North and the South are separated by millions and millions of kilometers, so it takes years just to make one round trip. It's not too much to come back every 10 years or so, right? She scoffed. I told you this a long time ago. You don't need that high heaven whatever in the Northern Territory. Just settle down here at the temple. A great force isn't something a person can support all by himself. Nevertheless, her tone had softened considerably. Even he knew that a great force was not something that a person could support all by themselves. If it was in the past, he could still have given up on High Heaven Palace. However, he had just brought more than 100,000 people over from Hung Luo Star Field, and they were all gathered in one place. How could he abandon them now? He had to take responsibility for them since he brought them here. Yang Kai signaled the two young girls, who were watching the excitement by the side, with a look and sent a transmission to them at the same time. After that, he nodded and bowed. Senior sister, please calm down. Let's sit down and talk. Gao Shueting turned around and took a seat. Her long sword that was glimmering with a cold light was put away too, which made him sigh with relief. Soon, the two girls served a fragrant and steaming pot of tea. Senior sister, have some tea. I'm afraid this place is crude, and I don't have much to offer. She glanced sideways at him. Are you looking down on Spirit Sword Peak? This is the place you chose for yourself. If you are not satisfied with this place, you can settle down at my place, Purple Bamboo Peak. I have a lot of empty space anyway. How could that be appropriate? Yang Kai wanted to slap himself on the mouth for saying the wrong thing. Thus, he hurriedly changed the subject. I believe I heard you say something like Senior Tianyan is out on a trip. What did you mean by that, senior sister? It means exactly what I said. Yang Kai was stunned and asked, did the temple send somebody to protect him? Won't it be dangerous for Senior to wander around outside on his own? Yang Kai was quite worried. Although Tianyan had the foundation of a great emperor, he had to start his cultivation over from scratch after creating his body. Only slightly more than 10 years had passed since then, so his cultivation couldn't be that high yet. The star boundary was unlike the star field. There were masters everywhere. If Tianyan encountered heinous individuals during his journey, it might lead to his demise. It would be the greatest joke if a great emperor was killed by a cultivator in the origin returning realm. It's what Senior himself wanted. So who could have stopped him? As for being in danger, you don't need to worry about that either. When Senior left this place 3 years ago, he was already in the Saint Realm. What? Yang Kai was utterly taken aback. He nearly suspected that he had heard wrongly. In the martial Tao, the Saint Realm was the 7th great realm, following the initial element realm, the Qi transformation realm, the separation and reunion realm, the true Qi realm, the immortal ascension realm, and the transcendent realm. Moreover, there were 9 minor realms in each great realm before reaching the immortal ascension realm. Following that, the transcendent and saint realm both had 3 minor realms. Every cultivator had to spend a lot of time and effort just to progress forward a single minor realm, one step at a time. Even Yang Kai spent 30 to 40 years to advance through those realms. But how long had it been since Tianyan created his body? Only a few years or so had passed, yet Tianyan was already in the Saint Realm 3 years ago. In other words, he spent less than 10 years cultivating to reach the Saint Realm. Now that 3 more years have passed, his cultivation was undoubtedly even higher. Thinking about it though, it made sense. Tianyan was not an ordinary cultivator. He had the heritage of a great emperor, so it was only natural that he had a faster cultivation speed. Most cultivators would normally encounter bottlenecks, but not him. Although Senior's cultivation isn't that high, don't forget what he is best at. It's unlikely that he will encounter any dangers even if he wanders around outside. Yang Kai nodded in response. Tianyan was born in the divine Ascension mirror world with only a soul avatar. As such, he was unmatched in the application of the spiritual energy and soul secret techniques. On this point, even the serene soul great emperor was no match for him. Tianyan's physical cultivation was certainly not that high, but if it was supplemented with the strange soul secret techniques he would be able to fight with people several great realms higher than himself. Senior sure is courageous, Yang Kai laughed. Gao Shueting explained. The outside world is unfamiliar to him, so it's only natural that he doesn't want to cultivate blindly. Besides, it's beneficial for him to go around and see the world. She glanced sideways, and her tone turned cold. What about you? What have you been doing? Why did she turn the topic of conversation back to me again? Yang Kai felt rather speechless. Even so, he nonchalantly replied, It's better to traverse the world far and wide than to sit at home and study all day. Haha. Shut your mouth, she shouted. In response, he sat up straight in a proper manner. Eft. The 2 girls by the side snickered loudly. However, they immediately lowered their heads again when they saw Yang Kai's resentful glare. The 2 quickly became silent and looked away with looks that screamed. We didn't see anything. We didn't hear anything. Take out those things. Gao Shueting suddenly stretched out her jade white hand. He asked blankly, What things? She sneered. Stop acting dumb. You took so many of the temple's spirit flowers and exotic herbs with you back then. You couldn't have forgotten about the task you were given, right? Oh, that's what you mean. He finally understood the situation and added confidently, How could I have forgotten the task you assigned to me, Senior Sister Gao? I completed it diligently. Here, have a look. After saying that, he took out a space ring and pushed it to her. While she was investigating the contents, he said, The main reason I was delayed in the Northern Territory for so long is that I was refining these items. Then, I cultivated in retreat for a while. So many. A hint of consternation flashed through Gao Shueting's eyes. This space ring was filled with nothing but Emperor-grade spirit pills that Yang Kai had gotten from Jiying. It was true that he had taken a lot of spirit flowers and spirit herbs away with him back then. That was the task the temple had given to him. Refine Emperor-grade spirit pills. Therefore, he did not forget to prepare the spirit pills in advance before coming here. Looking at her reaction, it would seem that he safely passed this challenge. You still had the energy to cultivate after refining so many spirit pills? She glanced at him in surprise, thinking that the spirit pills had all been refined by him. The look she gave him immediately alerted her to something though. Something was different about him. Thus, she studied him carefully and murmured suspiciously, Your cultivation. He grinned meaningfully. Senior Sister Gao, you really have good eyes. I can't hide anything from you. Pushing his Emperor Qi slightly, the aura of his cultivation was revealed. She was immediately shocked by what she saw. Second-order Emperor Realm. This brat is actually a second-order Emperor. How is this possible? After meeting again after more than 10 years, Yang Kai was now in the second-order Emperor Realm, the same as her. Gao Shueting couldn't believe it. Nonetheless, she had no choice but to believe it. The second-order Emperor Realm's aura could not be faked. Still, isn't his cultivation speed a little too fast? She could still remember the first time she saw him. It was when the Four Seasons realm was about to open and he arrived at the temple with a bustling world token to exchange for an entry spot. At the time, Yang Kai had only been in the first-order Dao Source realm. Several years later, he returned from the Shattered Star Sea having broken through to the Emperor realm. And now, only a few more years had passed since then, but he already experienced another breakthrough. She was in the second-order Emperor realm, hence she knew how tough it was to break through to the next minor realm in the Emperor realm. There were many Emperor realm masters in Azure Sun Temple, but most of them were only in the first order. On the other hand, there were only 3 second-order emperors. Excluding her, the other 2 were Vice Temple Master, Qiu Ran and Grandma Yu, who guarded the Divine Ascension Mirror. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was a rising star who actually managed to catch up to them. Judging by the current situation, he would surpass them one day. It was only a matter of time. The other disciples who started at the same time as Yang Kai, such as Xiaoshang Xiaobai and Murong Xiaoxiao, had only just stabilized their cultivation in the first-order Emperor realm, so who knows when they would be able to break through to the second order. In comparison to Yang Kai, the so-called genius disciples were simply mediocre. An old saying popped up in Gao Shueting's head at that moment. Every generation produced new talents, and the new generation would eventually replace the old. The smiling young man sitting in front of her was a star that was gradually rising into the sky, one that would bloom with a dazzling light one day and cover the entire star boundary in its radiance as long as nothing unexpected occurred. Not bad, she praised indifferently. However, she thought differently in her heart. How is that not bad? It's practically a miracle. I seriously have no idea how he cultivates or what kind of secret art and secret techniques he uses. Senior Sister Gao, how many elder contribution points can I redeem with these items? Yang Kai asked. Putting the space ring away, she responded in a detached manner. Emperor-grade spirit pills are hard to come by. Converting so many Emperor-grade spirit pills into elder contribution points should garner you a large profit, but I don't know the exact amount. Senior Brother Chiu is in charge of this matter, so you will need to discuss this with him. What are we waiting for? Let's go see Senior Brother Chiu. He stood up. You sure are in a hurry? She glanced at him suspiciously. He quickly stated, Not really. It's just that this is the first time I've contributed to the temple. Of course, I want to know how valuable this contribution is. Motivation only comes after achievements, right? Fine. I'll go with you to meet Senior Brother Chiu. Let's have him give us an exact number. She stood up as well. Senior Sister, after you. He gestured with his hand. Walking to the entrance of the palace, she suddenly paused mid-step and turned around to look at him in a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Yang Kai asked in bewilderment. Something's not right. Gao Shueting shook her head slowly. Tell me honestly, how did you return? What do you mean by, how did you return? I returned like normal. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he spewed nonsense with a straight face. If you returned like normal, why didn't the disciples on guard duty report anything? If you came from the outside, you would have needed to pass by Purple Bamboo Peak. Why didn't I notice anything? To which he promptly replied, I am proficient in the Tao of space. It only takes a few rounds of teleportation for me to arrive. That's probably why you failed to notice my presence. Is that so? She glanced at him with a look that said she neither believed nor doubted him. Nevertheless, she did not question him any further and simply flew up into the sky. Staring at her back, Yang Kai touched his nose absent-mindedly. Did I mess up somewhere? He couldn't figure out what possible mistakes he had made. In the end, he could only fly after her, but to his surprise, he saw her making a turn and flying in a different direction before he could catch up to her. Senior Sister Gao, are you going in the wrong direction? Yang Kai shouted from behind. Although he rarely stayed in Azure Sun Temple for long, he knew that Spirit Jade Peak, the place where Qiuran lived, was not in this direction. However, Gao Shueting ignored him as she flew towards a certain spot before landing in one of the mountain valleys. Seeing where she landed, Yang Kai's heart clenched tight and his speed increased significantly. Gao Shueting silently stood in front of a space array inside a cave in the mountain valley. Walking into the cave nervously, Yang Kai called out softly but did not receive a reply. Thus, he grit his teeth and exclaimed, Wow! What is this? Why is there an array here? She turned to look at him. You still dare to pretend? He innocently replied, What are you talking about, Senior Sister Gao? Pretending? Me? About what? She sneered. This is the back mountain of Spirit Sword Peak. Are you saying that you don't know about the things that are in your territory? He protested. I don't know about this. Looking at her, he continued. Do you not believe me? I really know nothing about this. As you know, I rarely live here. How am I supposed to know about what happens in this place? Do you really not know? She asked. Yes, I really don't. He maintained a serious face. Then, she nodded and turned to look ahead. It looks like a space array. Moreover, it hasn't been many years since it was arranged. We don't know who set this up nor where this connects. Junior brother, please stand guard for me. I will inspect it. He didn't know how to dissuade her, so he could only nod in agreement. Okay. Be careful, senior sister. She immediately walked onto the array and took out some source crystals. Placing them on the surrounding grooves, she released her Emperor Qi and activated the array. However, there was no response at all. Yang Kai lowered his head guiltily. This was naturally the array he arranged, and no one could activate it without his special token. For that reason, he was not worried that she might suddenly be transported to the Northern Territory. Despite trying for a time, Gao Shueting failed to activate the array, and in the end, she could only walk off it. Yang Kai spoke up at that moment. It looks like the array has been in disrepair for a long time, probably lost its functionality, making it useless. We should just leave it be. She shook her head. There might be other activation methods that we don't know about. Besides, we don't know where this array leads to. This place is deep within the temple, so we cannot leave this threat lying here. If somebody uses this array to sneak inside our borders one day, we won't be able to notice their arrival at all. Zhang. A clean sound rang out, and a cold light flashed as Gao Shueting drew her sword and pushed her Emperor Qi. Yang Kai's brow twitched in response to her actions, and he called out, Senior sister, what are you planning to do? What does it look like I'm planning to do? I'm destroying it, lest it keeps us on edge all the time. While speaking, she lifted her sword to cut the array. Wait! Yang Kai shouted. She turned to look at him. What is it? Scratching his face, he anxiously said, Don't be so reckless, senior sister. This is a space array after all. Although we don't know where it connects, it might lead to a vast source of treasure. If you destroy the array just like that, won't you also be cutting off all connection with that opportunity? Then, what do you think we should do? He put his hand on his chest and bowed. Although I am not talented, I am proficient in the Tao of space. Please let me study this space array. I might be able to learn a thing or two about it. How long will you need to study it? A month or two? Or 20 to 50 years? He explained, I can't really say. I can only say that I will do my best. She waved her hand dismissively. There's no need for so much trouble. Let's just destroy it. Stand aside, junior brother. This array looks quite firm, so I don't think I can hold back. Senior sister Gao. He pressed his palm against his forehead, feeling a little desperate to cry but unable to shed any tears. Do you have something else to say? She looked at him with an expression that seemed to be asking if he had any last words. It was as though the sword was not about to cut the array but him. He lowered his head. Senior sister Gao? Do you know something? She scoffed. That depends on what you want me to know. He sighed, knowing that he couldn't hide it anymore. How did you find out? He believed that he had concealed the space array very well. Moreover, Spirit Sword Peak could only be accessed by those that have enough authority. Unless they searched every inch of this place, it should have been impossible to discover. Gao Shueting simply replied, You have always been elusive and hard to track, so it's difficult not to become suspicious of your actions. Besides, our temple master is an idle and bored person. During the past 10 years that you were away, he searched every last step of Spirit Sword Peak. Did you think a single array could block his search? He has a more advanced spirit jade to control the arrays in his possession. Speak. Where does this array lead to? He lowered his gaze. His expression was wooden. The Northern Territory. High Heaven Palace? She raised her eyebrows. He nodded at those words. As I expected. It's a cross-territory space array. She coldly snorted. Did you arrange it? He smilingly said, yes. Why did you have to be so sneaky about it? I wasn't being sneaky about it. I was just waiting for the right time to tell you about it, Xianxia declared. Needless to say, she did not believe him. If she had not confronted him face to face like this, the suitable time he mentioned would never have appeared. Even so, she could understand why he did what he did. The existence of this spirit array was too shocking and not something that could be leaked to the public easily. Why can't I activate it? It wasn't the first time Gao Shueting had tried to activate the space array. In fact, both she and Wen Zishan had tried to activate it when he first discovered it, but nothing they did worked. It can only be activated if you have one of my specially refined tokens. Now that it had been discovered, there was nothing left to hide. Azure Sun Temple had always been generous to him. The main reason he kept everything such a secret was that he was afraid of being used as her errand boy. The people of Azure Sun Temple knew that he was an emperor alchemist and had long wished for him to keep refining emperor-grade spirit pills for them. However, he had no time to focus on alchemy and would hide in High Heaven Palace to live a leisurely life. Unfortunately, Gao Shueting could come to him anytime and anywhere now that the space array has been exposed. What token? Show me. Is it okay if I don't show it to you? Xianxia looked at Gao Shueting weakly. Gao Shueting stretched out her hand, indicating that she was not going to give up until he showed it to her. Thus, he had no choice but to take out a token. She quickly reached out and snatched it from him and began studying it. She did not sense anything strange about it, but it did seem to give off some subtle space principles. She vaguely understood that the space principles sealed within were the key to activating the space array. After a while, the token was put away into her space ring. Seeing this, Xianxia's face twitched visibly, but he didn't dare to raise any objections. Let's go. After putting the token away, Gao Shueting turned around and walked out. When her back was facing Xianxia, an almost imperceptible smile drew up the corners of her lips. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood in place and sighed for a long while before striding out to catch up to her. The reason he had admitted to setting up the space array so readily was that the other party had already discovered it a long time ago. It was meaningless to continue playing dumb. Besides, he came here to borrow some manpower for High Heaven Palace, so it would have been exposed soon anyways. Instead of continuing to cover it up, it might be better to reveal his hand now. As for whether Gao Shueting would go to the Northern Territory to ask him to refine spirit pills in the future, it was practically a done deal. In any case, he had Jiying, so he could just push everything onto him. Spirit Jade Peak was the place where the Vice Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple, Ran, lived. When Xianxia and Gao Shueting arrived, Ran was meditating. He walked out of his room after being notified of their presence and met them in the hall. Xianxia got up and bowed. Greetings, Senior Brother Qiu. On the other hand, Gao Shueting remained sitting. They were one big family and often met each other anyway, so there was no need for her to be so reserved. What a rare guest. Junior Brother Yang. When did you return? Ran looked at Xianxia expressionlessly, stretching out a hand to dismiss the formalities. He sat on the main seat in the hall. Xianxia chuckled. I just got back and immediately came to visit you, Senior Brother Qiu. It has been many years since we last met. I'm glad your noble bearing is still the same. While speaking, he sat down too. Ran lifted his brow in response. I am not worthy of your praise. Junior Brother Yang, you are an extraordinary man, but we don't see much of you. If you fail to return any longer, I'm afraid this old master would have forgotten that you were a part of the temple in the first place. Those words are practically identical to what Gao Shueting said just now. Xianxia wanted to roll his eyes. Nevertheless, he maintained a smiling face on the surface. I apologize, Senior Brother. I am greatly indebted to Azure Sun Temple and have never forgotten the temple nor my senior brothers and senior sisters. Ran did not respond. He simply glanced at Gao Shueting, who quietly nodded lightly in response. It seemed as though they were having a secret conversation via divine sense transmission. Soon, Ran's expression brightened. Nodding, he spoke up. It's good if you have us in your heart, Junior Brother. You should also pay attention to your safety when going out. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still an elder of Azure Sun Temple. You represent the temple, so you must never do anything that can harm the reputation of the Azure Sun Temple. I will remember that. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Choran said, Good. If there's nothing else, you should leave. I still have other things to do. What? Are you kicking me out already? I haven't even gotten to the main point yet. Yang Kai looked stunned and quickly looked at Gao Xueting, desperately trying to signal her with his eyes. However, Gao Xueting looked down and simply sat there doing nothing. How heartless! How dare you cast me aside once you no longer need me? I shouldn't have given you that token. Since she refused to help him, he could only rely on himself. Putting his hand on his chest, he bowed and said, Senior brother, this junior brother has something to report. What is it? Choran raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai explained, When I left, I took a large amount of spirit herbs from the temple with me. Senior Sister Gao asked me to refine spirit pills for the temple's use with them and, fortunately, I did not fail my mission. Oh! Choran raised his eyebrows at those words. Does that mean you have refined the spirit pills? Yes. Show me. Only then did Gao Xueting speak up. It's all with me. Removing the space ring from her jade finger, she handed it to Choran. Choran took the space ring from her and swept his divine sense through it. His expression immediately became one of astonishment. So many? Moreover, they are all Emperor-grade spirit pills and high quality too. He had known that Yang Kai was an Emperor alchemist and had agreed to allow him to take those spirit flowers and exotic herbs back then, but he never expected Yang Kai to bring back such a large amount of Emperor-grade spirit pills just 10 years later. Having our own Emperor alchemist sure is nice. Choran was already calculating whether he should give Yang Kai more spirit herbs. As long as they could be refined into Emperor-grade spirit pills, what was waiting for 10 more years? Not bad, he said indifferently. I can't praise him too highly. Otherwise, it will be difficult to ask him to refine spirit pills again. Yang Kai said, It's my job to contribute to the temple. Pausing for a moment, he rubbed his nose and asked, Senior brother, how many elder contribution points can I exchange these for? Choran replied, I will need to make careful calculations before I can give you an exact number. Then, I ask that you please calculate it for me quickly, senior brother. He blinked at Yang Kai. Are you in a hurry? Not really. Yang Kai made a fist and awkwardly coughed into it. Of course, it would be wonderful if you can give me an exact number now, senior brother. Choran frowned at those words and studied Yang Kai. He did not know what Yang Kai was up to. Nonetheless, he was counting on Yang Kai to continue refining spirit pills for them in the future, so for that reason, he needed to give Yang Kai some motivation. Thus he nodded and said, Fine. I will calculate it for you right now. Many thanks, senior brother. Yang Kai looked elated. Choran said nothing to that. Taking out all the Emperor-grade spirit pills from the space ring, he placed them on the table in front of him. It was naturally impossible to store Emperor-grade spirit pills in ordinary bottles. Each Emperor-grade spirit pill was stored in a container of appropriate attribute, which would ensure that their medicinal efficacies were not lost in short order. There were jade boxes, gold boxes, silver boxes, wooden boxes, and so on and so forth, covering a range of different types of spirit pills. Soon, the table was filled with containers. They were spread out over several layers and looked to be at least 200 to 300 in total. Gao Xueting also came over, mainly because she had never seen so many Emperor-grade spirit pills in one place before. It was a very strange and rare sight. If they wanted to get any Emperor-grade spirit pills from the temple, they had to ask an alchemy grandmaster to refine it for them. Not only did they need to collect their own materials, but they also needed to offer up a large sum as a reward. Sometimes they might even have to wait in line when the alchemist was busy. To put it bluntly, the Emperor-grade spirit pills that Yang Kai brought out were almost equal to the sum of the Emperor-grade spirit pills that the temple had acquired in the past 500 years. Choran and Gao Xueting were both extremely happy and shocked inside, but showed no signs of their emotions on their faces. There has never been such a precedent before, but Emperor-grade spirit pills are rare, so I will now convert them into elder contribution points for you. While speaking, Qiu Ran opened a wooden box with his hand and studied the spirit pill inside carefully. He nodded and said, "This pill can be categorized as mid-rank. After deducting the cost of the materials, I will price it at 800 elder contribution points. Is that all right?" Yang Kai did some swift calculations in his head. He once heard from Gao Shueting, Yukuan, and the others that elder contribution points were somewhat difficult to obtain at Azure Sun Temple, and on average an elder would acquire about 5,000 to 6,000 points at most. On the other hand, entering the Divine Ascension Mirror World required 2,000 points per entry. Elder contribution points could be redeemed with source crystals, but could only be redeemed up to 2,000 points per year, which was just enough to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror once. Moreover, the redemption ratio is 1:1,000. In other words, it took 1,000 high-rank source crystals in exchange for 1 elder contribution point. If one wanted more elder contribution points, they could only help Azure Sun Temple out with various tasks. For example, Gao Shueting received some elder contribution points when she led the team of disciples to the Four Seasons realm. If the 800 elder contribution points were converted into high-rank source crystals, it would be worth 800,000 high-rank source crystals. Furthermore, that was after the deduction of the costs of materials. Since the materials for the spirit pills were provided by Azure Sun Temple, it was cheaper than if the materials had been bought from external sources. At any rate, Yang Kai was one of the elders of Azure Sun Temple, so it was a matter of course for it to be slightly below the market price. Although Yang Kai could reluctantly accept the value given, he brazenly asked, "Could you give me a little more?" Qiu Ran replied, "As the Vice Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple, I am in charge of all matters concerning the temple's finances. All I ask for is fairness for all. If you feel that it is too little, you can ask Junior Sister Gao for her opinion." There was no need to ask, as Yang Kai was well aware of the situation. "Nevertheless," he said, "won't you make it 1,000 points? Let's round it up to a whole number. 800. Qiu Ran completely ignored Yang Kai. After saying that, he stuffed the jade box into his space ring without another word. "Serves you right for failing to find a dual cultivation partner." Yang Kai muttered under his breath in dissatisfaction. "What did you say?" Qiu Ran looked up at Yang Kai. Nothing. Senior brother Qiu, please do continue." Snorting, he picked up another jade box, opened it, and nodded with a smile. An Emperor-grade high-rank spirit pill. 1,000 elder contribution points. He stuffed the jade box into his space ring and picked up another one. He briefly evaluated each jade box and swiftly determined the value in terms of elder contribution points. A high-rank spirit pill was valued at 1,000 elder contribution points, a mid-rank spirit pill was 800 elder contribution points, and a low-rank spirit pill was only 500 elder contribution points. The numbers slowly added up. Yang Kai could feel a bubbling feeling of joy in his heart while, occasionally, he would explain the benefits of various spirit pills from his perspective as an alchemy grandmaster, the difficulties of refining a spirit pill, and how time-consuming the process was. It was all done in hopes of convincing Qiu Ran to give a higher valuation. However, Qiu Ran was strict and impartial. He completely ignored Yang Kai, which made the latter so irritated that his teeth itched. "Please wait, senior brother. Although this spirit pill is mid-rank, the pill fragrance is strong and the veins are clear. You can tell at a glance that it has almost reached the high rank. Don't you think it's too unfair to only give it 800 points?" Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand. Qiu Ran asked, "Then how much do you think should be given?" Yang Kai replied in a serious tone, "Since it is between mid-rank and high rank, we can give a slight discount and value it at 900 points. This way, it's a win-win solution for everybody, right?" Qiu Ran chuckled softly and pushed the jade box in front of him to Yang Kai. "Junior brother, your words make sense. Why don't you help me evaluate the goods instead? That way, I can take a break. I wish I could. But what's the point of evaluating it? I still need your approval anyway." Thus, Yang Kai smiled and said, "What are you saying, senior brother? I'm just trying to explain the truth as it is. I don't mean to overstep my boundaries." Humph! Qiu Ran's expression became frosty as he stuffed the jade box away. 700 points! Wait! Yang Kai was shocked. Why did it become 700 points? It was 800 points just now. 600. Yang Kai immediately stopped talking lest the price get lowered even further. Then he turned to look at Gao Shueting for help, hoping that she would speak up on his behalf. However, this woman was actually looking up at the roof as though there were flowers growing there. Yang Kai's face twitched in response, and he secretly gritted his teeth. You are both so ruthless. I wonder who it was that said, all he wanted was fairness. All a bunch of lies. An abuse of authority. An hour later, Ran finished doing an inventory of the items and concluded. The total comes to 156,300 elder contribution points. Did I make a mistake in my calculations? No. Yang Kai lowered his head weakly. That number was identical to the one he had calculated in his head. Gao Shueting expressionlessly murmured, Congratulations, junior brother. Yang Kai snorted at those words. I was oppressed and underpaid by this stingy Ran. What is there to be congratulated about? Nevertheless, if these 150,000 over elder contribution points were converted into high-rank source crystals, it would come up to more than 1.5 billion high-rank source crystals. That was an extremely shocking number. There were many elders in Azure Sun Temple, but nobody had managed to accumulate more than 10,000 elder contribution points at once so far. Compared to those people, Yang Kai could be said to have become rich overnight. Ran put all the emperor-grade spirit pills away again. Stroking the beard on his chin, he pondered for a moment before asking, Junior brother, how do you intend to spend this vast amount of elder contribution points? Having too many elder contribution points was not a good thing. According to the rules, the elder contribution points could be used to redeem anything and everything that could be redeemed in Azure Sun Temple. For example, various cultivation resources or advanced secret arts and secret techniques. However, Yang Kai had too many elder contribution points, so many it frightened Ran. If he were to exchange them for materials, the treasure accumulated within the temple storehouse would be greatly reduced all at once. Naturally, that was not what Azure Sun Temple hoped to see. If Yang Kai were to completely exchange his elder contribution points for supplies, then the other disciples would have to tighten their belts when cultivating for the next while. Yang Kai had a plan in mind for a long time, so when he heard the question, he immediately replied, Senior brother, as you know, I have founded High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. I recently took in some disciples, but unfortunately, the foundation of High Heaven Palace is not broad enough and its heritage is insufficient. Therefore, I would like to ask the temple to allow me to copy some secret arts and secret techniques to bring back. I don't know if that is allowed. Of course, I can use my elder contribution points in exchange for them. Ran said, You are an elder. It's not a problem if you copy some secret arts and secret techniques. As long as it's not something especially important, you won't need to use any elder contribution points. At least there's something good out of this. Yang Kai felt happy. With how stingy Ran was with me just now, I thought he was intentionally targeting me. It looks like I misunderstood him. Yang Kai nodded. Of course, the more secret arts and secret techniques the better. I would also like to get some of the precious ones. Ran advised. You can discuss this with junior brother D. He is in charge of the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. He knows best what needs elder contribution points and what doesn't. The junior brother D Ran was referring to was none other than D Rong. Yang Kai wasn't as familiar with D Rong as he was with Gao Shueting, but they could be considered friends who had drunk together and suffered punishments together. They were not strangers to each other. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Is there anything else? Ran looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, In addition, I want to borrow some manpower from the temple. Borrow some manpower? Ran frowned. What do you mean? Yang Kai explained. The disciples I recently took in at High Heaven Palace don't have very high cultivation, so they need someone to help guide their cultivation and answer questions they might have. Therefore, I would like to borrow some manpower from the temple to serve as their teachers. Of course, I won't be asking for free. I can use my elder contribution points to offset their compensation. This was the main purpose of his visit this time. The 100 teachers from Fire Dragon Palace had been complaining for many days now, so he had to gather more manpower as soon as possible. Although there is no precedent for this, it shouldn't be a problem. Junior Sister Gao. What do you think? Qiu Ran turned to look at Gao Xueting. Gao Xueting spoke up. It's not like it's impossible. He isn't an outsider after all. However, how many people do you want to borrow and what cultivation do they need to have, junior brother? 200 people, Yang Kai replied. N. Dao Source Realm. Pooh. Qiu Ran had just taken a sip of tea and spurted it out upon hearing those words. He quickly put down his teacup and patted at the water stain on his chest. Looking at Yang Kai in amazement, he exclaimed, Junior brother, you want to borrow 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators? You heard correctly, senior brother. I would like to borrow 200 Dao Source Realm instructors. Gao Xueting was similarly astonished. Why do you need so many Dao Source Realm disciples? These people were going to High Heaven Palace to teach. Since they were teachers, it would definitely be one teacher to a group of students. If one teacher was to teach 200 people, then 200 teachers would be teaching 40,000 people. High Heaven Palace has 40,000 disciples. Didn't I tell you just now? I want them to be teachers. She frowned. How many disciples did you recruit at High Heaven Palace? Yang Kai sniffed lightly. More than 100,000. Both Qiu Ran and Gao Xueting were completely stunned. They almost thought that they had misheard Yang Kai. Exchanging a glance with each other, Qiu Ran asked Gao Xueting using his divine sense, How many did he say just now? Gao Xueting replied, I heard him say more than 100,000. What did you hear him say, senior brother? So it really was more than 100,000. We weren't mistaken. The corners of his brow twitched. Why did you take in so many disciples? The key point to what Yang Kai had said was that these disciples' cultivation was not high. The strength of a sect did not lie in the number of disciples, but whether they had enough powerful masters. Azure Sun Temple only had about 8,000 disciples, but it was still one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. On the other hand, High Heaven Palace had more than 100,000 disciples. It's more than 100,000 people. It's not like they are 100,000 chickens. Can he even feed so many people? Besides, what's the point of taking care of 100,000 people with low cultivation? There has never been any sect with so many disciples before. It's completely unseen and unheard of. I had no choice. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It was inconvenient to explain the situation to others. It was enough if his own people knew about it. If people from Azure Sun Temple learnt that those disciples had been brought over from a lower star field, Azure Sun Temple would surely try to snatch some of them. With more than 100,000 disciples, 200 teachers really isn't much. Qiu Ran forcefully composed himself and asked, Junior brother, do you know how many Dao Source Realm Masters are in Azure Sun Temple? No, I don't. Yang Kai shook his head. Although he was qualified to know, no one had told him before, so how could he have known about that? 352. Qiu Ran offered an extremely accurate number. Leaving aside the disciples in the Dao Source Realm who oversee various properties, there are only 289 who remain in the temple. The implication behind his words was, what is the temple going to do if you take away 200 Dao Source Realm disciples all at once? Yang Kai nodded at those words. 289. The heritage of the temple is truly not to be taken lightly. It is perfectly capable of fulfilling my needs. I ask that you carry out my request, senior brother. Qiu Ran almost failed to stop himself from cursing. He even wondered if Yang Kai was doing this on purpose. Those 289 people in question had duties to perform in the temple as well. They were not idlers with nothing to do. While deploying some people was not a problem, 200 was simply too many. Besides, Qiu Ran was certain that Yang Kai was deliberately playing dumb despite being well aware of this point. Taking a deep breath, he stated, 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators is impossible. I can lend you 30 at most. Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and said, 30? What am I going to do with 30? 30 is nowhere near enough people to fill in the gaps. Take it or leave it. Qiu Ran turned around and picked up his teacup. Just as he was about to take a sip, he suddenly remembered that he had just spat into his tea mere moments ago. Thus, he put it down again in anguish. Please don't do this, senior brother. We are all one family, aren't we? We can talk things out. Is it because you don't have the authority to decide on this matter? If you can't make the call on this matter, I can always go and negotiate with the temple master instead. Qiu Ran shook his head. It's useless even if you approach the temple master over this matter. Good. I'll lower the amount I'm asking for. 180 people. Yang Kai took a step back. Qiu Ran was expressionless. 40. 170. 50. 160. That should work, right? Senior brother, please don't be so unreasonable. I'm only asking them to be teachers and they will be paid for their work. I won't let them work for nothing. 60. Qiu Ran glanced sideways at Yang Kai. It looks like High Heaven Palace is quite well off, junior brother. Not only can it feed more than 100,000 disciples, but it can also afford to pay salaries for 200 Dao Source Realm teachers. Junior brother, you truly are a capable man. I am also living on a tight budget to support my sect. Senior brother, you are also somebody who is in charge of a sect, so I'm sure you can understand my pain. 150. I really can't go lower than that anymore. It's precisely because I understand how hard it is that I'm willing to be more considerate of you. 70 people. I can't go any higher than that. The two of them had a lively back-and-forth conversation, each responding to the other in quick succession. It was similar to haggling at the market, making Gao Shueting stare at them speechlessly. The two of you are talking about tens to hundreds of disciples in the Dao Source realm. Can you please be a little more serious about it? After a battle of wits and courage, Qiu Ran adamantly refused to budge from 80 people. He would not give even a single one more. Yang Kai slapped the table furiously. Senior brother, don't force my hand. Qiu Ran calmly adjusted his sleeves. Calm down, junior brother. Giving you 80 Dao Source Realm disciples as teachers is really the temple's limit. How can you say that I am forcing your hand? You really can't give me more? Yang Kai showed a fierce look as if he had a deep grudge against Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran slowly shook his head. Fine. Yang Kai pointed a finger at Qiu Ran. Since that's the case, I don't want any teachers anymore. Not a single one. Qiu Ran was surprised by this declaration, but suddenly had an ominous premonition wash over him. Meanwhile, Yang Kai spread his arms out. Senior brother, please convert all of my 150,000 plus elder contribution points into high-rank source crystals. I currently need to feed more than 100,000 disciples, and we are sorely lacking in cultivation resources, so we need to use source crystals to make up for that deficit. Please support me, senior brother. Qiu Ran's expression instantly turned black, and he had to struggle intensely to stop himself from cursing out loud. What he feared the most really came true. While he was calculating Yang Kai's elder contribution points before, he had felt that there were far too many of them. That was why he wanted Yang Kai to spend some of them. Unfortunately, he did not expect to arrive back at square one after taking such a big detour. If all those elder contribution points were to be converted into high-rank source crystals, it would amount to over 1 billion high-rank source crystals. It wasn't that the temple couldn't afford such an expenditure, but what would happen after that? Besides, the temple still needed to trouble Yang Kai to continue refining Emperor-grade spirit pills for them in the future. If he continued being stubborn here, it would only anger Yang Kai further and make things more difficult. Cough, cough. Qiu Ran formed a fist and coughed into it. Junior brother, let's not get agitated. I'm sure we can reach a middle ground. Aren't we still in the process of negotiating? Yang Kai laughed. Leaning back into the chair, he crossed one leg over his knee and said, 140 teachers in the Dao Source Realm. Senior brother, it's up to you. Qiu Ran replied with a sour expression. That's too many. Is that so? But I don't think it's too many. Yang Kai secretly thought to himself. Li Jiao was really quite agreeable. I only needed to ask him to send some Dao Source Realm teachers over, and he arranged for it immediately. On the contrary, Azure Sun Temple is being so fussy about it. They are acting as if I'm trying to kidnap their people or something. Please reduce it by a bit more. Yang Kai resolutely declared, Senior brother, please help me exchange my elder contribution points for source crystals. Karen's expression darkened even more. Unable to stand this farce any longer, Gao Shueting spoke up. Why don't we do this instead, junior brother Yang? 100 Dao Source Realm Disciples, plus 300 Origin Kings. Since your disciples' cultivation is not that high, the Origin Kings should be able to teach some of them too. After all, not everybody needs the guidance of a Dao Source Realm Master. Yang Kai glanced at her, knowing that she was right. In any case, 100 Dao Source Realm instructors were not far off from his original estimations. The reason why he asked for 200 people was so that Qiu Ran had room to bargain. 300 Origin Kings was quite a large number, and if Yang Kai divided them among all the spirit peaks, he would have 2 to 3 per spirit peak. Although some of those who came from the Starfield were also Origin Kings, they had their hands full with their own cultivation at the moment and did not have the time to guide others. Therefore, the current situation at High Heaven Palace would surely improve with the help of these 400 additional teachers. Still, Yang Kai pretended to consider it for a long time before saying, Since Senior Sister Gao has spoken, then I will back down out of respect for her. However, the number of Origin Kings is a little lacking. Let's increase it to 400 instead. After saying that, he glanced at Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran gritted his teeth and snarled, Fine! He backs down in respect for her, but not for me? How outrageous! Yang Kai immediately broke into a grin and cupped his fists. Many thanks, Senior Brother Qiu. Now that the matter had been finalized, Yang Kai didn't want to drag things out any longer, so he urged, This matter is urgent. Senior Brother, please choose the suitable candidates for this task as soon as possible. Qiu Ran raised his hand and said, There's no hurry. Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise, Senior Brother, don't tell me you are going back on your word? Qiu Ran snorted. How can I go back on my word after making a promise with you? But, I've already mentioned this before. There is no precedent to this matter. Let me ask you this. How many elder contribution points should be used each month in exchange for each Dao Source Realm disciple that you want to borrow? Yang Kai suddenly became alert. Senior Brother, don't you dare try to ask for more than is reasonable. Qiu Ran replied, I can't decide on this matter alone. I will need to gather the elders to discuss this matter and come up with a suitable plan. I also need to inform the temple master about this. Fair enough. Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting immediately took out their respective communication artifacts and notified the other elders of Azure Sun Temple. Not long after that, several figures flew in from the outside, all of whom were familiar faces. They were the elders of Azure Sun Temple, including the newly promoted elders, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao. The disciples of Azure Sun Temple were eligible to become an elder as long as they reached the Emperor realm. Although it could be said that it was just a title that came with no real authority, an elder was still an elder. Their status was completely different from that of a disciple, and the treatment they received was different too. Yang Kai greeted each of them with a bow. Xiao Baiyi was as cold and aloof as usual, a man of few words. On the other hand, Murong Xiao Xiao smiled brightly and approached Yang Kai to chat. Yang Kai asked about Xiaxiang and learned that he was still guarding Spirit Lake Palace and rarely returned to Azure Sun Temple. Senior Brother Xia mentioned that he is greatly indebted to you for what happened last time. If he has the chance, he wants to invite you to Spirit Lake Palace for a drink. What happened last time? Yang Kai was lost for a moment but quickly realized that Murong Xiao Zhao was referring to the incident at the southern swamp where the demon cave was encountered. The palace master of Hundred Flowers Palace, Hua Yulu, was a friend of Xiaxiang. At the time, Xiaxiang had entrusted Hua Yulu to Yang Kai. Fortunately, Yang Kai lived up to Xiaxiang's expectations, and nothing happened to Hua Yulu. Yang Kai just smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. He doesn't need to feel indebted to me. At that moment, Qiu Ran stood up. The entire hall fell silent as everybody turned to look at him. He spoke with a helpless expression. The temple master said he couldn't come, so he left it to us to discuss and resolve this matter. Logically speaking, a matter involving hundreds of disciples in the Dao source realm was no trivial matter, and when Zishan should have been present for it. Unfortunately, he was an extremely lazy person and generally paid no attention to the affairs of the sect, leaving everything to Qiu Ran. Therefore, it was no surprise that he was absent today too. Everybody seemed to have expected this outcome. Yu Kuan even declared forcefully, "Who cares if the temple master doesn't want to come? It won't make a difference whether he is here or not. We might as well discuss it on our own." No elder of any other sect would speak of their own temple master in such a manner. Azure Sun Temple was the only exception. It was the perfect example of what it meant by the saying, "The apple didn't fall far from the tree." Everybody else nodded in agreement while Qiu Ran looked heartbroken, secretly cursing in his heart. This isn't right. Nothing else was said as everybody took their respective seats. On the other hand, Yang Kai looked around and cupped his fists. "Then, I will take my leave." Qiu Ran quickly stated, "This matter is about you. There's no need to leave. Sit down and listen." "Ha! I can't leave." Yang Kai turned around and sat back down. He was similar to Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao. They were elders in name and not authority. However, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were actual elders of Azure Sun Temple while he was just a high-rank guest elder. For that reason, his seat was placed at the back, right next to Murong Xiao, even though he made significant contributions to the temple. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao would not have been qualified to participate in discussions like these yet, mainly because they were still inexperienced. Nevertheless, the reason they were called here today was to listen and prepare themselves for the future. After all, it was only a matter of time before they held great authority within the temple and decided on matters pertaining to the disciples' future. Qiu Ran cleared his throat. First, he talked about how Yang Kai had brought a large number of Emperor-grade spirit pills and received a correspondingly large amount of elder contribution points in exchange. It made all the elders in the hall study Yang Kai in surprise. They also had envious expressions on their faces. More than 150,000 elder contribution points. That was a number that had never been seen before. Even if they entered the Divine Ascension Mirror World once a year, they would only need to spend 2,000 points a year. His elder contribution points of more than 150,000 were enough to last him for 60 to 70 years. However, there was no point in feeling envious. Emperor-grade spirit pills were not something just anybody could refine. It simply strengthened their belief that Emperor-grade alchemists were capable of making a fortune. He obtained 150,000 elder contribution points out of nowhere just like that. How long will it take for him to spend them all? Meanwhile, Yang Kai sat there in an easygoing manner, his expression calm and indifferent. Unbeknownst to them, the truth was that he was having a secret conversation with Murong Xiao via divine sense transmission. After the amazement wore off, somebody immediately thought of the concerns that Qiu Ran had previously been worried about and questioned how Yang Kai planned to spend his elder contribution points. In response, Qiu Ran explained Yang Kai's wish to borrow 100 Dao Source Realm and 400 Origin King disciples from the temple. The results had already been negotiated and decided upon. Seeing that he had finalized the decision, the others had nothing much to say about it either. What they wanted to discuss at present was how many elder contribution points those 500 people should earn as a salary each month. Luckily, Yang Kai was not an outsider. Everybody maintained a fair and impartial stance when discussing this matter, and they soon came to an agreement in less than an hour. Yang Kai was required to pay 10 elder contribution points per Dao Source Realm per month and 3 per Origin King per month. A quick calculation showed that he had to pay a total of 2,200 elder contribution points per month or 26,400 elder contribution points per year. With more than 150,000 elder contribution points, he had enough to last for almost 6 years. This result was within his ability to bear, so he had no objections to it when Qiu Ran asked. In that way, the decision was finalized immediately. 6 years should be more or less enough time for those disciples from the star field to become familiar with the star boundary. It should also be enough time for some of those in the Origin King realm to advance into the Dao Source realm. By having the experienced ones guide the inexperienced ones and imparting their cultivation knowledge to those below them, it would eventually form a virtuous cycle. What's more, he could just ask Jiying to produce more Emperor-grade spirit pills for him to exchange for more elder contribution points if he ran low. Therefore, it was nothing to him. It's rare for us to get together like this. So let's discuss the matter regarding the Southern Territory Martial Gathering that will be held next month. Qiu Ran took a few sips of tea from his teacup, placed it down, and continued. The Southern Territory Martial Gathering was originally held every 5 years. Unfortunately, as everyone knows, certain events occurred several years back. Demon caves appeared and numerous demon spirits were revived, which left everyone living in fear. All this time, our fellow cultivators in the Southern Territory have been hunting down and killing those demon spirits who escaped. As a result, the martial gathering has been delayed for several years. Now that the dust has finally settled, we cannot be careless about the martial gathering that is finally being held again after more than a decade. Martial gathering? What martial gathering? Yang Kai turned to look at Murong Xiao Xiao and asked via divine sense. Murong Xiao Xiao replied, "It's a tradition in the Southern Territory that is held every 5 years. It is jointly organized by Azure Sun Temple, Orthodoxy Temple, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. These 3 sects jointly fund the event and arrange for various valuable prizes. Star Soul Palace will also present some gifts. All the cultivators in the Southern Territory below the Emperor Realm are eligible to participate in the event. It is categorized into 3 levels, namely the Tao Source Realm, the Origin King Realm, and the Origin Returning Realm, where the younger generation competes for rankings. There are both individual rankings and sect rankings. The prizes will be handed out according to the rankings. It is also a means for the sects and families to test the results of their disciples' cultivation. In any case, every sect attaches great importance to this event, especially the top 3 sects in the Southern Territory. Nobody is willing to rank poorly. Therefore, every martial gathering is very lively as many masters gather around. Wow! There's something like that. Yang Kai was surprised. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Senior brother, you have not been in the Southern Territory for long, so it's only natural that you have never heard of it. The last martial gathering was hosted by Azure Sun Temple. I, Senior Brother Xia, and Senior Brother Xiao all participated in that competition. How were the results?" he asked with interest. Murong Xiao Xiao answered shyly, "Azure Sun Temple ranked slightly higher than the other 2 top sects in the sect ranking. In the individual rankings, Senior Brother Xia lost to Wu Chong by a slight margin, coming in second. On the other hand, I only made the top 10. Yang Kai comforted her. "Victory and defeat are part of life. Don't mind it, junior sister. The 3 sects take turns hosting the martial gathering. Last time it was us. This time, it seems like it's Orthodoxy Temple's turn. By the way, Senior Brother Cho mentioned that the Southern Territory has been hunting down demon spirits in recent years. What's the current situation?" Yang Kai was very familiar with the demon spirits. He, Hua Yulu, and others could be said to be the culprits of the entire incident. During their trip to the Southern Swamp, a demon cave had appeared. Gong Yu, the former patriarch of the Gong family from the Heavenly River Valley, was taken over by a demon spirit, succumbed to demonification, snuck into Azure Sun Temple, and opened another demon cave, releasing thousands of demon spirits. It was just that Yang Kai had been anxious to find Zhu Qing and went to Frozen Earth in search of her right at the beginning of that incident. He had then gone through an arduous journey just to return not long ago. More than 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and Yang Kai had lost track of how this situation had played out afterwards. Besides, Star Soul Palace was leading the efforts to eradicate the demons, so there was nothing for him to worry about with them in charge. When Murong Xiao Xiao heard his question about the demon spirits, she couldn't help turning pale in response, as if recalling something extremely horrifying as she whispered, "Many people died. Demon spirits were difficult to guard against. They were invisible and nearly impossible to track." It was something Yang Kai had experienced personally back then. Gong Yu's cultivation was not weak, but even so, a demon spirit managed to invade his body without any warning whatsoever and corrupt his mind. The most frightening thing was that Gong Yu had succumbed to it without realizing anything was wrong. The demon spirit had distorted his heart and mind so that he would release thousands of demon spirits and bring chaos into the world even if he had to die at the hands of Azure Sun Temple. Murong Xiao claimed that a lot of people died, which probably meant that the death count was truly horrendous. It was hard to imagine the situation in the Southern Territory for the past 10 years. At that moment, Qiu Ran announced loudly, "If that's the case, this matter is settled. I will stay and guard the temple while this trip will be led by the temple master himself." The accompanying elders are as follows. Luo Chen, a fair and baby-faced man, stood up in response, cupping his fist and shouting, "Yes!" Yang Kai murmured in surprise. "The temple master himself will be going? Isn't that honoring orthodoxy temple a little too much?" Although the Southern Territory martial gathering was not small in scale, it only involved those below the Emperor realm. Yang Kai initially thought that only a few elders would lead the delegation. So who could have known that even when Zishan himself would attend? Murong Xiao smiled and replied, "Star Soul Palace will send someone over every time the martial gathering is held. So the temple master is simply going for the sake of formality." "I see." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "It's not out of respect for Orthodoxy Temple, but for Star Soul Palace. That explains everything. After all, even the people from Star Soul Palace are attending. It will be outrageous if when Zishan doesn't attend. It's just a formality anyway. It's no big deal." Qiu Ran called out again, "Gao Shueting." "Yes." Gao Shueting stood up and bowed with her hand on her chest. "Xiao Bai. Yes." Murong Xiao. "Here." Yang Kai. Qiu Ran looked at Yang Kai, along with the various gazes of other people, stunning him as he pointed at himself and asked, "I'm going too?" Qiu Ran was sour-faced as he asked, "Were you not listening during our discussion just now?" How could Yang Kai have heard anything? He had been chatting away with Murong Xiao. Azure Sun Temple probably sent Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao to give them some experience. Although they had participated in the martial gathering before, they had participated as disciples. Now that they were elders, the situation was no longer the same. Sending them out would allow them to gain more experience and get to mingle with those from other sects. That way, they would not be caught unprepared should a situation arise where they needed to lead a team in the future. "But why do I have to go along with them?" Including Yang Kai, Qiu Ran had named a total of 5 people. "It's an event for those below the Emperor realm. Is there a need for 5 elders in the Emperor realm to lead the delegation? Aren't they making a big deal out of nothing?" High Heaven Palace was still facing many issues at the moment, and the disciples had yet to be completely settled in. Hence, Yang Kai was reluctant to join the Southern Territory martial gathering. He pondered for a moment and said, "Senior brother, please forgive me. Unfortunately, I have something else." Gao Shueting cut in. "Don't forget that you are also an elder of Azure Sun Temple. It's bad enough that you didn't bother showing your face around here for so many years. You should go on this trip if you can make it. Otherwise, people might forget that an elder like you even exists in Azure Sun Temple." Emperor Realm Masters were the cornerstones of a sect. They were a stabilizing force and a measure of influence. Thus, the number of Emperor Realm Masters in a sect was directly related to the sect's standing in the world. One more or one less would make a huge difference. Gao Shueting obviously meant that he should make an appearance more frequently to remind others about the existence of an Emperor Realm Master like him in Azure Sun Temple. Having this pointed out, Yang Kai could only nod in agreement. "All right then. I will go on this trip." Yukuan laughed loudly. "Junior brother, don't look so displeased. You should know that the martial gathering is where many Emperor Realm Masters from many sects will gather. There will be various meetings and auctions held in private. You might even stumble across a cheap and rare find if you go. Why else do you think the temple sends so many elders there?" Although that was certainly an aspect to be considered, Yang Kai was a relatively wealthy person who could afford to feed more than 100,000 disciples, so why would he need to stumble across a cheap and rare find? Nevertheless, he smiled and nodded. "Good. It is as senior brother says. Then this matter is settled. You may leave to start your preparations early. We will set off in 1 month. After finalizing several matters, everybody began to disperse. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stopped Di Rong to inform him that he wanted to visit the Cultivation Technique Pavilion to copy some secret arts and secret techniques. Di Rong naturally agreed to the request and personally led Yang Kai there. After working hard for the entire day and forking out some elder contribution points, Yang Kai left the Cultivation Technique Pavilion feeling satisfied. He was in no hurry to leave though, and instead called on several elders that he was more familiar with and hosted a banquet on Spirit Sword Peak. He did not dare to invite Gao Xueting over, of course. It wasn't that he was disrespecting her, but after the drunken debacle last time, Yang Kai had been left traumatized. That woman was usually pretty upright and magnanimous, but she became a different person when she was drunk. It was an unbearable sight to behold. After what happened last time, Ran even punished all the elders involved by deducting a large sum of elder contribution points. Only Yang Kai had gotten away scot-free since it was his first offense. How could he dare to invite her again after that? Yet for some reason, Gao Xueting showed up and sat down at the table. Everybody looked at each other and kept all the wine away in tacit agreement. Thus, that meal was a rather bland affair. Yang Kai remained in Azure Sun Temple for 2 more days, and on the 3rd day, 100 Dao Source Realm and 400 Origin King Realm disciples gathered on Spirit Sword Peak to report for duty. When Yang Kai appeared before them, a loud mixture of voices greeted him as the disciples bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Yang." He swept his divine sense over them and clasped his hands behind his back, nodding in satisfaction. All 500 of them were lively and spirited. In terms of cultivation, the temple had done a thorough job selecting them. Whether they were men or women, each one of them was an elite. Rather, it should be said that the aptitude of the cultivators taken in by Azure Sun Temple was excellent to begin with. Ran and Gao Xueting stood to the side, and after Yang Kai gave his greetings, he turned to the 500 disciples and said, "I'm sure you've heard from the Vice Temple Master about this matter. I am inviting you to High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to become teachers. I hope you will do your best in your task and know that I will not allow your services to go unrewarded." "Yes, sir," everyone promised. Yang Kai turned his head to the side. "Do Senior Brother Chiu or Senior Sister Gao have anything to say?" Ran stepped forward. "No matter what you are about to see later, you will take it with you to your graves. You are not even allowed to tell your fellow sect members. If you are caught leaking information to others, you will not be forgiven." Yes, the group of disciples couldn't help feeling suspicious. Why would Ran give them a warning like that? On the other hand, Yang Kai knew that it must have something to do with the cross-territory space array. It seemed that the temple valued this cross-territory space array more than he thought and were trying to keep it a secret. Yang Kai, on the other hand, couldn't care less about the matter as it had already been exposed after all. In any case, it would not work unless he activated it himself or they had one of his transmission tokens. Otherwise, nobody could even think about activating it. "Let's go." Ran waved his hand, leading the way. The rest followed behind him, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the cave at the back of the mountain. Yang Kai made all 500 disciples enter the cave in groups of 10 and stand atop the space array. There was no other choice as the space within the cave was too small, and the scale of the space array he arranged was not large enough. Teleporting 10 people at a time was the limit. Ran and Gao Xueting watched eagerly from the side. It was clear that they wanted to get a good look at how the space array worked. Yang Kai found it amusing and did not try to hide anything from them. Instead, he asked Gao Xueting to take out the token he gave her and actively taught her how to activate the space array. 500 was neither many nor few, so it took just less than an hour to teleport all of them. When Yang Kai appeared in High Heaven Palace with the last group of people, the Great Hall was already full of people. Gao Xueting had also followed along. Not everyone could get the chance to teleport from the Southern Territory to the Northern Territory in an instant. Besides, she was very curious about the High Heaven Palace that Yang Kai had established. She wanted to come and take a look at the place in person. Upon receiving the news, Hua Qingxi hurried over to greet Gao Xueting with Bian Yuqing in tow. The two parties got together and talked for a moment before Hua Qingxi led the 500 teachers away with her. They would soon be assigned to spirit peaks to alleviate the pressure on those teachers from Fire Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, Gao Shueting did not leave immediately. Since she was already here, she decided to have a tour of the place. Yang Kai personally accompanied her and led her around High Heaven Palace. Although she seemed calm on the surface, she was shocked to the core inside. There were two main reasons. Firstly, the number of disciples in High Heaven Palace was exactly as Yang Kai had described, more than 100,000 in total. People were bustling about on every single spirit peak. It was hard to imagine where he managed to recruit so many people. Secondly, she was shocked by the number of masters inside High Heaven Palace. She could distinctly sense the aura of many emperors. 2 or 3 among them were even in the third order. It was just that their auras were different from ordinary humans. Their monster chi was extremely dense, clearly indicating they were monster kings. She knew that Yang Kai had monster kings working under him as back when he brought inflate to the Southern Territory. It had caused quite a commotion. She was just surprised to see that he had more than one monster king working under him. Aside from those monster kings, the head manager and second manager that she met previously were both emperors. Moreover, there were some other Emperor Realm Masters concealed on other spirit peaks too. High Heaven Palace's heritage was clearly not something a newly established sect should have. If it truly managed to train and raise all its disciples, who else but the great Emperor sects could compare to them? Moreover, there were many natural spirit arrays in this place. She might not be proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, but she was at least capable of identifying them. The spirit arrays covering the spirit peaks were extremely exquisite and were clearly arranged by a grandmaster. Curious, she questioned Yang Kai about it only to learn that he had an Emperor Array Master working under him. She was so shocked that her jaw unconsciously dropped. It would be interesting to see her reaction when she learnt that there was also an Emperor Artifact Refiner and an Emperor Alchemist working in this place as well. In particular, that Emperor Alchemist was a legacy disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. Gao Shueting stayed in High Heaven Palace for 2 days before leaving. She had to admit that what she saw during her stay here had shocked her greatly. She initially thought that it was a ridiculous notion and waste of time for Yang Kai to establish his own sect. Thus, she had persuaded him to give up on his sect and remain in the temple instead. But now it seemed that she had been ignorant back then. High Heaven Palace was in no way inferior to Azure Sun Temple. Furthermore, being an elder at Azure Sun Temple could not compare to the status of being the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace. When Yang Kai saw her to the space array, Gao Shueting suddenly turned around and told him, "Junior brother, I've thought about it. Since High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple are connected by a space array, it's convenient to travel back and forth between both places. Why don't we exchange goods and supplies? If you can send the specialties of the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory, and vice versa, I'm sure we can profit by a large margin." Yang Kai sneered in his heart. "I've been doing this for a long time. I don't need you to advise me." Nevertheless, cooperating with Azure Sun Temple wouldn't hurt since the existence of his space array had been exposed. Although Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was good, the Azure Sun Temple was not weak either. The ability of Azure Sun Temple to collect materials would not be too inferior. Thus, he nodded. "I was planning to discuss this matter with Senior Brother Chiu. When you get back, you can briefly inform him about it, and, if the temple is interested, I'd be happy to cooperate." "Senior Brother Chiu will definitely agree to a cooperation," Gao Shueting said. Knowing Chiu Ran had no reason to refuse a win-win situation. "You should return to the temple as soon as possible once you finish settling matters here. Then you can discuss it with Senior Brother yourself." "I got it," she then warned. "You better not be late. Don't forget about the martial gathering." I know. She glared at him before activating the space array and leaving. After watching Gao Shueting leave, Yang Kai turned around to leave, but to his surprise, the space array behind him rippled, and when he glanced behind him, he saw a new figure standing there. "Brother Li." Yang Kai grinned. The person standing there was none other than Li Jiao, who had probably come through the space array in Fire Dragon Palace. The two sects were not that far apart, so there were no side effects from the teleportation, and Li Jiao was able to respond immediately upon hearing Yang Kai's voice. Brother Yang. How did it go? Yang Kai asked. Li Jiao sighed in response. I have done as you asked, but Mi Qi was unwilling to accept your suggestion. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Unwilling? That's good. Very good. Li Jiao smiled bitterly. How could he not understand what Yang Kai meant? He had tried to persuade Mi Qi before so as not to give Yang Kai an excuse to make an example out of the latter. Unfortunately, persuasion was completely useless when it came to something like that. If Li Jiao had said any more, the situation would have turned hostile immediately, so he just sighed again. Things are going to get very rough for Mi Qi soon. I hope Yang Kai doesn't go overboard. Brother Li, you must be tired from the long journey. Why don't you go back to Fire Dragon Palace to rest? I will take care of the rest. Li Jiao felt a little grateful to hear those words. He knew that Yang Kai was not planning on bringing him to Full Sky Sect out of consideration for his friendship with Mi Qi. Otherwise, he could not justify standing by the sidelines and watching Yang Kai attack Mi Qi. Nevertheless, Li Jiao cupped his fists and spoke up after considering it carefully. Many thanks for your concern, Brother Yang, but although I may not be of much help, I would still like to accompany you. His friendship with Mi Qi wasn't that deep to begin with, and after their last encounter, it had completely fallen apart. In the future, Fire Dragon Palace would need to depend on High Heaven Palace if it wanted to strengthen its position in the Northern Territory. Therefore, it was best if Li Jiao took a firm stance now. Besides, how could his life and death relationship with Yang Kai compare with his casual friendship with Mi Qi? It was easy to distinguish which one was more important and more meaningful. Yang Kai glanced at Li Jiao and smiled. It would be impolite for me to refuse your kind intentions, Brother Li. Wait a moment, I will gather some people. Please join me when I leave for Full Sky Sect later. Good. Li Jiao nodded. Then Yang Kai left. Standing on the spot and pondering for a while, Li Jiao said something to Bian Yuqing, who was standing to the side, then turned around, stepped onto the space array again and disappeared. A short while later, several figures rushed over speedily and landed in the hall. Yang Kai glanced around and did not see Li Jiao anywhere. Surprised, he asked, Where did he go? Bian Yuqing replied, Palace Master Li said that he is going back to Fire Dragon Palace to gather some more people to cheer you on, Palace Master. How thoughtful of him. Yang Kai smiled and glanced back at the three figures behind him. They were none other than the three monster kings. Although the number of disciples in High Heaven Palace exceeded 100,000 now, and there were many Emperor Real Masters among them, the only ones that could actually fight were the three monster kings. Hua Qingxi, the head manager, was not suitable for fighting and killing, as it would be a disaster if something unexpected happened to her. Bian Yuqing was the second manager and was currently guarding the space array and could not leave her post either. The rest included Jiying, Nanmen Dejun, and Hou Yu, who while being Emperor Realm Masters, were not good at combat. They were only capable of producing excellent results in their respective craftsmanship fields. It was not suitable to bring them out with him on this occasion. Yi Hen might have broken through to the First Order Emperor realm, but it would not matter much whether he came along or not when it came to something like this. Thus, Yang Kai decided against bringing Yi Hen with him. It was enough to have the three monster kings follow him. He was just about to set off with Ying Fei and the others when he heard the sound of clothes fluttering behind him and the sound of something speeding through the air so quickly that it cut through the wind. Turning back, he saw Lu Yen standing at the door of the hall, pouting as she glared at him angrily. How could I have forgotten about her? He slapped his head and beckoned to her, indicating for her to come over. Only then did she break out into a smile. She picked up her skirt with one hand, skipped over to him, and held one of his large hands. Subsequently, the five of them stepped onto the space array and disappeared in a flash of light. In the meantime, Li Jiao was working efficiently inside Fire Dragon Palace. Under his command, 8 Emperor Realm Masters and 200 Dao Source Realm disciples had gathered together, standing just outside the space array and waiting. Chang Sheng, the Vice Palace Master, was in a disheveled state. His clothes were in disarray, and his hair was a mess. He looked like he had just crawled out of bed. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so he did not need any sleep. However, It was easy to guess what he had been doing just by looking at the distinct marks on his face. While straightening his clothes, he asked puzzledly, "Palace Master, where are we going? Why have we gathered in front of this space array? And a space array connecting directly to High Heaven Palace at that. We can't be attacking High Heaven Palace, right?" Many people were frightened by the speculation in their hearts. High Heaven Palace was not to be trifled with. Who in the Northern Territory did not know about the 3 monster kings in High Heaven Palace? Furthermore, there was a sect-defending array arranged by the Emperor Array Master, Nanmen Dejun. With just these few people from Fire Dragon Palace, they would definitely not come out victorious. Seeking Passion Sect was a lesson to be learnt from. Fire Dragon Palace was no better than Seeking Passion Sect in any way. "Why are you asking so many questions? You'll know when the time is right," Li Jiao snorted coldly. He deliberately refused to give them a clear explanation because many of the Emperor Realm Masters in the Northern Territory had connections with each other. The elders of his sect, who were in the Emperor Realm, that had gathered here were friendly with many of the elders from Full Sky Sect, so Li Jiao was worried that information might leak to the enemy as a result if he explained the situation to them at this time. Chang Shang looked sheepish after being rebuked and did not dare to say anything more. A brilliant light flashed suddenly, and 5 figures appeared on top of the space array. Before they could identify who these newcomers were, a terrifying wave of monster chi spread out across the surroundings. It horrified the people of Fire Dragon Palace and caused their expressions to change drastically. Upon a closer look, they realized that it was Yang Kai. Thus, their expressions turned serious and they secretly let out a sigh of relief. "It looks like the Palace Master isn't going to attack High Heaven Palace. That's good. That's good." Looking at the 3 figures standing next to Yang Kai, the Fire Dragon Palace members couldn't help feeling surprised. Although they had never met these people before, they could guess from the monster chi that these 3 were none other than the famous Monster Kings. However, there was also a 7 or 8-year-old little girl that looked like she was a statue carved out of the finest jade accompanying this group. Her presence and identity confused them greatly. Could this little girl be Yang Kai's daughter? But we've never heard of him having a daughter with anybody. No way. Is she his illegitimate daughter? Many glanced at each other with strange expressions. "Brother Yang." Li Jiao cupped his fists. Everybody else followed suit and greeted, "Greetings, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and immediately felt his spirits lifting. An impressive army. Excluding Li Jiao, there were 8 other emperors and 200 Dao Source Realm Masters. Going by the situation back at Azure Sun Temple, Li Jiao had most likely deployed all the cultivators in Fire Dragon Palace that were in the Dao Source Realm and above. Li Jiao smiled, "Brother Yang, I can gather more people if you think that this is not enough. But their strength? No need." Yang Kai had not planned to bring many people with him in the first place. The fact that Li Jiao could mobilize so many masters under his command to help out was already a pleasant surprise in itself. Gathering more would only be superfluous. Why would he want people who were weak? "And, shall we set off then?" Li Jiao asked. Yang Kai nodded in response. "Move out!" Li Jiao shouted and flew into the air, the others following behind him. The flight speed between an Emperor Realm Master and a Dao Source Realm Master was vastly different, with the former undoubtedly being much faster. In consideration of those Dao Source Realm cultivators, the Emperors swiftly summoned their flight-type artifacts and allowed the others to board and ride along together with them. In an instant, all kinds of flight-type artifacts such as flying boats, flying swords, flying shuttles, and flying chariots turned into streams of light that flashed across the sky like a meteor shower. Similarly, Yang Kai summoned his flowing clouds shuttle and led the 3 monster kings and Lu Yen inside. Then, he followed behind Li Jiao and headed in the direction of Full Sky Sect. Full Sky Sect was quite far from Fire Dragon Palace, so despite flying non-stop for 2 whole days, Yang Kai's group had yet to reach their destination. Nevertheless, the Emperor Realm Masters of Fire Dragon Palace seemed to have noticed some clues by now. No matter how they thought about it, their flight route seemed to be heading for Full Sky Sect. Many of them had been to Full Sky Sect before, so they could not be mistaken about the direction. After communicating with each other via divine sense, They felt extremely apprehensive and pushed Xianxia to raise the question. Xianxia did not refuse this duty. He was the vice palace master of Fire Dragon Palace, so it was only natural that such responsibilities would fall on his shoulders. As such, he flew over and landed on Li Jiao's flying artifact. Cupping his fists, he bowed and asked, "Palace Master, are we going to full sky sect?" "Yes." He was astonished. "Palace Master, may I know why we are heading there?" Li Jiao replied, "To help Palace Master Yang subdue full sky sect." At this time, there was no point trying to hide it anymore. He would need their strength later after all, so he did not want them falling into confusion when the moment arrived. "Ah!" Xianxia panicked and exclaimed anxiously, "Palace Master, please rethink your decision. We can't do this." "Why not?" Li Jiao looked at Xianxia expressionlessly. Xianxia explained, "High Heaven Palace rose to power very quickly. A few years ago, its reputation spread far and wide because it destroyed the Seeking Passion sect. Their prestige might have gone down a bit, since they have been silent for the past few years. But if we assist High Heaven Palace in conquering Full Sky Sect, High Heaven Palace will become the #1 sect in the Northern Territory. And what of it?" Li Jiao thought to himself. Even if High Heaven Palace doesn't subdue Full Sky Sect, its current heritage is still unrivaled by the other sects. Xianxia looked solemn. "Palace Master, may I ask how Fire Dragon Palace compares to High Heaven Palace?" "We are inferior." Li Jiao spoke the truth. He had seen Yang Kai's ability with his own eyes. He even suspected that Yang Kai alone could wipe out Fire Dragon Palace. Needless to say, Fire Dragon Palace was greatly inferior. Besides, there were also the 3 Monster Kings. "Indeed, we are inferior. Fire Dragon Palace is already no match for High Heaven Palace. So what would happen to Fire Dragon Palaces standing in the Northern Territory if High Heaven Palace were to subdue Full Sky Sect? Seeing as we are so dependent on them, Fire Dragon Palace will not be safe any longer." Li Jiao looked at Xianxia and asked seriously, "In your opinion, what should we do instead?" Xianxia solemnly answered, "We should cooperate with Full Sky Sect to resist High Heaven Palace. If 2 top sects join forces, I'm sure even we can match High Heaven Palace in strength. At least, we can prevent one sect from dominating the entire Northern Territory." Li Jiao simply looked at Xianxia without saying anything. Xianxia was a little baffled by Li Jiao's response. "Did I say something wrong?" Li Jiao patted Xianxia on the shoulder and sighed, "I don't blame you for having that mindset. It's human nature after all. It's just, there are many things you don't understand." Putting aside the fact that Yang Kai had saved him on multiple occasions, Li Jiao was personally not willing to make an enemy of Yang Kai. "Who says we can win against High Heaven Palace if we join hands with Full Sky Sect? That's impossible. Yang Kai has the backing of the Dragon Clan. Who would dare provoke him if they knew? It might be different if it was just a casual association. But Yang Kai is married to a 9th Order Dragon. Palace Master. Ha! You never spoke a word about this, and I did not hear anything either. Go back and tell them to stuff their hearts into their stomachs. I don't need you to do any fighting either. I only need you to cheer loudly when we get there." Xianxia's expression twitched at those words. "Palace Master, do you mean to say that Palace Master Yang can wipe out Full Sky Sect with just those few people? Are you saying they can't?" He shook his head. "It's not that I am underestimating Palace Master Yang and the others. The cultivation of the 3 Monster Kings is obvious and no one in Full Sky Sect can be their opponent in a one-on-one fight. However, laying siege to a city is different. Leaving aside the fact that there are many masters in Full Sky Sect, the sect defending array alone cannot be broken that easily. Once the array is activated, even the 3 Monster Kings will be helpless against it for a time. Isn't that right?" "Helpless?" Li Jiao couldn't stop himself from chuckling as he waved his hand. "Well, just wait and see." Xianxia was stunned. He could not understand why Li Jiao had such confidence in Yang Kai. It was Full Sky Sect they were talking about, one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Its sect defending array would not be broken so easily. Nevertheless, there was nothing else he could say if Li Jiao was so adamant about it. In any case, Li Jiao had already said that they were only there to cheer Yang Kai on, not to get into a fight, so they wouldn't face any danger. Thus, Changsheng bowed and left to convey Li Jiao's message to the rest. Upon hearing these orders, though, the other Emperor Realm Masters looked at each other in confusion. The sounds of singing and dancing rose and fell inside the great hall of Full Sky Sect, accompanied by the sounds of rustling silk. A group of dancers was dancing nimbly below in clothes that exposed much of their skin. Meanwhile, a group of Emperor Realm Masters were seated in 2 rows on the left and the right. Everybody had a table arranged in front of them. Lastly, the sect master of Full Sky Sect, Mi Chi, sat next to a white-haired old man at the head of the hall and enthusiastically entertained the latter. That old man was getting on in years and was not dressed very luxuriously, so he would not stand out from a crowd. The only conspicuous point about him was that he had several bags hanging from his waist. Nobody knew what was stuffed into them, but they were bulging. Nevertheless, it was such an old man who made Mi Chi and the others attend to him personally. Moreover, he was seated on the same level as Mi Chi, which went to show just how highly Mi Chi regarded this person. Below them, the elders and protectors of Full Sky Sect constantly raised their glasses to toast the old man, who in turn did not refuse. The rare nectar slid down his snow-white beard as he drank, causing the elders to feel great pain at the sight. It had cost them a lot of effort and source crystals just to brew these spirit wines, and even though they couldn't bring themselves to drink them on normal occasions, they brought all of it out for this guest only to see him being so painfully careless with it. Unfortunately, the old man was not somebody they could afford to offend. They could only lament in their hearts while smiling on the surface. While the old man was drinking, he leered lecherously at the slender and charming dancers below. At the same time, he also grabbed a handful of grape-like berries and stuffed them into his mouth, one by one. Those berries looked extremely delicious. They were bright blue and sparkled in the light like gemstones. However, those who were familiar with this fruit would know that while it might be exquisite, their taste was anything but. The blue jade fruit was a kind of spirit fruit that could be used to refine certain spirit pills, but those pills weren't very valuable or useful. If these fruits were consumed raw, though, one would find them incredibly sour and difficult to swallow. In addition, they were difficult to cultivate. Thus, they were extremely rare across the entire star boundary. After all, it did not have much use, did not taste good, and was difficult to produce. It was only natural that people couldn't be bothered to waste their time and energy on growing them. However, Full Sky Sect had invested heavily into a blue jade fruit orchard, producing a large number of blue jade fruits every year. The reason behind this endeavor was simple. This old man known as Old Tao loved the taste of blue jade fruit. Everybody had their own unique likes and dislikes, so while most found blue jade fruit hard to consume, it was the most scrumptious delicacy in the world to this old man. Nobody had any idea why his preference was so unique. Old Tao came from an extraordinary background, and it was by pure chance that Mi Chi had gotten to know him. It was then he happened to notice that Old Tao had a love for blue jade fruits when he invited him to Full Sky Sect. Pandering to the old man's desires, Mi Chi spent a fortune to create a blue jade fruit orchard in the sect's medicine garden and meticulously maintained it every year. Mi Chi would invite Old Tao over for a taste whenever it was time for the blue jade fruits to be harvested and wrap up all the remaining blue jade fruits for this old man to take when he left. Over the years, Old Tao developed a habit of staying at Full Sky Sect for a few days every year to relieve his cravings, and they eventually became familiar with each other. The day Li Jiao left after delivering Yang Kai's message, Mi Chi immediately invited Old Tao over by saying that the blue jade fruits had ripened. Old Tao rushed over without hesitation upon receiving the message, and Full Sky Sect immediately served up good wine and good food for him. Mi Chi was aware that Full Sky Sect was no match for High Heaven Palace, as 3 monster kings were not to be underestimated. He had been harboring a grudge since he and Li Jiao were both deceived by Yang Kai into taking that alchemy bet, so he didn't care about what it might cost him if he could use Old Tao's strength to break free from High Heaven Palace's control. The 3 monster kings were strong, but they were not enough to stand in front of Old Tao. Therefore, Mi Chi enthusiastically offered drinks to Old Tao while smirking in his heart. "I can't wait for Yang Kai to come knocking on my door," I'm going to show him that full sky sect isn't some pushover he can bully. At that moment, somebody suddenly entered from the outside and secretly sent a divine sense transmission to Michi. Michi's expression immediately changed upon receiving the message, and he hurriedly put his wine glass down while intentionally showing a disturbed look on his face as he spoke. Old Tao, please excuse me for a moment. I will be back soon. Old Tao listened to those words and looked up at Michi curiously. What's the matter? Michi forced a smile. It's just a trivial matter. I shouldn't bother you with it, Old Tao. I will take care of it myself. Old Tao tossed a blue jade fruit into his mouth and grinned meaningfully while chewing, revealing a set of blue-stained teeth. Brother me, why are you treating this old master like an outsider? How could I dare? Michi waved his hand quickly. Old Tao, your presence at Full Sky Sect as a guest has allowed the sect to flourish. How can I treat you as an outsider? Old Tao replied, if it's related to Full Sky Sect secrets, then you don't need to talk about it, brother me. But you shouldn't hide it from me if you are in trouble. I might not have much strength, but I can still speak a few words. Who knows? I might be able to help you solve your problems, brother me. He could tell that something was wrong just by looking at Michi's expression. Michi hesitated for a while, seemingly struggling over something, but eventually he sighed and spoke. Since you don't treat me as an outsider, Old Tao, then it doesn't matter if I tell you about the sect's shameful dispute. While speaking, he picked up his wine glass and drained it down in one gulp, as though he was trying to drown his sorrows. Shameful dispute? What happened? Old Tao became curious. Michi sighed. It's that damned high heaven palace again. Old Tao was stunned, his expression turning slightly strange as he asked, you mean that high heaven palace that emerged not long ago? I remember you saying that the palace master of High Heaven Palace cheated you out of a lot of source crystals. Michi had told Old Tao about this matter many years ago. At the time, he had wanted Old Tao to go to the High Heaven Palace to speak on his behalf and make Xianxia write off those gambling debts. However, how could Old Tao easily involve himself in other people's disputes? Although he came to Full Sky Sect to enjoy some blue jade fruit every year, and Michi had always been very hospitable towards him, that was just a small favor in the end, not something worth upsetting one of the top sects in the Northern Territory over. Old Tao might come from an extraordinary background, but that did not mean he went around inviting trouble to himself. Besides, it was a gambling debt, so it wasn't as if Xianxia had stolen it from Michi. I am ashamed. Very ashamed. Michi looked like he couldn't bear to think about the past. What did the people of High Heaven Palace come here for? Old Tao's expression twitched. Don't tell me they are here to ask for the source crystals you owe? If that's the case, I recommend you pay them back to keep the peace. Michi secretly cursed in his heart. You've eaten from my table for so many years, yet you ask me to use money to solve my issues the moment you hear that it's High Heaven Palace? You truly are unreliable at critical moments. Whatever. I will be borrowing your name as a shield since you are already here. Why else would I invite you over so enthusiastically if not for this? It was all for the moment when Xianxia came knocking on the door. Up until now, everything has been going according to plan. While he cursed to himself, Michi lamented with a sorrowful expression on his face. You are right, Old Tao. I am not a man who goes against my word. It is only natural that I accept my loss since I was willing to gamble in the first place. Full Sky Sect has tightened its belt over the years to send over a large number of source crystals to High Heaven Palace. But that bastard surnamed Yang seems to be unsatisfied. Just a few days ago, he sent somebody over to deliver a message, asking Full Sky Sect to surrender to High Heaven Palace, or else he would wipe out Full Sky Sect. Although Li Jiao had said words to the effect of surrendering, Michi had no qualms about embellishing the part about being wiped out. Old Tao's expression darkened when he heard those words. This High Heaven Palace is being far too arrogant, isn't it? I may be untalented, but I am still a sect master. I have several thousand disciples under me, so how can I sell out my sect and submit myself to another? Therefore, I immediately refused on the spot, only asking for them to show mercy and leave Full Sky Sect alone. And? Old Tao asked. Michi replied with a sullen expression. My disciple just reported that the palace master of High Heaven Palace, Xianxia, has led a dozen Emperor Realm Masters to Full Sky Sect with him. Moreover, there are more than 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators following them. From the looks of it, they are here to attack Full Sky Sect. The corners of Old Tao's face visibly twitched. That can't be. He was no longer in the mood to continue eating the blue jade fruit in his hand, as he had the vague feeling that he had been set up. He might be old, but he was not a fool. Mi-Chi went out of his way to invite me over, and High Heaven Palace just so happened to arrive with a large group of people to invade this place. It's as clear as day that Mi-Chi planned this out. Damn it! He wants to borrow my power to settle this dispute. Old Tao couldn't help feeling resentful. I only come here to eat some fruits every year. Do you really need to set me up like this? Be that as it may, Old Tao maintained his composure as he asked, "Could you be overthinking things, Sect Master Mi? This might be nothing more than a misunderstanding." Mi-Chi sternly refuted. That bastard surnamed Yang has already deployed his men here. How is it a misunderstanding? Old Tao tossed the blue jade fruit up and down in his hand, suddenly feeling like it was a ball of flames rather than a sour fruit. Coughing dryly, Old Tao continued, "Brother Mi, you haven't even met them face to face yet. How can you be so sure that it's not a misunderstanding? Who knows? It might be resolved with a few words." Resolved? You damn cheat. How could Mi-Chi not know that Old Tao was being evasive? Nevertheless, he could not force Old Tao either. It wasn't like he could say, "You eat so many of my blue jade fruits every year. Shouldn't you help out now that I'm in trouble?" Old Tao continued, "Besides, the sect defending array of Full Sky Sect is nothing to sneeze at. There's nothing to worry about even if that Palace Master Yang tries to attack. Whether or not they can enter the array is a whole other matter." Mi-Chi forced a smile on his face and nodded in agreement. "Your words make sense, Old Tao. In that case, I will go and check out the situation. Let's hope it is, as you say, a misunderstanding." Old Tao immediately replied, "Brother Mi, please come back soon." The corners of Mi-Chi's mouth twitched in response. Seeing how Old Tao was not willing to go with him drove home the point that the relationship between them was nothing. Thus, he couldn't help feeling a sense of grief and rage. Even so, he couldn't lose his temper here and could only say, "Good. Please excuse me for a moment, Old Tao. I'll go out and have a look at the situation." While he was speaking, he spun around and headed outside. At the same time, he signaled the seated elders and protectors with his eyes. All of them immediately got up from their seats and followed behind him. A moment later, Old Tao was the only one left in the great hall. He glanced at the young girls who continued dancing below, then glanced at the blue jade fruit in front of him. All of a sudden, he had lost interest in them. Just outside the sect defending array of Full Sky Sect, Xianxia leisurely stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Li Jiao stood beside him, and the three monster kings stood behind them, their monster chi surging overwhelmingly while their gazes were fierce. Further behind them were the Emperor Realm Masters and Dao Source Realm cultivators of Fire Dragon Palace, their expressions rather complicated. They never expected to actually come and cause trouble for Full Sky Sect. What does Palace Master Yang want to do? Our Palace Master is acting strangely too. Why is he cooperating with Palace Master Yang? Xianxia and the group behind him gave off the impression that they were aggressive and ill-intentioned. Although Full Sky Sect's disciples did not know what Xianxia and the rest were here for, they had eyes and common sense, so it was only natural for them to feel apprehensive. Xianxia glanced sideways and said coldly, "This king and sect master Mi are old acquaintances. I traveled so far to visit him to discuss urgent matters. Why are you keeping me outside? Hurry up and open the array. Can you bear the responsibility if this delay causes relations between sect master Mi and this king to deteriorate?" Naturally, the disciples of Full Sky Sect did not believe his nonsense. They were well aware of the relationship between Full Sky Sect and High Heaven Palace. The huge reduction in discretionary source crystals over the past few years was entirely caused by High Heaven Palace. Therefore, they had long held a deep hatred toward both High Heaven Palace and Xianxia. Despite not being enemies, Xianxia and High Heaven Palace were no different from their enemies. How could a person like that specially pay a visit to the sect master? It was clear that he did not hold any good intentions. What's more, the sect master had already issued an order. The array was not to be released without his permission. Hence, they were not frightened by Yang Kai's words. The leading Dao Source Realm Master cupped his fists and stated, "Palace Master Yang, please calm your anger. Sect Master is on his way. I'm sure he will arrive soon. Please wait for a little longer, Palace Master Yang. If you have any business with the sect, please wait until Sect Master arrives. You can talk to him yourself, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai coldly snorted. It is said that lackeys are even more difficult to deal with than the boss. It seems that is really the case. What is your name? The Dao Source Realm Master's expression twitched. What is this? Is he trying to pick a fight with me? He hesitated for a while but decided that he did not dare to conceal anything from Yang Kai. Thus, he reported his name. Yang Kai nodded and pointed at the Dao Source Realm Master. "I'll make you sorry later." That person was desperate to cry but could not shed any tears. "Palace Master Yang, I am only doing as I was told. Why must you make things difficult for me?" Yang Kai said, "If you don't want me to make things difficult for you, then hurry up and release the array. Stop wasting my time with nonsense." That Dao Source Realm Master felt like a noose was tightening around his neck. How could I dare to release the array? He was extremely restless, anxious, and beside himself with panic. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind him. I was wondering who it was that was being so arrogant. Turns out to be you, Palace Master Yang. I was negligent in welcoming you. Please forgive my discourtesy. Sect Master. The group of disciples turned back to look, and their expressions lit up with joy. The leading Dao Source Realm Master was ecstatic, feeling as though he had been exonerated. More than 10 Emperor Realm Masters flew over. The elders and protectors landed with the sect master of Full Sky Sect in the lead. Now that the sect master was here, the leading Dao Source Realm Master couldn't help feeling that this matter had nothing to do with him anymore. Thus, he hurriedly took several steps back and stood behind the group of Emperor Realm Masters. "Sect Master me." Yang Kai looked at Chi with a smile on his face. "I haven't seen you for so many years. I trust you've been well." Chi put his hand on his chest. "Palace Master Yang, your bearing is as noble as before. Your prestige has not diminished one bit." Although they were words of praise, they sounded mocking instead. It was difficult not to notice the sarcasm. Yang Kai frowned. Why does that bastard look so confident? Yang Kai glanced at the Emperor Realm Masters behind Chi, then turned to look at the army behind him. Our fighting power is completely on different levels. Where does he get his confidence to speak to me in such a manner? Could it be due to the sect defending array in front of me? Chi continued, "Palace Master Yang, why aren't you living in comfort back at High Heaven Palace? How are you so free to visit this little backwater place of mine?" Yang Kai laughed loudly. "I was just passing by the area while running some errands. I missed you since we haven't seen each other for so many years, so I decided to drop by for a visit." "Is that so?" Chi cupped his fists again. "Thank you for your kind thoughts, Palace Master Yang. Everything has been going fine here." Yang Kai asked, "Sect Master me, are you going to talk to me like this? Aren't you going to invite me in? Speaking of which, it's my first time in Full Sky Sect. I wonder how it compares to High Heaven Palace." Chi shook his head in response. "High Heaven Palace is a beautiful place. Full Sky Sect is far inferior in comparison. I'd be crazy to invite you in." Changing the subject, Chi added, "Unfortunately, you came at a bad time. I am hosting an honored guest, so it's not convenient for me to entertain you today. You can come back on another day if you want to, and I will accompany you personally, Brother Yang." Yang Kai lowered his gaze and looked at Chi. "I came from afar to visit. Sect Master me. Isn't your hospitality unreasonably lacking?" Chi smiled slightly. "Forgive me, Palace Master Yang. It's really not a convenient time. It won't be good if I am rude to the honored guest." "Who is this honored guest? Why don't you let me meet him?" He shook his head again. "That person doesn't like strangers. Palace Master Yang, I am really sorry, but please go back for today. Yang Kai calmly asked. And, if I insist on going inside to have a look? Michi narrowed his eyes. Palace Master Yang, please watch your behavior. This place is full sky sect, not high heaven palace. You don't have any say here. If you want to act all high and mighty, please go back to high heaven palace. When the disciples of full sky sect heard those words, they couldn't help feeling extremely excited. They felt that their sect master sounded very domineering. It was very satisfying to hear. High Heaven Palace's palace master is begging for it. Why is he chattering away and humiliating himself? Yang Kai looked at Michi meaningfully. It seems that you have something to rely on, sect master me. That's why you're not afraid that I might destroy full sky sect in a fit of rage. Michi arrogantly replied, Heaven sees everything, and justice lives in the hearts of man. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively at those words. Justice doesn't live in the hearts of man. It is in my hands. I can't be bothered to waste my time talking to him. Let's get down to business. Michi, I came here in person to present you with two choices. Michi smiled widely. I'm curious to hear just what these two choices may be. I hope you will state them in all seriousness, Palace Master Yang. Don't turn yourself into the butt of jokes. Yang Kai was expressionless. Submit to High Heaven Palace and offer up 70% of your annual income to me in the future. Or, I will turn Full Sky Sect into High Heaven Palace's branch operative. Meanwhile, Michi stared at Yang Kai expressionlessly. He seemed to be waiting for Yang Kai to continue. After a while, he asked, Is that all? Yang Kai clasped his hands behind his back. The choice is up to you. Michi chuckled and turned to look around him. Palace Master Yang just told a joke. Shouldn't you guys show him some support? The group of elders and protectors standing around began laughing heartily in response. Some of the disciples also joined in. It was an indescribably weird situation. On the other hand, Yang Kai watched coldly. The three monster kings also had solemn expressions on their faces. The moment Michi lifted a hand, the laughter stopped abruptly. He coldly stared at Yang Kai and said, Though peace reigns over the land, the people create trouble for themselves. Palace Master Yang, it is not too late for you to retreat now. You can still preserve your pride. Otherwise, it will be humiliating for you when you are put on the spot later. He acted as though he was trying to dissuade Yang Kai with good intentions. However, he couldn't wait for Yang Kai to embarrass himself. He decided that he would settle everything with Yang Kai today so that he did not need to send a large amount of source crystals to High Heaven Palace every year in the future. Sect Master Me, you sure speak with confidence today. Yang Kai nodded slightly. I hope you won't come to regret it. Michi yelled. I have done nothing wrong. I have nothing to regret. Good. Yang Kai exploded. You refused the easy way out and chose the difficult path instead. Don't blame this palace master for disregarding the friendship we used to have and destroying Full Sky Sect. As soon as those words left his mouth, three figures rushed out from behind him. They arrived in front of the sect defending array in the blink of an eye. Everything happened so fast that nobody could see what happened clearly. All they felt was a violent shockwave spreading out, followed by a loud explosion and an earthquake. The sect defending array shuddered strongly and a layer of ripples spread out across the surface. The three monster kings' fierce attack packed terrifying power. Moreover, their monster chi flared so strongly that it was extremely overwhelming. It frightened many people, and they hurriedly summoned their artifacts and drew out their strength as if they were facing a great enemy. On the contrary, Michi remained calm and unruffled. He simply looked straight ahead with a smile. Full Sky Sect defending array may not be the best, but won't break so easily. Palace Master Yang, don't waste your strength. After saying that, an array board suddenly appeared in his hand. The swaying array immediately stabilized with a light wave of the banner in his hand. Even the ripples disappeared. There was no reaction at all no matter how the three monster kings attacked. It wasn't that there was no response. It was simply that the attacking power was dispersed and moved elsewhere. That was the power of the sect defending array. As long as the spirit array was activated, even the three monster kings, who were extremely powerful, could not destroy the array within a short time. Had those people in the Seeking Passion sect remained hiding behind their sect-defending array back then, Xianxia would not have had the ability to wipe them out. Their greatest mistake was leaving their stronghold to attack Ice Heart Valley, which gave Xianxia a chance to take them down instead. The three monster kings did not spare any effort. After a volley of powerful attacks, they were running out of steam. Thus, they returned to Xianxia's side looking ashamed of themselves and feeling as though they had let Xianxia down. Meanwhile, the people of Full Sky Sect were laughing loudly. Their laughter was filled with mockery and derision. Mi-Chi said, "Palace Master Yang, are you not going to give up? It will be even more embarrassing to continue." He had been worried that the three monster kings might destroy the sect-defending array. But, now that the array was safe and sound, he immediately calmed down. "It looks like I won't need Old Tao to step up. High Heaven Palace can't do anything to me. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have sent those source crystals. It would have been better to keep them for our own use." Xianxia glanced at Mi-Chi and said, "If that's what you were relying on, then I'm very disappointed." Mi-Chi coldly snorted, "Stop your shameless boasting. This trivial spirit array is hardly a challenge. Watch me break it down." Xianxia stretched out his arms to both sides. The people behind him immediately backed away, putting a distance of a kilometer between them. Mi-Chi frowned. He did not know what Xianxia was up to. He had to admit that Xianxia wasn't weak. Nevertheless, Xianxia had only advanced into the Emperor realm not too long ago. How could he accomplish something that even the three monster kings couldn't do? While he was entertaining his doubts, he saw Xianxia putting one hand into the void and grabbing something. Then, a silly-looking stone man suddenly appeared. Everybody widened their eyes in surprise. Nobody could tell how or where that stone man had appeared from. All they saw was Xianxia grabbing at something in the void as if it had been hiding there all along. The stone man was about half a person tall, with sharp edges and corners all over its body. It looked a little dopey, but its eyes were bright as could be. As soon as the stone man appeared, it turned to face the sect-defending array of Full Sky Sect and immediately let out a beast-like roar while beating his chest with both fists. The people watching this scene were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? That guy might not look weak, but what is the point of beating his chest? However, their astonishment soon turned into horror. Their gazes slowly shifted upward, and they slowly lifted their heads accordingly. Amidst the shaking ground, the stone man, who was only half a person tall at the beginning, was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters, 60 meters, 100 meters. It wasn't until it was approximately 130 meters to 160 meters tall that it stopped growing. It was as large as a mountain standing in front of Full Sky Sect's sect-defending array. An unimaginable pressure assaulted their senses as it felt as though the monster that was the size of a small mountain was not standing in front of them but pressing down on their chests instead, making it difficult for them to breathe. What terrified them even more were the sharp stone pillars protruding from the stone man's body, which had emerged at some point in time like a layer of spikes. Moreover, his entire body was covered in flames that seemed quite malevolent. Shihua! The pupils of Mi-Chi's eyes abruptly contracted. He had great vision and extensive knowledge, so he was able to recognize traces of the aura emanating from the embodiment. But why would Shihua appear here? He had long heard of the divine spirit Shihua that existed in the ancient wildlands of the Eastern Territory, which had destroyed Black Tortoise Sect many millennia ago. He did not know whether that divine spirit was this thing in front of him. However, what baffled Mi-Chi the most was its size. Since when was Shihua capable of becoming this big? Some information on divine spirits was available, and as long as one had the will, it was not hard to gather that information. Therefore, Mi-Chi was not totally unfamiliar with Shihua. It was just that he had never seen it for himself. As far as he knew, even if Shihua had some sort of secret technique to change his body size, it was still impossible for him to become so huge. Unbeknownst to Mi-Chi, the Shihua standing in front of him was a stone spirit that had once devoured an entire floating continent. Despite using the heaven-devouring battle law to refine all the impurities, the embodiment could still become even bigger if he wanted to. What was a mere 400 to 500 meters of height? Even Xianxia's 200-meter-long dragon body was nothing in front of him. The roaring sound stopped abruptly as the embodiment opened his eyes wide, glaring with a fierce and evil look as it gazed down from above. A fist larger than a palace clenched tightly in the next moment as he bent his arm back before punching downwards. Before the attack even landed, an ear-splitting sound cut through the air. Michi's expression changed drastically, and he was no longer as calm as before. It was true that full Sky Sect's sect defending array was extraordinary, and with him personally presiding over it, the array would be enough to withstand the attacks of the three Monster Kings without any damage. Be that as it may, he did not have the slightest confidence that it could withstand the onslaught of such a behemoth. After all, most spirit arrays in this world could be destroyed when hit with enough brute force. If they could not be destroyed this way, it simply meant that the attacking party didn't have enough strength. Michi could not imagine just how much power this ridiculously large Shihua packed, and he didn't even dare to speculate. In a panic, he rapidly formed a series of seals while injecting his Emperor Qi into the array jade. Bursts of light flew out and landed on the surface of the spirit array. In response, the surface of the spirit array glowed, becoming much more dazzling than before. Hong, the embodiment's fist smashed down on the sect defending array, and the entire full sky sect shook from the impact. Countless buildings collapsed in that instant, and amidst the settling dust, many figures flew up into the sky and looked around blankly. When they saw the humongous figure in the distance, though, they were all transfixed by the sight. Full Sky Sect was guarded by their powerful sect defending array, and nobody could force their way into the sect as long as the spirit array was intact. However, the embodiment's attack was a manifestation of pure brute force, so even this sect defending array could not dispel it completely. Instead, the force of the attack surged across the array and spread out to all parts of the Full Sky Sect. Whether far or near, the entire Full Sky Sect instantly became a mess. Meanwhile, the place where Michi and the others were located was in even worse shape. When that fist smashed down, all of them couldn't help feeling as though the sky was crashing down on them. The heaven-splitting force turned into a powerful series of vibrations that sent dust and stone flying across a large area of the land, even obscuring the sun from view. Pu-piu-piu. A series of muffled noises rang out as flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Some of Full Sky Sect's disciples with lower cultivation had exploded into blood mists after being hit by the invisible vibrations. Only the cultivators in the Dao Source realm and above kept their lives. Nevertheless, their complexions were pale and their eyes were filled with horror. Michi was thoroughly shocked. He couldn't care less about the life and death of some disciples with low cultivation at the moment as his gaze was locked on a certain spot on the sect defending array. It was none other than the spot where the embodiment's fist had made contact. There, countless small cracks had appeared on the sturdy and solid surface of the spirit array and had spread out into the surrounding area. Those cracks stretched out for several thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. Michi was taken aback. He had known that the power behind that monster's punch was not to be underestimated. But even so, he never expected it to be so overwhelming. Is this really the strength of a Shihua? Shihua's main forte doesn't lie in its brute strength, right? Upon seeing the monster raising its fist again, Michi didn't dare to hold back. Pushing his Emperor Qi madly into the array jade, more lights streamed out from it and the unsteady spirit array gradually stabilized. Similarly, the cracks that had appeared slowly disappeared with his efforts. Before Michi had time to catch his breath, though, a second fist came crashing down. This punch felt as though it wasn't landing on the Full Sky sect defending array, but directly on Michi's heart instead. It horrified him, and he couldn't help feeling a sense of death washing over him. The same situation as before reappeared once more. The entire Full Sky sect shook fiercely again, and more buildings collapsed. Fortunately, the Emperor Realm Masters behind Michi began casting defensive techniques the moment they sensed that things were going badly. They managed to defend against the invisible fluctuations of the sky-splitting force and prevented more of the weaker disciples from suffering any harm. Gotcha. A cracking sound rang out as large fissures appeared again in the sect defending array that had just been repaired. The number of the cracks were higher and denser than before, and they spread out further as well. Michi was so scared that he felt as if his soul had left his body, and he once again began furiously forming hand seals as he tried to stabilize the array. A sense of despair washed over Michi when he saw the embodiment raising its fist again. The sect defending array he was so proud of was not capable of protecting full Sky Sect from danger. Rather, it could be said that more than 90% of the sect defending arrays in the world could not withstand this kind of indiscriminate barrage of attacks, so he shouted, "Elders, help me!" The moment Michi's voice sounded, the Emperor Realm Masters came back to their senses like they were waking up from a dream, and each of them hurriedly took out their respective array jades. These array jades were used to control the sect defending array as well, but they were only subcontrollers while the master array jade was held by Michi. The expressions on their faces were filled with a never-seen-before solemnity as they sent their Emperor Chi into their array jades, hurriedly trying to repair the cracked sect defending array. The embodiment shook his head. The fact that his previous 2 punches had failed to destroy the spirit array seemed to annoy him, so he suddenly clasped both hands together, lifted them above his head, and smashed his clenched fists down. "We can't stop him. It's absolutely unstoppable." That thought surfaced in the minds of Michi, as well as the elders and protectors of Full Sky Sect, even though the attack had yet to land. It was a feeling derived from pure instinct. In reality, it turned out to be the truth. When the embodiment's 3rd attack landed, the unstable surface of the barrier flashed for a moment before dense cracks began spreading out from the point where the attack landed as its center. Under the horrified gaze of the people inside Full Sky Sect, the sect defending array shattered. Thousands of meters away, the figures of the 3 monster kings blasted forward like lightning. They rushed directly into the midst of the Emperor Realm Masters of Full Sky Sect in the blink of an eye. Inflate was faster, so he took the lead. Meanwhile, Xilei and Xie Wu Wei followed closely behind. As claw strikes rained down from the sky, the Emperor Realm Masters of Full Sky Sect, who had yet to accept that their sect defending array had been destroyed, could barely defend themselves and were unable to counterattack. The gap in their cultivation showed instantly. The only 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master in Full Sky Sect was Michi, and even he might not be able to match Inflate in a one-on-one fight. So there was no chance the other elders and protectors could resist. Xilei's body sparkled with cyan lightning as he recklessly rushed over to Michi and grinned savagely. "Since you refuse a toast, you must drink a loss. Die!" A big fan-like palm swiped at Michi's head. Michi threw aside the array jade in his hand and swiftly summoned a steel ring-like artifact. Tangled in an all-out fight against Xilei, the grief and panic in his heart were beyond words. On the other hand, Xie Wu Wei followed closely behind and slipped past Xilei. A huge scorpion phantom appeared behind him, shaking its head and wagging its tail. The scorpion's stinger was gleaming with a green and eerie light, which looked extremely venomous. The scorpion flickered for a moment, and a viridescent mist exploded out that swiftly enveloped 4 or 5 Emperor Realm Masters. Those Emperor Realm Masters vanished from view in the blink of an eye, and only their exclamations could be heard from the outside. Nobody knew what was happening to them inside the poison fog. As soon as the 3 monster kings attacked, they took down all the powerful masters in Full Sky Sect. Li Jiao raised his arms and shouted, "Charge!" Although he initially planned to only cheer Yang Kai on from behind, he couldn't stand on the sidelines at this point. As the saying went, in for a penny, in for a pound. The best thing for him to do right now was to help Yang Kai take down Full Sky Sect. In the meantime, the elders of Fire Dragon Palace remained in a daze. It was mainly because the scene right in front of them was extremely difficult to accept. Both Full Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace were top sects of the Northern Territory. They had each remained standing in the Northern Territory for more than 10,000 years, so how did Yang Kai breach Full Sky Sect's sect defending array so easily? They always thought that Yang Kai had only managed to destroy Seeking Passion Sect due to luck. After all, Seeking Passion Sect had courted death by leaving their sect to attack Iceheart Valley. Unfortunately, that now seemed to have been nothing but wishful thinking. Full Sky Sect's sect defending array had been broken just like that. If Fire Dragon Palace and High Heaven Palace were to become enemies, they might not end up any better. They originally felt that Li Jiao had caused their prestige to fall by submitting to Yang Kai, but now it was apparent that this was no incompetence on Li Jiao's part, but keen foresight. When they heard Li Jiao's shout, they snapped back to the present and hurriedly rushed after their palace master. They might not have been willing to confront Full Sky Sect head-on, but rubbing salt into their wounds would be just fine. Meanwhile, the members of Full Sky Sect instantly felt as though their suffering doubled. The three Monster Kings had already suppressed them all, and now, Li Jiao was leading a group of Emperor Realm Masters no fewer than them into the battle. How could they overcome such a disadvantage? The Emperor Realm Masters were suppressed on all sides in an instant and were beaten so badly that they were coughing up fresh blood and collapsing to the ground, unable to get back up again. Miqi shouted in grief and indignation. Li Jiao, you and I are irreconcilable. It was one thing if Yang Kai turned against him. After all, reprehensible behavior from a greedy and wicked person was expected. However, for Li Jiao to intervene in the matter was very difficult for him to accept. Li Jiao slammed his palm into one of the elders of Full Sky Sect as he coldly snorted. Miqi, a wise man will submit to the circumstances. It is not too late to submit to Palace Master Yang. Otherwise, I am afraid all you will be left with is regret. In your dreams. Miqi gritted his teeth and snarled. He was surprisingly courageous, but the main reason was that he still had a hidden trump card. Seeing she lay striking at him with an arc of lightning, Miqi used the impact to withdraw while at the same time shouting, Old Tao, save me. On a mountain not far away, Old Tao was speechless. He only came here to eat some fruits and drink some wine, so why did he end up in this terrible situation? Seeing the situation before him, Old Tao would have lived his life in vain if he still couldn't guess Miqi's intentions. As the saying went, one was partial to those whom they accepted gifts from. Miqi had been rather hospitable to him for all these years, inviting him over whenever the blue jade fruits ripened. It was hard to justify standing by the sidelines in this situation. Besides, Miqi had already shouted, so it was too much for him to continue feigning ignorance. Letting out a long sigh, he stepped forward and flew towards Miqi. Old Tao might not look like much, but he still gave off an impressive sage-like aura while flying over. Moreover, he was exuding the aura of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Inflate glanced sideways at Old Tao and smirked. Lashing out as swiftly as lightning, he subdued the last of Full Sky Sect's elders, slapping a palm on the elder to seal the latter's cultivation before he shot out to meet Old Tao. Among the 32 Monster Kings in the ancient wildlands, he might not be ranked among the top 3 in terms of strength, but his speed was unrivaled. In that aspect, even the 3 divine spirits had to concede their defeat. He came within 1,000 meters of Old Tao in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he was still approaching rapidly. Nevertheless, Old Tao remained calm and unruffled. Grabbing one of the cloth bags hanging at his waist, he tossed it in Ing Fei's direction. The cloth bag faced the wind, expanded its mouth, and aimed directly at Ing Fei. A powerful suction force came from within, accompanied by a whirring sound, creating strong gusts of wind. Ing Fei did not act carelessly when faced with that cloth bag. He did not know what artifact that cloth bag was, but the power of a third-order Emperor Realm Master was nothing to sneeze at. He quickly shifted his body to avoid being in the direction of that cloth bag's opening, but unexpectedly, the cloth bag suddenly swelled until it became bigger than a house. Moreover, a large green hand emerged from the insides of the cloth bag and grabbed towards him. Startled, Ing Fei instinctively tried to dodge the hand. However, he discovered that the monster chi in his body was roiling unstably. It felt as though his monster chi was being disrupted by something, and in that moment when he was caught off guard, he was captured by the hand and a pained expression showed on his face. As soon as the large green hand captured him, it immediately began to retreat back into the cloth bag and disappeared in an instant. Similarly, Ing Fei disappeared along with the large green hand. Old Tao then lifted his hand and retrieved the cloth bag. Old Ing. Shilei's expression changed drastically as he yelled out in horror and stared at the cloth bag fearfully. As a monster king himself, He knew just how hard it was to deal with inflate. In spite of that, a monster king known for his speed had been defeated by a cloth bag without the strength to even fight back. If he had not seen it for himself, he would never have believed it. He knew that it wasn't the ability of the old man with white hair though, it was the power of that cloth bag artifact. But he didn't know what this artifact was or how it could possibly have such a mysterious effect. On the other side, the venomous fog released by Xie Wuwei churned violently, indicating that his emotions had also been greatly shaken. Meanwhile, Mi Qi, who had been sent flying by Shi Lei, laughed loudly. "Many thanks, old Tao." His calculated actions had paid off, and he couldn't help admiring his foresight at this moment. If it had been any other third-order Emperor Realm Master, old Tao might not have dealt with them so easily. However, he just so happened to be up against a monster king, and dealing with the monster race was what old Tao specialized in. Taking advantage of Shi Lei's distraction, Mi Qi swiftly retreated and removed himself from the former's range of attacks. He then stood beside old Tao and said, "Old Tao, this group of thieves are simply too much. Please help me suppress them." Old Tao nodded expressionlessly. A simple task. Now that things had come this far, he had decided to go all in. Besides, the sudden appearance of 3 monster kings in this place surprised old Tao greatly. He could complete his own mission after defeating these 3 monster kings, so he would have done so even without Mi Qi's request. "Old dog, die!" Shi Lei was wrapped in lightning as an illusory phantom of a beast flashed behind him, clearly illustrating his anger. He originally assumed that it would be easy to crush Full Sky Sect when he first followed Yangkai here. Who could have expected that Inflate would be defeated the moment this old man showed up? Inflate being defeated was an embarrassment to the ancient wildlands, so how could Shi Lei let that slide? Old Tao's expression didn't change even in the face of Shi Lei's rage. Moreover, his response could not get any more straightforward. He simply tossed the same cloth bag out again. Shi Lei, who was rushing in that direction, halted abruptly. Raising his head to look, he saw that the cloth bag had opened above his head. A strong suction was coming from within the bag, but that wasn't all. He was perfectly capable of resisting such suction force with his strength. But the crucial point was that the large green hand had appeared again. The moment the hand appeared, Shi Lei felt the circulation of his monster chi becoming disturbed, which scared the life out of him. At the same time, he immediately understood what happened to Inflate back then. Before Shi Lei could react, the green hand grabbed him and dragged him back into the cloth bag. However, old Tao didn't take back the cloth bag this time, instead forming a set of seals with his hands and directing the cloth bag towards the bank of venomous fog. The venomous fog was created by Xie Wuwei, where he had dragged a few of Full Sky Sect's Emperor Realm Masters into battle. Nobody could see what was going on inside, but it was easy to tell that Xie Wuwei held the upper hand just by listening to the screams of the Full Sky Sect's elders. The large green hand reached out again. Surprisingly, it seemed dimmer than before. It was almost as though the green hand was a consumable that would disappear after several uses. Nonetheless, Xie Wuwei did not dare to take it lightly after what happened to Inflate and Shi Lei. The venomous fog churned violently before his figure suddenly rushed out as he hurriedly fled towards Yangkai. Unfortunately, that green hand was like maggots on rotting bones and he could not escape its pursuit. Furthermore, its speed was incredibly fast, so he did not manage to get very far before he was captured and dragged backward. It wasn't until Xie Wuwei was put into the cloth bag that old Tao used some secret technique to seal the opening of the cloth bag tightly and recalled it to himself. Catching it with his hand, he subsequently hung it on his waist again. Those events transpired in a flash, leaving everybody in shock and disbelief. The 3 monster kings had been giving off an aggressive and menacing air just now, and nobody in Full Sky Sect could stand up to them. But they were defeated by a white-haired old man with a strange cloth bag in an instant. This situation left everybody feeling stunned. Li Jiao and the Emperor Realm Masters of Fire Dragon Palace did not dare to rush forward again. They were just about to launch an attack, but immediately backed away in horror instead. Even the 3 monster kings were no match for that white-haired old man. So how could they possibly stand a chance? Mi Qi obviously didn't expect things to be so easy, and only after a moment of amazement did he burst into wild and brazen laughter. Standing next to old Tao, he pointed at Yang Kai, whose expression was twitching slightly. "Little thief, how dare you attack Full Sky Sect? Today will be the day you die." Old Tao held up a bottle gourd of wine and poured some into his mouth. Upon hearing those words, he glanced sideways at Mi-Chi and knew that the latter was taking advantage of his strength. But he didn't say anything. In any case, he had a great harvest on this trip, so it wouldn't hurt to let Mi-Chi borrow his reputation a little. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't seem to hear anything. He was staring hard at the nondescript white-haired man. "I came here to establish my prestige by making an example out of Full Sky Sect. But before I could do anything, my 3 Monster Kings were defeated." What the hell? It wasn't that he left the Monster Kings to die on purpose. It was just that everything had happened so quickly that he couldn't react in time when Inflate and Shilei were caught. When he saw Xie Wu Wei fleeing to his side, he had wanted to help but was stopped by Lu Yen for some reason. So in the end, he could only watch as Xie Wu Wei was taken away. It shouldn't have been difficult to save Xie Wu Wei with my space divine ability. But what is the background of this old man? And what kind of artifact is that cloth bag? While Yang Kai was mulling over his suspicions, Lu Yen suddenly walked past him and headed in that direction. Composing himself, Yang Kai looked down at her and warned, "Be careful." Although she was not weak, the cloth bag artifact was extremely strange and he did not know whether she could handle it. Meanwhile, Lu Yen remained calm, and her steady steps did not falter. Old Tao, who was holding up a bottle gourd of wine to his mouth, couldn't help glancing over at the approaching little girl, and suddenly his eyes widened. The wine in the bottle gourd flowed down the corners of his mouth, wetting his robes and bringing him back to his senses. Thus, he hurriedly patted at his clothes before studying Lu Yen carefully again, his face twitching slightly as he wondered, does she look so much like that person? His thoughts drifted for a while, going back to more than 10 years into the past. When he went back to the island to report to a certain person a decade or so ago, he had seen a figure sitting by the side of a certain crater while chatting with a certain other person. Despite the distance between them, old Tao could tell that that figure belonged to a little girl. Moreover, it was a 7 or 8-year-old little girl who was dressed similarly to the one he was facing right now. At the time, he had asked that person about the little girl's identity out of curiosity, and that person had merely responded with an inscrutable smile, so he didn't dare to ask any more questions. It might have been more than 10 years ago and old Tao had not gotten a clear glimpse at that time, but the impression he got from seeing that little girl was too strong. He couldn't stop his thoughts from going in that direction now that he saw this little girl standing in front of him. Looking at her again, he became certain. She looks very similar. Too similar. Little thief. Do you not have any other subordinates? Why send out a little girl? Mi-Chi was the perfect example of a vile character intoxicated with power. He remained close to old Tao and shouted boldly. After seeing old Tao's power, he became more and more confident and fearless. Even so, he didn't dare to stray too far from old Tao, lest Yang Kai take advantage of the gap to launch a sneak attack. "Shut up!" old Tao shouted. Mi-Chi was dumbfounded and glanced at old Tao in amazement, only to see the latter was staring at the little girl walking towards them with a solemn expression. Moreover, old Tao was breaking out in a cold sweat. This discovery frightened Mi-Chi greatly. Could it be that this little girl is somebody we cannot afford to offend? Otherwise, why would old Tao react in such a manner? Feeling suspicious, he looked carefully and saw that the little girl walking toward them had a calm expression that was as tranquil as an ancient well. Her black eyes were very distinct and clean. She looked like a budding, beautiful woman at first glance. With such grace as a child, she would surely be amazing once she grew up. Seeing that the distance between both parties was getting smaller but the little girl seemingly had no intention of stopping, Mi-Chi became rather nervous and secretly circulated his Emperor Qi so that he was ready to attack at any time. Lu Yen stopped just 100 meters away from the pair, and upon closer inspection, old Tao became more and more certain that he had not guessed wrong. This little girl was the same one he had seen on the island more than 10 years ago. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he never expected to encounter her in such a place. It truly was a conflict between two parties on the same side. Although he was almost 100% certain, there were questions he still needed to ask. so after a moment of hesitation, Old Tao secretly sent out a divine sense transmission. Lu Yen pushed her divine sense and sent a reply back. The situation suddenly became strange. Full Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace were facing off against each other, prepared for war, but a little girl and a white-haired old man were communicating with each other in the middle of the battlefield. Not long after, Old Tao nodded lightly. Following that, Lu Yen turned around and walked away, returning to Yang Kai's side in a few steps. "Do you know that old guy?" Yang Kai looked at Lu Yen suspiciously. She replied, "I don't know him, but it seems he has seen me before." "What do you mean?" "He's from Spirit Beast Island." "Senior Martial Beast's Spirit Beast Island?" Yang Kai was taken aback. Lu Yen lived on Spirit Beast Island for a while, so if she said so, then that must be true. Yang Kai never expected this white-haired old man to have such a prestigious background. He had interacted with several people from Spirit Beast Island before and even met Martial Beast Great Emperor before when they caused a huge ruckus on Dragon Island together. Needless to say, Yang Kai understood just how great Spirit Beast Island's heritage was. Although there were not many people on Spirit Beast Island, each one of them should never be underestimated. Whether it was Li Wuyi or Jiufeng, who among them was not a famous figure across the entire star boundary. In the past, Yang Kai had never fought against them and only regarded them as ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Masters. However, after his meeting with Yang Yen, he had some guesses that Li Wuyi and Jiufeng were among those stuck in between the Emperor Realm and Great Emperor Realm. It was only because of the limited capacity of the world that they could not become great emperors. Nevertheless, those were simply his conjectures and he could not confirm if they were true. On the other hand, the fact that that white-haired old man was from Spirit Beast Island could not be wrong. After asking a few more questions, Yang Kai finally understood the situation. That white-haired old man seemed to have seen Lu Yen once from afar a decade or so ago. However, Lu Yen had been comprehending the mystery of the Fire Phoenix source at the time and did not interact at all with him. That was why she said that the other party knew her, but she did not know him. Rather, what she recognized was the cloth bag artifact used by the white-haired old man. She had seen that kind of artifact in Jiufeng's possession before. The people from Spirit Beast Island call it the Spirit Beast Bag, and it was a very peculiar artifact that was extremely effective at suppressing monster beasts, but did not have much effect against any other races. The Spirit Beast Bag contained a Taming Beast seal, which was created by Martial Beast Great Emperor personally. The moment the Spirit Beast Bag was used, any existence with the slightest drop of monster race or monster beast blood would be unable to escape the shackles of the Spirit Beast Bag. That was also the fundamental reason why the three monster kings were defeated so easily. That white-haired old man might not be a match for any one of the three monster kings if it came down to a straight-up fight, but he could defeat them effortlessly with the help of the Spirit Beast Bag. Spirit Beast Island is in the Eastern Territory. What is this old guy doing in the Northern Territory? Yang Kai looked puzzled. His pride had been badly bruised today, which made him a little displeased. If not for the white-haired old man who was from Spirit Beast Island, his plans would have gone smoothly. Now that the situation had developed in this manner, there was probably no way he could continue with this fight anymore. Even so, he was still a little curious about the reason why the white-haired old man was here. Lu Yen explained, Spirit Beast Island collects exotic beasts from all over the world. Needless to say, those exotic beasts are forcefully captured and brought back. There are people who specialize in that on the island, and he is one of them. He probably came to the Northern Territory in his search for exotic beasts. I see. Yang Kai gently nodded. While those two were communicating among themselves, Michi became unsettled. He might not know how the situation was developing at the moment, but he had seen Lu Yen and Old Tao secretly communicating with each other, and an uneasy feeling surged in his heart. Not daring to hesitate, he cupped his fists and said, Old Tao, I will be eternally grateful to you if you can help me again. I will offer you a hefty reward after this incident. Right now, he could only count on Old Tao's strength. Otherwise, there was no way Full Sky Sect could match up against Yang Kai. Old Tao sighed, raised his hand, and patted Michi on the shoulder. Forget it. Just give them whatever they want. Mi-Chi's eyes widened to the size of saucers as he never imagined that Old Tao would say something like that. Little did Mi-Chi know that Old Tao was utterly helpless too. He might be somebody from Spirit Beast Island who was ordered to come to the Northern Territory to search for exotic beasts, but when it came down to it, his status on Spirit Beast Island was not that high. Senior Martial Beast was naturally the most respected on Spirit Beast Island, followed by Li Wu-Yi and Jiufeng, and this little girl seemed to have a close relationship with Jiufeng. So how could Old Tao dare to offend her? While Mi-Chi blanked out from the shock, Old Tao took the cloth bag from his waist and opened it. 3 figures immediately emerged right after. It was none other than Inflate and the others. All 3 monster kings had haunted expressions on their faces and instantly looked around the moment they reappeared. Upon seeing both Old Tao and Mi-Chi when they turned around, the 3 exchanged a glance with each other before they lunged forward to kill Old Tao with zero hesitation. They had just suffered a huge loss at the hands of the Spirit Beast bag, but all 3 of them were experienced and decisive characters. They instantly figured out the shortcomings of the Spirit Beast bag at a glance. The artifact was powerful indeed, but it would seem that it could only deal with one person at a time. If all 3 of them acted together, they could kill Old Tao before the Spirit Beast bag took effect. In an instant, Monster Chi surged to the sky as 3 distinct murderous intents enveloped Old Tao, terrifying him so badly that all the hairs on his body stood upright. Even Mi-Chi staggered back in fright and almost fell to the ground. "Stop!" Xianxia hurriedly shouted. Shilei and Xia Wu-Wei both stopped midair while Inflate's figure suddenly disappeared. It was an afterimage. His real body was already standing in front of Old Tao. An eagle's talon stopped just a finger's length away from the latter's face with a sharp aura radiating from it. Old Tao's back was dripping with cold sweat, having come close to dying. He lifted his eyes to look at Inflate, who was standing right in front of him and secretly rejoiced at the fact that this was the first monster king he dealt with earlier. Otherwise, this monster king might have won against him just by relying on speed alone. "Monster kings, don't be rude." Xianxia's voice came from behind again. Since this old man was from Spirit Beast Island, then he was not an enemy. Besides, Old Tao had taken the initiative to release the 3 monster kings, so how could Xianxia just sit around and watch him die? Inflate was surprisingly obedient and retracted his eagle's talon without delay before he withdrew as if some invisible force was pulling at him. In an instant, he stood side by side with Shilei and Xia Wu-Wei. The 3 of them were watching Old Tao vigilantly, maintaining a high degree of vigilance. They had lost at the hands of this old man, which hurt their pride. If that happened again, they would be too humiliated to remain by Xianxia's side anymore. The moment Inflate retreated, Mi-Chi returned to his senses too. Although he did not know why Old Tao switched sides all of a sudden and even released the 3 monster kings that had been captured, he knew that there was nothing he could do to change the situation. Hence, he no longer hesitated and ran straight back into Full Sky Sect. "Please wait here for a moment, old sir. I'll be right back to speak with you later." Xianxia smiled at Old Tao. After that, his figure flickered and he vanished in an instant. Space divine ability. Old Tao's eyes shrank at the sight. As somebody from Spirit Beast Island, there was no way he did not know about space divine abilities. After all, that was Li Wu-Yi's field of expertise. Old Tao had seen Li Wu-Yi displaying his Tao of space abilities to come and go freely on multiple occasions. However, he never imagined that he would see that same divine ability being used by another person. Looking at the young man's level of skill, it would seem that Xianxia was not inferior to Li Wu-Yi. Old Tao instantly felt a chill in his heart, knowing that the only reason Xianxia had held back just now was thanks to the little girl. Otherwise, he would have died without even knowing the reason why. Those proficient in the Tao of space were not to be trifled with. Even though they were both third-order Emperor Realm Masters, Li Wu-Yi enjoyed the title of being the strongest master below the great emperors, and the primary reason was his mastery over the Tao of space. On the other side, Mi-Chi felt his vision blurring slightly while he was desperately trying to escape, and when his vision cleared, Xianxia was already blocking his path with a cold expression, shouting, "Where are you trying to run off to?" Mi-Chi gritted his teeth, looking desperate. A long spear appeared in his hand, shining with a cold light. Then, his spear thrust out like a dragon going to sea. The swooshing sounds of his spear rang out endlessly and seemed to cover a wide area. When it came down to it, he was still a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it was only natural for him to have some life-saving cards up his sleeves, and this attack revealed his strong and powerful foundation. The sky was filled with the murderous intent coming from his spear attacks, and the power behind each thrust was incredible. So much so that they made the Emperor Realm Masters of Fire Dragon Palace widen their eyes in surprise. They knew that they could not have survived a barrage of attacks of that caliber. Even so, Xianxia simply stood there boldly without any intention to dodge. The people of Fire Dragon Palace turned to look at their palace master and saw that Li Jiao was as calm as could be, not showing the slightest worry. Out of everybody here, he knew Xianxia's abilities best. Xianxia dared to take on the entire dragon clan, so what was Miqi in comparison? For that reason, there was nothing to worry about. Facing that desperate barrage of attacks, Xianxia's expression became somewhat strange. It was his first time fighting against another person since becoming a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Moreover, his opponent was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so even though Miqi's attacks were not weak, they didn't look very imposing or dangerous to him. Xianxia leisurely reached out his hand into the field of spear shadows and grabbed at something. The spear shadows all dissipated in that instant, and Miqi's movements abruptly froze. His eyes widened as large as saucers as though he had just seen a ghost. That was because Xianxia's casual movement had accurately grabbed the head of his spear among the countless afterimages. How am I supposed to use my ultimate killing move if my spear has been seized? Miqi's expression changed drastically, but he still reacted incredibly swiftly. The spear trembled for a moment as a rotating force transmitted along its shaft while Miqi roared, "Let go!" He was hoping that this move would shake Xianxia off. There was nothing he was basing his hopes on when performing this move. He was simply relying on the fact that his cultivation was one minor realm higher than Xianxia's. That rotating force was transmitted to Xianxia's palm in an instant, and unsurprisingly, his wrist turned slightly from the force. Miqi was just about to continue with his efforts when he saw hostility appearing on Xianxia's face. The rotated wrist turned back again abruptly, accompanied by a force that seemed to set things right. Subsequently, a rotating force spinning in the complete opposite direction of the original was returned along the spear, and before Miqi even knew what was happening, his entire person was helplessly spinning round and round due to the might of that rotating force. He pushed his Emperor Qi to forcefully stabilize his body in the air, but the spear he had been holding had already been snatched away by Xianxia. Despite feeling extremely dizzy, what Miqi felt most distinctly right now was terror. What great strength! His aura is clearly only in the second-order Emperor realm. How is this possible? How does he have this much power? Just now, that was nothing but pure brute force. He was completely unaware of Xianxia's current physical condition. The half-dragon form was not something he could fight against. If it had been Li Jiao, he would never have tried to compete against him in raw strength, as that was purely asking for trouble. Miqi didn't even have the time to stabilize himself when he heard a whistling sound coming from above his head. He was so scared that it felt like his soul had left his body for a moment. Xianxia was still holding the head of Miqi's spear. However, he was using the artifact spear as a club and brought it smashing down on Miqi. Miqi lifted his arms and crossed them above his head. Two bracers appeared on his arms out of thin air. Hong! The butt of the spear smashed down against his arm guards, causing them to flash wildly before they quickly dimmed. That Emperor artifact lost its spirituality after taking a hit from this brutal attack. Meanwhile, Miqi was struck by an overwhelming force, which caused him to crash down like a meteor. As a result, he smashed into a nearby mountain, opening a huge crater in its side. The Emperor Realm Masters of Full Sky Sect lying on the ground were completely stunned. Their eyes portrayed how lost they felt as they were struck by a sense of utter disbelief. Our sect master couldn't even withstand a single move. Similarly, the people of Fire Dragon Palace were also stunned. Deep down in their hearts, they couldn't help thinking that it was absolutely ridiculous. Miqi is a third-order Emperor realm. How could he be so pathetic? The three monster kings also exchanged glances with each other. They were a little shocked too. They could tell that Xianxia seemed to be much stronger than before. On the other hand, Old Tao swallowed nervously. He lifted his bottle gourd of wine and poured some into his mouth. He needed the alcohol to take off some of the edge off the shock in his palpitating heart. Meanwhile, Mi-Chi had been smashed into the mountain and leveled it as a result. He felt extremely dizzy and the vitality in his body churned. It took some effort for him to finally suppress this discomfort, and when he looked up, he saw Xianxia floating down to land in front of him. Xianxia stood before Mi-Chi and looked down from above while playing with the spear in his hands. With a spin and a shake, the spear pierced toward Mi-Chi with a spray of sparks. "Have mercy!" Mi-Chi shouted. "Palace Master Yang, please spare my life." At this point, survival came first. He couldn't care less about his pride and reputation anymore. What was the use of his pride if he lost his life? The tip of the spear brushed past his cheeks and cut off several strands of his black hair, causing his eyes to widen to the size of saucers, and him to nearly wet his pants in fear. "Tisk!" Xianxia spat disdainfully. Lifting the spear in his hand slightly, he stabbed into the ground at his feet. Turning around, he asked, "Who else refuses to surrender? Who would dare to go against him now?" All the Emperor Realm Masters of Full Sky Sect had been defeated by the Monster Kings earlier. They were currently sprawled across the ground, endlessly wailing in pain. As for the Emperor Realm Masters who fought against Inflate, they were covered in claw marks and fresh blood. They were helpless since Inflate had sealed their cultivation. They couldn't even heal their injuries. On the other hand, the Emperor Realm Masters who fought against Xie Wu Wei were enveloped in a green light. Large and shiny blisters formed on their exposed skin. Their complexion was green and pale. It was clear that they had been badly poisoned. It could be said that all the higher-ups of Full Sky Sect in the Emperor Realm had been completely wiped out. Moreover, the entire battle, from the beginning to the end, had not taken more than a quarter of an hour. "Palace Master Yang, please spare our lives." Those disciples in the Tao Source Realm and below knelt down, one after the other, looking as grief-stricken as though they had just lost their parents. Mi-Chi's eyes were dim. He looked at the person with his back facing him, then glanced at the spear artifact stuck in the ground in front of him. However, he couldn't even muster the courage to launch a sneak attack. Even though Xianxia was unscrupulously exposing his back to Mi-Chi and seemed to be full of flaws, it only scared Mi-Chi even more. How could he dare to act rashly? Xianxia swept his gaze over the place coldly and snorted softly. "Whether you can survive or not depends on what your sect master chooses." Mi-Chi staggered up with his hand holding his chest. Turning to look at his subordinates, he saw familiar faces looking at him with eyes full of the desire to survive. What else was there to say at this point? He was not as powerful as his opponent. Let's just surrender. Although everybody ended up in a terrible state, it was fortunate that nobody was killed in this incident. It could be seen that the people on Xianxia's side had been rather measured in their approach, causing Mi-Chi to sigh once again in his heart. At the same time, he bowed his head and cupped his fists. "Full Sky Sect is willing to submit to Palace Master Yang. Please have mercy, Palace Master Yang, and spare our lives." Xianxia turned his head to glance at Mi-Chi sideways and expressionlessly stated, "This is a big deal, Sect Master Mi. Why don't you think it over carefully before giving me your answer? I am in no hurry. I can give you some time. It is good if you are being sincere. There's no need to force yourself if you are unwilling, lest word gets out that I use force to bully others. My life is in your hands. What else do I need to consider?" Mi-Chi cursed in his heart. How can I not be decisive at this point? If I have any other thoughts, I will suffer a tragic ending. Besides, quite a few of my sect's elders have been poisoned. They don't look like they can hold on for much longer. Their lives will be in danger if they don't get the antidote soon. I have already surrendered to you. What more do you want? Despite the complaints in his heart, Mi-Chi did not dare to reveal his thoughts on his face and quickly stated, "Palace Master Yang, your power is unparalleled. Full Sky Sect was too blind to see that before. Please forgive us for how disrespectful we were. From now on, Full Sky Sect will surrender in good faith. The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched slightly. Sect Master me. You are the Sect Master. You are a man of your word. Of course, I will believe the words you say. Since you are being so sincere, Sect Master me, this king will accept your goodwill. The corners of Mi Chi's mouth couldn't help twitching endlessly. He finally realized how shameless this man could be. Bringing so many masters over with him. Wasn't his intention to subdue Full Sky Sect? He even sent Li Jiao over to deliver a message before and launched an attack on us. How can he still be so shameless as to say such things? Making it seem as though I willingly surrendered of my own volition, while he is forced to accept it reluctantly. Just how shameless can he get? There was only one thing he could not figure out. Although Full Sky Sect isn't shabby, it doesn't explain why Yang Kai is so fixated on it. I might owe him a huge debt, but I pay him back every year without any deficit. Why does he have to subdue Full Sky Sect? Could it be to demonstrate how powerful High Heaven Palace is? Despite his doubts, Mi Chi forced a smile on his face and stated, "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang. What in the world is this? The Emperor Realm Masters under me were badly beaten up. My pride was crushed. The sect defending array was destroyed, and I was forced to surrender. Now, I even have to thank him." Mi Chi's heart was filled with grief and anger. Unfortunately, he could only blame himself for being weaker than his opponent. Or else, he would have made Yang Kai suffer greatly in return. Yang Kai replied, "Words are worthless. Please show me your sincerity. Sect Master me." Mi Chi was taken aback by those words. He cautiously asked, "What kind of sincerity do you want, Palace Master Yang? I have already humbled myself so much. Why is he still being so aggressive?" He secretly vowed to himself, "If he asks for something outrageous, I will still have to consider it." Yang Kai quickly said, "Sect Master me, I hope you can issue an edict to inform all the cities, clans, and subordinate sects under Full Sky Sect that it will be under the control of High Heaven Palace from today onward." Ah! Upon hearing those words, Mi Chi lifted his head abruptly with a shocked expression. Today's events were humiliating, but it had only been limited to the people of Full Sky Sect. Even if word got out about this incident, it would be nothing but conjecture as long as Full Sky Sect remained silent on the matter. However, it was completely different if he were to issue an edict to actively inform the world about this. There were many cities, clans, and subordinate sects under Full Sky Sect's wing. It was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory after all. As the saying went, good deeds often went unnoticed, but bad news traveled fast. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before everybody in the Northern Territory would know of this matter. Is he trying to humiliate Full Sky Sect across the entire Northern Territory? One of the top sects in the Northern Territory has fallen so low that it is now a subordinate. How am I supposed to accept this? Yang Kai's expression became cold. "You seem rather reluctant, Sect Master me. Don't tell me those words you uttered just now were empty words." "No, of course not." Mi Chi hurriedly waved his hands in denial. "It's just—" Before Mi Chi could finish talking, Yang Kai suddenly looked up at the sky and indifferently muttered, "Sect Master me is such an indecisive man. He doesn't seem suited to lead the sect. Perhaps he should abdicate and let somebody else take over." What is the meaning of that? Is he forcing me to relinquish my position as sect master? If it had been anybody else who said that, Mi Chi would not have taken them seriously. However, it was different when Yang Kai was the one who said those words. My life is in his hands. He is perfectly capable of killing me and choosing another person from among the elders to manage Full Sky Sect. I'm sure someone will be willing to cooperate with him. A chill ran through his spine. He did not dare to negotiate anymore. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I'll do it. I'll write it." Yang Kai stated, "I'm not forcing you. It's meaningless if I force you." Mi Chi replied sternly, "I am very sincere, Palace Master Yang. Please understand. If that's the case, why don't you write the letter and let me have a look?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin. Mi Chi immediately took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it to write the edict. Kai raised his chin, motioning to the wounded. Treat them. Fei's figure flickered, and he appeared before several full sky sex elders and slapped his palm against them to remove the seal he placed. Meanwhile, Xie Wu Wei opened his mouth and drew the green aura out from the poisoned Emperor Realm Masters. Once the seal was lifted and the poison was removed, those Emperor Realm Masters took out their recovery spirit pills and stuffed them into their mouths with complicated expressions. Not long after that, Qi finished writing and handed the jade slip to Kai. Palace Master Yang, please take a look. Kai took the jade slip and glanced through it. Then, he frowned and tossed the jade slip back at Qi. Full Sky Sect is one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Can you not write like you're so lowly? It makes people look down on you. Qi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My life and the lives of my people are in your hands. How can I not be humble? Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do but rewrite it since he isn't satisfied. I am the sect master of Full Sky Sect, but not only am I forced to write this shameful announcement, I am also subjected to his nitpicking. Where is the justice in this? A short while later, he finished writing another edict. Kai checked it and nodded lightly. This is more like it. Copy that edict and make. He lifted his head and glanced at the elders and protectors of Full Sky Sect who were treating their wounds. He counted their numbers and continued, 8 copies. Qi didn't dare to resist, so he obediently wrote 8 more copies of the same edict. Kai added, let each of the Emperor Realm Masters of Full Sky Sect hold a copy of the edict. They will travel to various places in 8 separate directions, entering all forces under your jurisdiction to announce the edict in crowded areas. They will spread word of Full Sky Sect's surrender to the entire Northern Territory. Upon hearing those words, the elders of Full Sky Sect widened their eyes and stared in Kai's direction blankly. Similarly, a myriad of expressions flashed across Qi's face. There was grief, humiliation, and even a trace of hostility. He initially thought that even if he wrote this edict, it would take some time for word to spread. He did not expect Kai to be so ruthless as to force the elders of Full Sky Sect to personally bring the edict to the cities and sects in the Northern Territory and announce it to the public. This will completely crush Full Sky Sect's reputation and pride. How am I, the sect master of Full Sky Sect, supposed to maintain my standing in the Northern Territory in the future? How am I supposed to answer to those elders in the Emperor Realm who have to announce the edicts? How will the entire Northern Territory view Full Sky Sect after this? As the saying goes, a warrior would prefer death over humiliation. At that moment, Qi had the impulsive urge to fight Kai to the death. He believed that Kai was deliberately humiliating him. However, he couldn't help shuddering in fear as soon as he met Kai's frosty gaze. That gaze looked at him as though it was looking at a dead man. Thus, Qi had no doubt that Kai would not have mercy on him if he were to make another move. He clenched his fists tightly, but in the end, he didn't dare to make his move, so he took a few moments to convince himself. It's better to be alive than to be dead. It's just a bit of humiliation. What's the big deal? Qi slowly loosened his clenched fist and answered, yes. This is an urgent matter. You should move out immediately. Kai muttered to the side, not letting up for a single moment. Qi was helpless. He tossed the edicts to the elders with a wave of his hand and ordered, you heard what Palace Master Yang said. Go on. Waving his hand, he looked like there was nothing else to live for in his life. Those elders, whose injuries had yet to recover, looked at each other blankly. They were unable to conceal the sorrow and rage in their eyes. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do despite the grievances in their hearts. They were no match for their opponent. Even their sect master had to lower his head. Thus, they could only carry out the order. The elders immediately split up and headed in different directions, turning into streams of light as they left. Although they were still injured, it was nothing serious and they could slowly recuperate during their journey. It was at this moment that they understood why those 2 monster kings had only injured them but not killed them. It was for this moment. They were kept alive to run errands. This entire incident was premeditated. If all the Emperor Realm Masters of Full Sky Sect were dead, who would announce Michi's surrender to the world? It was not convincing to have that edict read by someone else. Only if the elders and protectors of Full Sky Sect were the messengers would it drive home the point and make it feel real. It was not hard to imagine that news of Full Sky Sect surrendering to High Heaven Palace would soon spread like wildfire. So Michi sighed inwardly. His entire being seemed to have wilted considerably, like he had aged a lot all of a sudden. Get up, all of you. Stop kneeling. We're all one big family from now on. Xianxia glanced at the Full Sky Sect's disciples around him, who were still kneeling on the ground, and beckoned them to stand with his hand. All of them looked at Michi and did not dare to move. Then, Michi shouted, "Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear what Palace Master Yang said? If you want to continue kneeling, you can kneel until the day you die. Don't bother getting up anymore. A bunch of good-for-nothings." How did Full Sky Sect raise such a cowardly group of people? Their cultivation might not be a match for their opponent, but there's no need to kneel from fear just because of a few words, right? Following Michi's biting words, how could they dare to remain kneeling? Thus, they stood up with embarrassed expressions. Michi coldly snorted. "From today onward, you may disobey my orders as your sect master, but you have to obey everything Palace Master Yang says. Do you understand?" "Yes." His words were met with a faint response. They seemed weak and helpless. After all, even they felt disgraced when their sect master uttered such words. Michi squeezed out a smile. "Palace Master Yang, do you have anything else to say?" Xianxia waved his hand dismissively to indicate that he had nothing to say to the rest of them. It was enough if he dealt with Michi alone. After that, he turned to glance at Old Tao. "Old sir, if you don't mind, how about you come inside for some tea?" Michi had the urge to roll his eyes behind Xianxia's back. This is Full Sky Sect, not High Heaven Palace. It's clear as day that he regards this place as his own territory now. Nonetheless, even if Michi held such thoughts, he did not dare to say anything. He had chosen to surrender, so Full Sky Sect truly was part of Xianxia's territory now. Old Tao pondered for a moment and nodded. "Many thanks for your thoughtfulness. In that case, please excuse this old master's intrusion." He also wanted to understand the relationship between Lu Yen and Jiufeng. "Please." Xianxia stretched out his hand to indicate for Old Tao to enter. Old Tao refused politely, and after some back and forth, they entered side by side. The three monster kings followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Michi deliberately lagged behind to walk beside Li Jiao. The two of them could be considered old acquaintances, and previously, Li Jiao even came over to try to persuade Michi to surrender. It was unfortunate that Michi did not heed Li Jiao's advice. He believed that he could sit back and relax if he invited Old Tao over. But who could have known that Old Tao would be incapable of rescuing him from his troubles? That was why Michi ended up in this sorry state. Li Jiao couldn't help but sigh and reached out to pat Michi on the shoulder, not knowing what to say to comfort him at this point. Michi sent a divine sense transmission at that moment. "Brother Li, you and I have known each other for many years, and our relationship is not something normal friendships can be compared to. Tell me the truth. Why is Palace Master Yang deliberately humiliating Full Sky Sect? I am certain I have never offended him before. Besides, I pay back the debts I owe him every year without fail. Why does he have to do this?" He completely disregarded the pride of Full Sky Sect. Moreover, he didn't give us any breathing space either. He made the elders in the Emperor realm set off immediately. I originally wanted to drag things out for a bit to see if I can come up with another solution and turn the situation around. But now, there's no chance for that anymore. In response, Li Jiao lifted his head and looked ahead. "What's the point of cozying up to me now? I was kicked out the last time I came to visit you." Even with such thoughts, Li Jiao had no intention to continue taunting Michi, as the latter was pitiful enough as it was. So he simply smiled bitterly and replied, "Brother Mi, do you think Palace Master Yang is deliberately humiliating you? Isn't he?" Michi glared. "If it's not to deliberately humiliate me, then why did he force me to write the edict and make my sect's elders announce it publicly far and wide?" "He isn't." Li Jiao shook his head. Michi asked. Then why? To establish his prestige. Li Jiao uttered those words. Michi was taken aback by those words. To establish his prestige? Why? Although High Heaven Palace had only just emerged, it could already be considered one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, a fact recognized by all. High Heaven Palace is already one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. The standing is clear for all to see. What else does it need to establish? And to who? Li Jiao pondered in silence for a while before responding. Palace Master Yang wants to unify the Northern Territory. This matter would not remain a secret for long, and Li Jiao was certain that Yang Kai would take the next step soon. Therefore, it didn't matter even if he mentioned it now and let Michi know in advance. Michi was shocked to the core upon hearing those words, and his jaw fell open in astonishment. It took him a long time to recover from the shock before he exclaimed, "Unify the entire Northern Territory? What insatiable ambition!" Unlike the other 3 territories, there was no great emperor sect assuming command in the Northern Territory. Although the Medicine Pill Valley had Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, Medicine Pill Valley did not intervene in the affairs of the Northern Territory. Hence, the Northern Territory could be considered leaderless, unlike the Southern Territory which was headed by Star Soul Palace, the Western Territory which centered around Shadow Killer Palace, and the Eastern Territory which was led by Serene Soul Palace. Michi could never have imagined that Yang Kai would be so ambitious or be so daring to actually act on his ambitions. He said with a lost expression, "Isn't he afraid of arousing public outrage and inciting the entire Northern Territory to join forces against him?" Li Jiao replied, "That's why he has to establish his prestige." Michi was no fool. He might be a little cowardly, but he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master in the end. It required being sharp-witted to reach his current position. He had not understood what establishing his prestige meant before, but he now understood it completely after listening to Li Jiao's explanation. It was simply to say, Full Sky Sect is also one of the top sects in Northern Territory, but so what? They were defeated by High Heaven Palace and had no power to fight back. They had no choice but to surrender in order to protect themselves. If this is what happens to Full Sky Sect, then what choice do the other sects and clans have? Once word of this incident spread, nobody would dare to resist High Heaven Palace when it pointed its claws at some other place in the future. All of a sudden, Michi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just for that? That's the reason why Full Sky Sect was unfairly victimized. Li Jiao patted Michi on the shoulder again and sighed. "Stay positive. At least you are still alive." When it came down to it, Full Sky Sect was simply unlucky. Among the top 4 sects in the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley and Yang Kai had a very close relationship. Meanwhile, Li Jiao and Yang Kai had built up a good rapport with each other after running around outside for so many years. Therefore, Yang Kai only had one choice if he wanted to establish his prestige, and that was Full Sky Sect. Could be said that Michi simply had bad luck. After all, Full Sky Sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Its words and actions held a lot of weight. The effect would not have been as good if it had been a smaller, less-known sect. Michi let out a long sigh. At this point, it was useless to say anything else. Nevertheless, he felt a little better after learning that Yang Kai planned to unify the entire Northern Territory. That was because Yang Kai was not deliberately humiliating him or Full Sky Sect. It was just that it was a part of his grand plan. Soon, the group walked into the previous hall. As the host of this place, Michi immediately began making preparations. He ordered people to clean up the previous banquet and replace it with new dishes. Then, he asked the musician and the dancers to perform. The hall was once again filled with singing and dancing. It was just that Yang Kai was now sitting upright in the main seat. Moreover, there were no other Emperor Realm Masters from Full Sky Sect aside from Michi present. Instead, those Emperor Realm Masters were replaced by the 3 Monster Kings and the Masters from Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai raised his glass in a toast, and everybody joined in. It wasn't until after several rounds of drinks that Yang Kai finally started talking to Old Tao. They chatted for a bit and got to know each other's names. However, the main reason he hosted this banquet to keep Old Tao here was to ask him about Dragon Island. Xianxia departed from the Dragon Palace to return to the lower star fields after causing a huge ruckus on Dragon Island back then. Therefore, he had no clue what happened afterwards. He did not know if the martial beast Great Emperor managed to take Fu Xian away or whether Zhu Qing received some form of punishment from Dragon Island. It was a pity that Old Tao did not know much either. He had been staying in the Northern Territory to search for exotic beasts for Spirit Beast Island, and more than 10 years had passed since he last returned to Spirit Beast Island. He didn't even know that the martial beast Great Emperor had brought his strongest forces along with him to invade Dragon Island. Since Old Tao did not know anything, Xianxia did not elaborate on the matter either. It was just that the way he tried to be mysterious made Old Tao a little suspicious. Regardless of whether the martial beast Great Emperor managed to take Fu Xian away, Zhu Qing was probably forgiven for the ruckus she caused. After all, she was currently a ninth-order dragon. Just going by the purity of her bloodline, she met the requirements to become an elder of Dragon Island. It stood to reason that they would not punish her for the uproar he caused before. Her situation was somewhat similar to that of Fu Xian's, as they had both pledged themselves to a human. If Dragon Island really wanted to punish them, then Fu Xian would not be spared either. In that case, though, the martial beast Great Emperor would not stand idly by. And Dragon Island would not punish Zhu Qing if they weren't going to punish Fu Xian. Otherwise, it would be highly improper. On the other hand, Old Tao was curious about Lu Yen. He beat around the bush, trying to figure out the relationship between Lu Yen and Zhou Feng, but finally stopped asking after Xianxia evaded his questions for some time. In the end, both parties did not receive the information they wanted, resulting in a fruitless conversation. In the evening, Old Tao took his leave after the banquet ended, with Xianxia asking Lu Yen to see him off. On the other hand, Xianxia was accompanied by Mi Qi as he chose a suitable place in Full Sky Sect to arrange a space array. At first, Mi Qi did not know what Xianxia was doing, and it wasn't until he communicated with Li Jiao via transmission that he learned the truth and cried out bitterly in his heart. It looks like there is no way for Full Sky Sect to break free from High Heaven Palace's control now that this space array connects both sects. The next day, Xianxia led a group of people back to High Heaven Palace. He was also accompanied by Mi Qi. The first thing he did upon his return was to summon everybody for a meeting. The participants were all cultivators above the Dao Source Realm. Hence, there were not many people. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were included among them too. Many who did not know the situation glanced at each other in confusion. They were not bothered by Li Jiao's presence since everybody knew that he was on good terms with Xianxia. But who was this guy called Mi Qi? Even Hua Qingxi was puzzled. She glanced at Mi Qi from time to time only to see him smiling at her in an ingratiating manner, confusing her even more. Once everybody had arrived, Xianxia went straight into the heart of the matter. Sect Master Mi has decided that his sect will surrender to High Heaven Palace. From now on, Full Sky Sect will become a subordinate sect of High Heaven Palace. Everybody was shocked to hear this announcement and many doubted their ears. Only the three monster kings looked calm. Many pairs of eyes were staring at Mi Qi inside the hall. Taking the hint, Mi Qi immediately took the initiative to step forward and bowed with his hand on his chest. Palace Master Yang's strength and methods are unparalleled. He has the world in mind, and I have been awed by his greatness. Full Sky Sect is willing to submit to Palace Master Yang, and will obey High Heaven Palace in good faith from this day forward. Regardless of whether it was true or false, that speech of his was eloquent. Thus, it gave everybody at High Heaven Palace a good impression of him. The corners of Li Jiao's mouth twitched as he could not believe how much of a smooth talker Mi Qi was. In all the years they had known each other, he had never discovered this side of Mi Qi before. Mi Qi had fought back several times when Xianxia asked him to surrender before, but now, he was acting as though he had gladly accepted his fate, like it was a great task granted to him by the heavens. Moreover, he was able to align his position and attitude very well. While it made Li Jiao admire Mi Qi's flexibility, he couldn't help feeling a little forlorn at the same time. Fire Dragon Palace and Full Sky Sect were similar in strength, and Li Jiao was certain that if he had not gone through various life and death situations with Xianxia on numerous occasions, what happened to Full Sky Sect would have been what Fire Dragon Palace would have faced. It was only because he had some friendly relations with Yang Kai that he did not make a move against Fire Dragon Palace. But then again, Fire Dragon Palace was not much different from Full Sky Sect, as it was already something of a subordinate sect, although not formally. You have all heard what Sect Master Mi said. Let's get to know each other. Yang Kai waved his hand. Hua Qingxi smiled and took a step forward and elegantly introduced herself, head manager of High Heaven Palace. Hua Qingxi. Greets Sect Master Mi. You are too polite, head manager? Mi Chi replied, feeling rather curious. What kind of a position is a head manager? I've never heard of something like that before. But she is standing in front of everyone and introduced herself first. Even the three monster kings seem to be in a lower position compared to her. It looks like she is quite important to Yang Kai. I better not offend her in the future. I need to butter her up instead. Otherwise, I don't know when she might make things difficult for me. There was even a small suspicion in his heart as he wondered to himself. Could she have an intimate relationship with Yang Kai? Otherwise, why would a first-order emperor like her hold such a high position? Hu Qingxi had no clue about the thoughts going through Mi Chi's head. For if she did, she would have fought him to the death. Smiling elegantly, she pointed to a person next to her and introduced, "This is Monster King Shilei. I'm sure you've met Sect Master Mi." To which Mi Chi smiled and cupped his fists in greeting. How could I not have met him before? I was battling him at Full Sky Sect. I can clearly tell that I am not his opponent. Shilei grinned at him, showing a mouthful of fangs, inducing a slight bout of panic. Hua Qingxi continued, "This is Monster King Inflate." Inflate nodded lightly. "This is..." Mi Chi maintained the smile on his face as he was introduced to everybody, one by one. It didn't matter whether their cultivations were high or low. He still felt as though he was inferior to them. But that couldn't be helped. Full Sky Sect had surrendered to High Heaven Palace after all. Thus, Mi Chi didn't dare to act out in front of these people who seemed to be the cornerstones of High Heaven Palace. There were many Emperor Realm Masters present, including Xie Wu Wei, Yi Hen, Nanmen Dejun, and Ho Yu. Meanwhile, Qin Zhaoyang, Qi Yu, Aio Guizhu, Gu Zongyun, Ruan Baiting, and the others were all in the Dao Source Realm. In the process of getting to know them one by one, it turned out that there were quite a lot of them. Mi Chi knew of Nanmen Dejun, but it was his first time hearing that this famous Emperor Array Master was working under High Heaven Palace. He couldn't help feeling surprised. After all, Nanmen Dejun was well known in the Northern Territory. Although he could not compare with the disciples of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, he was still an Emperor Array Master. They were existences that were coveted everywhere. Mi Chi had thoughts of soliciting Nanmen Dejun back then, but the latter had completely ignored him. If it was any ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Mi Chi would have taught them a lesson for treating him in such a manner. However, Nanmen Dejun's status as an Emperor Array Master made him cautious, lest he draw unwanted trouble. Mi Chi didn't dare to act rashly, for if he had harmed Nanmen Dejun, all the masters in the Northern Territory would never forgive him. Full Sky Sect could not afford to provoke such public outrage. When he heard that Ho Yu was an Emperor artifact refiner, Mi Chi's eyeballs nearly burst out of their sockets from the shock. What is with the situation in High Heaven Palace? As if it's not enough that Nanmen Dejun is here, there's also an Emperor artifact refiner? That's an Emperor artifact refiner. How many Emperor artifact refiners are there in the entire star boundary? Moreover, this Emperor artifact refiner is a woman. I really don't know where Yang Kai found all these freaks. 3 monster kings, an Emperor Array Master, and an Emperor artifact refiner. Any one of them possessed a status that was amazing. No matter where in the star boundary they were placed, they would be highly sought after. Thus, for them to gather in one place was even more unbelievable. Mi Chi suddenly felt that surrendering was not necessarily a bad thing. The heritage of High Heaven Palace was far superior to Full Sky Sect, so it was not a heavy loss to become subordinate to them. In the future, there might even be an opportunity to rely on Nanmen Dejun or Ho Yu. The only drawback would be the huge blow to his pride. Hua Qingxi's next sentence stunned him on the spot. We also have an Emperor Alchemist. Unfortunately, he is currently in the process of refining spirit pills, so it is difficult for him to come out at the moment. Please forgive our discourtesy. Sect Master Me. Any Emperor Alchemist? He nearly bit his tongue off in his shock, dumbfounded. To which Hua Qingxi smiled lightly. Speaking of which, you should know of our Emperor Alchemist, Sect Master Me. I do. He was surprised, but then a thought flashed in his mind, one he instinctively refused to believe. Unfortunately, Hua Qingxi nodded. Indeed, I'm certain Sect Master Me is very familiar with Grandmaster Jiying. Michi couldn't help but gulp nervously. His first reaction was to look at Hua Qingxi with a questioning look on his face. It was as though he wanted to know whether those words were true or false. Jiying? The fifth disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor? He's joined High Heaven Palace too? Michi suddenly recalled a scene from back when he came to this place with Li Jiao and watched Jiying and Yang Kai compete in alchemy. At the time, Li Jiao and I weren't the only ones to make a bet with Yang Kai. I recall that Grandmaster Ji also made a certain bet. Michi later wondered about it, as although Jiying might have lost, the latter was still the disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him even if Jiying refused to acknowledge his defeat. Besides, it seemed impossible for him to remain at High Heaven Palace at the time. However, it would seem as though he had really stayed behind. Doesn't Medicine Pill Valley have any objections to this? Didn't the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor object to it? Michi felt as though his head was spinning as his eyes swept across each and every person in the hall. A single sect actually managed to gather an Emperor Array Master, an Emperor Artifact Refiner, and an Emperor Alchemist, each one a top Grandmaster. Furthermore, 3 Monster Kings are protecting this place. Just what is wrong with this sect? Even a great Emperor sect might not be comparable in some aspects. Michi suddenly felt that his loss wasn't undeserved or even a bad thing. In his dazed state, he suddenly heard Yang Kai speaking from a raised platform. High Heaven Palace has many disciples currently, and although there are some reserves in the storehouse, we can't just sit on our laurels and eat away at those stocks. We need a long-term income to maintain the sect. The head manager has already taken control of the cities that used to be under Seeking Passion Sect's jurisdiction, so we will receive some contributions from them each year. We can also do some business ourselves, but that's still just a drop in the bucket compared to our needs. The disciples of High Heaven Palace are 20 to 30 times more numerous than what Seeking Passion Sect used to have, so we require 20 times more territory than they used to have to maintain the sect in the long run. I called you all here today for one reason. I have decided to unify the Northern Territory. All the major cities and sects in the Northern Territory will pay tribute to High Heaven Palace every year. That way, it will prevent High Heaven Palace from having insufficient resources. What do you think? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. The 3 Monster Kings had indifferent expressions. They were simply the muscle on his side, attacking wherever he wanted them to. They were not afraid of causing a huge ruckus, as, in the worst case, they could just return to the ancient wildlands and hide. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi and the others were surprised to hear Yang Kai's announcement. Even Hua Qingxi had not heard him mention this before, so she couldn't help being stunned. Just when did Yang Kai start harboring these thoughts? High Heaven Palace was presently at the peak of its growth stage, so it could not afford to make enemies carelessly. Rather, they would surely dominate the entire Northern Territory with their numbers as long as they worked hard for the next 100 years. However, she could tell from the way Yang Kai looked that he had already made his decision. Persuasion would be useless at this point, but she couldn't help worrying. If they did this, they would surely arouse the resistance of the billions of cultivators in the Northern Territory. After all, who would willingly give up their own benefits? Furthermore, where would they find the manpower in High Heaven Palace to carry out such an endeavor? The newly arrived disciples were still in the process of adapting to the star boundary itself, and their cultivations weren't high either. They wouldn't be of much use even if they were to be sent out to battle. Nevertheless, Yang Kai didn't seem to share her worries and looked like he was going to act decisively in this extremely complicated situation. Sweeping his gaze around, he stated, "If nobody has any objections, I will assume that you are all in support of it. Good. The corners of everyone's face twitched in response. What's the point of having any objections? You call all the shots in High Heaven Palace. He usually played the role of an arm-flinging shopkeeper. However, his word was still law whenever he took charge of something. Yang Kai then continued, I know what you are worried about. It is nothing more than a problem of manpower, but don't worry about this. Brother Li and Sect Master Mi will assist out High Heaven Palace. With the three of us joining hands, who would dare stop us in the Northern Territory? Li Jiao and Mi Qi both bowed at the same time. We will obey your orders, Palace Master Yang. Li Jiao had been mentally prepared for this, so he didn't think much of it. On the other hand, Mi Qi was lamenting in his heart. Full Sky Sect has joined a gang of thieves. Yang Kai wanted to unify the Northern Territory so that he could force those cities and sects to offer their resources up to him every year. Be that as it may, High Heaven Palace could not allocate the necessary manpower for this grand undertaking. When it came down to it, it would be the people of Full Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace leading the charge instead. Those who would bear a grudge would surely bear a grudge against the people from these two sects. Conversely, High Heaven Palace would be safely hiding at the back, away from all the dangers, enjoying all the benefits without suffering the hard part. How vicious! In other words, High Heaven Palace didn't even need to put in any effort at all. They would only need to send some people along to supervise. Yang Kai observed Mi Qi's reaction, so how could he not know what the latter was thinking? Unfortunately, he couldn't be bothered explaining. It's not like he was planning to claim everything for himself, and since Fire Dragon Palace and Full Sky Sect were involved, he would definitely reward them for their efforts. Yang Kai wouldn't let them work for nothing, but as for how many benefits he would share, that would depend on his mood at the time. Hua Qingxi considered it for a moment before inquiring, Palace Master, do I need to inform Ice Heart Valley about this? Out of the top 4 sects in the Northern Territory, 3 had joined forces, leaving only Ice Heart Valley unaware of the situation, which was unreasonable. It wouldn't have mattered much if Yang Kai was not close to Ice Heart Valley, but the relationship they shared with each other was actually incredibly close. It was unkind not to let Ice Heart Valley participate when there were benefits to be had. Yang Kai's expression twitched slightly at those words. I've considered Ice Heart Valley too, but I don't know what their thoughts on this would be. The women of Ice Heart Valley all cultivated ice attribute secret arts, which generally made them disdain dealing with worldly affairs. Therefore, it was difficult for him to bring up a matter that would cause public outrage with them. It would be worse if Bing Yun started scolding him. In any case, he still planned to divide some of the benefits he acquired in the future with Ice Heart Valley. Su Yen was cultivating there, so Yang Kai could simply think of it as a sincere gesture towards Ice Heart Valley. Hua Qingxi smiled slightly. Palace Master, you worry too much. Ice Heart Valley will not refuse such a good opportunity. Yang Kai wondered, what do you mean? Hua Qingxi explained. Ice Heart Valley was suppressed by the Seeking Passion sect for many years due to the disappearance of Senior Bing Yun. Therefore, it does not have many outside industries left, and there are currently very few cities, possibly just 2 or 3, under its jurisdiction. Most of its income comes from the spirit flowers and spirit herbs they plant inside the valley. Moreover, Ice Heart Valley received a lot of disciples in recent years, so I'm afraid times are difficult for them. Why would they refuse the benefits that land in their laps? Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. In that case, we could have always included them in the plan. He did not know as much about Ice Heart Valley as Hua Qingxi did, so if she said so much, then that must be the case. If he could pull Heart Valley into his plan, then the top 4 sects of the Northern Territory would be joining forces in this undertaking. Who would dare to stop them then? A few moments later, he made his decision. Let's include them. Hua Qingxi smiled. Since this matter is urgent, I will invite someone over now. Yang Kai nodded, and Hua Qingxi immediately flew off. Within an hour, Hua Qingxi came back into the hall, accompanied by a woman with an icy temperament. Yang Kai's expression instantly went black as he glanced at Hua Qingxi a little resentfully. After all, the woman she brought with her was none other than Ji Yao. After the last 2 secret encounters he had with Ji Yao, He had now become somewhat afraid to meet her. On one hand, the secrecy of their encounters was very thrilling. On the other hand, Yang Kai felt like he was betraying Su Yan and the others. Therefore, he had been quite conflicted about it. The most important point was that, up until now, he still could not figure out Ji Yao's intentions. From beginning to end, Ji Yao had never discussed anything about it with him. It seemed like she didn't mind letting him do as he pleased, but at the same time, she did not allow him to go past a certain point. It made him feel as though he was being held by his weakness. Therefore, it was not difficult to imagine his current mood when Hua Qingxi brought Ji Yao over. Out of all the other candidates she could have chosen, Hua Qingxi had a questioning look on her face, seemingly having noticed something off about Yang Kai's complexion, but she couldn't care less at the moment. Cupping her fists, she bowed. "Palace Master Elder Ji is here." Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. "Junior Sister Yao." With so many eyes on them, Ji Yao did not reveal any abnormalities in her behavior either. She simply greeted him in an aloof manner. "Senior Brother Yang." Yang Kai coughed lightly. "Junior Sister Yao, I invited you over to discuss something important, and I believe Head Manager has already informed Senior Bing Yun, but I don't know what Senior thinks of the proposal. If he wanted to drag Ice Heart Valley into this, then Bing Yun's attitude was key." Ji Yao promptly replied lightly, "Honored Master has declared that Ice Heart Valley was saved back then thanks to Senior Brother Yang's assistance. So now that you are in need of help, Ice Heart Valley will spare no effort to assist you. If you have any instructions for us, Ice Heart Valley will not refuse." A light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes at those words and he smiled. "Good. Then I shall trouble you with this matter." Surveying his surroundings, he continued, "Since everybody is here, let us discuss and come up with a plan. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible." Having decided to do this, there was no need to delay matters any further. In any case, the top 4 sects of the Northern Territory had joined forces, so there was nobody in the Northern Territory that could contend with them. There was no need for conspiracy or trickery now. They could simply push forward boldly. The plan was formed rather quickly. All 4 sects would move at the same time. With High Heaven Palace as the center, they would fan out and announce its supremacy to the Northern Territory. Every major sect and city in the Northern Territory would then have to offer up some cultivation resources to High Heaven Palace every year. After the discussion was completed, Ji Yao, Li Jiao, and Mi Qi immediately returned to their respective sects to mobilize their forces. The next day, numerous groups of people gathered in front of High Heaven Palace's sect defending array. There was a group of cold but alluring women on the left, each of them extraordinarily beautiful. Just looking at them dazzled the eyes. This group of people were none other than the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. On the right were the people from Fire Dragon Palace, and at the back were the disciples of Full Sky Sect. Each sect sent out over 1,000 members in total, so there were more than 3,000 people gathered here now. That was not a large number, but the ratio of masters among them was terrifying. Emperor Realm Masters and Dao Source Realm Masters were everywhere, and the weakest among them were still Origin Kings. Those of High Heaven Palace stood in the middle, led by the 3 Monster Kings. Yi Hen and a number of Dao Source Realm Masters had been deployed too. However, those that stood behind them were nothing special as most were just Origin Kings, incomparable in number compared to the other 3 sects. Unfortunately, the disciples that came from the Star Field were not up to par yet. They were the reason why the divide between the disciples in High Heaven Palace was so extreme. The strong were incredibly strong while the weak were so weak that it was laughable. Hua Qingxi summoned Li Jiao, Mi Qi, and Ji Yao. Then she spread out a map. The map had been marked with numerous red dots, and every red dot represented a city or sect or clan of varying size. After a brief discussion, the thousands of people were divided into groups of 8 and scattered in all directions. These 8 people consisted of 2 disciples from each sect, and every team was headed by a master in the Dao Source Realm or higher. Needless to say, their goal was the locations marked on the map. The only purpose of this deployment was to make these cities, sects, and clans recognize the supremacy of High Heaven Palace so that they would pay tribute every year. Yang Kai had already put the word out, so it would be great if the other parties knew what was best for them and cooperated. If some refused to accept reality, the 8 representatives were to defeat them if they could. If they couldn't defeat the other party, then they were to return and report the matter. A master would then be sent out to deal with the rebels instead. After all, the Emperor Realm Masters of the top 4 sects were not just for show. Be that as it may, the teams led by the Dao Source Realm Masters were assigned to locations that were easy to deal with. More troublesome places would be dealt with by teams headed by Emperor Realm Masters. As it stood, not many would dare to rebel with the combined power of the top 4 sects looming over their heads. Meanwhile, Xianxia himself also led a team and headed straight towards the headquarters of the other strong forces in the Northern Territory. 5 days later, the sect master of Myriad Founders Sect, Huayu, stood in front of the main hall of Myriad Founders Sect's headquarters. He bowed with cupped fists as he watched Xianxia and his group depart into the distance. It wasn't until the figures of those 8 people disappeared from sight that he finally let the stiff smile on his face slide off his face and sighed deeply, a vexed expression appearing on his face. Chang Dehai, the vice sect master, walked over and said angrily, "Sect master, are we really going to send 30% of our income to High Heaven Palace each year?" "That's right. Why should we give away 30% of our resources to High Heaven Palace with just a few words from that brat? How will other people view the Myriad Founders Sect if they learn of this?" An elder shouted through gritted teeth. Huayu murmured sadly, "Then, what do you suggest we do instead?" "Sect master, if you want me to, I can bring some men with me to intercept that brat right now and bring the jade slip back with us. Dead men tell no tales, and nobody will know that it was the doing of Myriad Founders Sect." "That's right. That little bastard has already drawn public outrage by doing this, so there are countless people in the Northern Territory who want to kill him right now. Who will know that we are the ones behind it?" "You?" Turning his head, Huayu glanced at the elders and protectors standing behind him, shook his head, and sighed. "None of you are his opponent." The elder who spoke up previously added, "We haven't even tried yet. How do you know that I am not his opponent? He is merely a second-order emperor. If we all attack together, there's no need for you to try as I have already tried." Huayu had an extremely sorrowful expression on his face. "You've already tried?" The elders and protectors glanced at each other and finally understood why Huayu had taken Xianxia to a secluded chamber just now. It was to test Xianxia's strength. Or rather, Huayu wanted to see if there was a chance for him to defeat Xianxia. After all, nobody was willing to give away their profits to another person for free. What was the result? Everyone looked at Huayu expectantly. "I am completely not his opponent." Huayu smiled bitterly. The elder who spoke first asked, "Sect master, why must you diminish your own light just to increase another person's prestige? You are also a second-order emperor, so the difference between the two of you shouldn't be that great, right?" Huayu replied, "It's precisely because our cultivations are the same that I agreed to his demands so readily. He allowed me to attack him 10 times while he stood still and did not fight back. But in the end, I never even touched the clothes on his body." "What?" Everybody was shocked by those words. Some even wondered if they had misheard him. They are both in the second-order emperor realm. Xianxia just stood there motionlessly to receive 10 attacks from Sect Master. Yet Sect Master couldn't even land a single hit? How is that possible? In other words, Xianxia stopped the Sect Master's attack with his Emperor Qi alone? On the other hand, he defeated me with a single casual attack. Huayu threw another shocking revelation at them, which sent them reeling from the shock as he sighed. What does Myriad Founders Sect have to fight against such power? If we fail to meet his demands today, Myriad Founders Sect's 10,000 years of history will surely be destroyed tomorrow. "He dares!" Chang Dehai shouted loudly. Huayu glanced at Chang Dehai. "I'm certain he would. The top 4 sects have joined forces, so what can we do against them if they really wanted to wipe out Myriad Founders Sect? I heard that Full Sky Sect surrendered to High Heaven Palace a few days ago. I initially thought that it was false information, but now, it seems to be the truth." Everybody fell silent at those words and looked miserable. Offering up 30% of their annual profits meant that they would lose 30% of their total resources. Nobody would be happy with such an arrangement. Things were going unexpectedly well. Xianxia led a team and traveled across the lands of the Northern Territory. With the reputation of having subdued the full sky sect preceding him, there was no need for Xianxia to do anything much. He easily retrieved jade slips from each sect or clan declaring that they would pay a tribute of 30% of their income every year, regardless of where he went. Nobody dared to resist. At most, they would try to test their skills against Xianxia like Myriad Founders sect, before quietly finding an excuse to step down from the fight. Xianxia did not just focus on obtaining these jade slips, though he also arranged space arrays whenever he came across a suitable place, connecting that location to High Heaven Palace directly. This way, High Heaven Palace could teach those who failed to keep their word a lesson at any time it chose. Across the entire Northern Territory, every city, sect, or clan had to offer up a tribute consisting 30% of their income every year. 30% from one or two forces might not seem like much, but 30% from the entire Northern Territory totaled up to an alarming amount. It meant that High Heaven Palace would receive 30% of the profits of the Northern Territory, even if they did nothing else. Moreover, Xianxia could collect even more of the Northern Territory specialties through his connection to these subordinate forces. That way, he could increase the variety of things High Heaven Palace traded with the Southern Territory. He could also bring in items from the Southern Territory and sell them across the Northern Territory more easily now. The profits from the sale of these goods were nothing to sneeze at. After hurrying about for more than 20 days, Xianxia headed back to High Heaven Palace via a space array. He had dealt with all the difficulties that may arise in the Northern Territory. The reason things were going so smoothly was that news of the Full Sky Sect's surrender had already spread far and wide. Even Full Sky Sect had surrendered, so what choice did others have? Another reason was that the four top sects had joined hands in this joint endeavor, and their power was so great that nobody dared to resist. The matters in the Northern Territory had more or less been settled at this point. Although there were still some details to work out, these were not matters that Xianxia needed to worry about personally. There was Xianxia presiding over the operation now, and with the cooperation of the other three top sects, it would not take much time to solve these issues. Seeing that it was almost time, Xianxia informed Xianxia of his departure before bringing Bian Yuqing to Azure Sun Temple with him through the space array. He did not return to Spirit Sword Peak but flew directly to Spirit Jade Peak where Ran was located instead. It was Bian Yuqing's first time coming to Azure Sun Temple, so she couldn't help glancing about with burning curiosity, secretly comparing Azure Sun Temple with High Heaven Palace. Though, she discovered that the environment at Azure Sun Temple seemed to be inferior, giving her a sense of pride. She was born in the Southern Territory, and Blue Feather Sect, where she used to live, had been nothing more than a small and weak force. It didn't even have a single Emperor Realm Master. On the other hand, Azure Sun Temple was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory, innumerable times stronger than Blue Feather Sect. Thus, she had always admired Azure Sun Temple. If she had still been a protector of Blue Feather Sect, she would never have had the qualifications to set foot into Azure Sun Temple. However, her current identity as the second manager of High Heaven Palace gave her those qualifications. Looking at Azure Sun Temple from another angle naturally gave her a different kind of feeling. Staring at the back of the brave and heroic figure speeding along in front of her, Bian Yuqing secretly rejoiced at having met such a noble man. If she had not met Xianxia, she would never have had the chance to break through to the Emperor Realm. She would have been killed outside of Spirit Lake Palace instead. However, she now wielded great authority, second only to Xianxia and Xianxia in the entire High Heaven Palace. There's a guest on Spirit Sword Peak. Ran woke up from his meditation and met with Xianxia and Bian Yuqing in the hall. After being introduced, Bian Yuqing bowed neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Greetings, Vice Temple Master Qiu." She had heard of Ran before, as he was the Vice Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple, making it natural for him to stand above others in the Southern Territory. Bian Yuqing had felt very nervous before coming here, as the man in front of her was practically somebody who was impossible to meet for ordinary cultivators, and she had overthought things as a result. It wasn't until she met the actual person that she realized that he was nothing special. That was also when she suddenly realized that she was no longer the same small woman she had been in the past. She often met with the 3 monster kings now that she lived in High Heaven Palace, so a second-order emperor was no longer capable of giving her much pressure. Second manager. Qiu Ran cupped his fists, greeting her with due respect. Yang Kai said, "You can discuss the details regarding the cooperation with second manager Bian, senior brother Qiu. I will be taking my leave now." The main reason he brought Bian Yuqing over was to formally establish cooperation between High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple. Gao Shueting had mentioned this matter before, so Yang Kai had to take it seriously lest she catch hold of his weakness and nag at him non-stop again. Hua Qingxi was coordinating affairs of the Northern Territory at the moment. Therefore, the task of negotiating with Azure Sun Temple naturally fell on Bian Yuqing's shoulders. Qiu Ran was stunned. "This is a huge matter. Don't you need to decide on things yourself, junior brother Yang?" The meaning behind his words was clearly, "Can the second manager you sent speak on your behalf and represent your will?" This matter involved a massive amount of benefits. So what if Yang Kai refused to accept the results of the negotiation once they finished working out the details? That would be awkward. After all, Qiu Ran had seen how miserly and petty Yang Kai could be. Yang Kai, however, just laughed heartily. "Please rest assured, senior brother Qiu. I have no opinion on the matter as long as the negotiations are carried out smoothly." How could Qiu Ran know about his recent activities in the Northern Territory? Although cooperating with Azure Sun Temple to bring in goods and supplies would bring in considerable profit, it was not something Yang Kai cared much about anymore. Besides, he was also cooperating with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, which was a commercial force that had more wide-ranging connections and understanding of business in the Southern Territory. A trade agreement with Azure Sun Temple was just a bonus for Yang Kai, and if not for his position as a high-rank guest elder, he would never have allowed his profits to flow their way. Turning to leave, Yang Kai advised, "Second manager, please make some concessions where appropriate. I am an elder of Azure Sun Temple after all." "Yes," Bian Yuqing replied respectfully. Qiu Ran had a pleased expression on his face when he heard this, as the words Yang Kai had uttered in front of him had undoubtedly caused a sense of goodwill to sprout in his heart. In the end, it was always better to work with one of your own. Immediately after that, Qiu Ran began negotiations with Bian Yuqing. Meanwhile, Yang Kai went straight to Purple Bamboo Peak where Gao Shueting lived. Meeting with Gao Shueting, he asked about the Southern Territory Martial Gathering and learnt that there were 3 more days before they had to depart. There was plenty of time, so he went to visit Murong Xiaoxiao and Xiao Baiyi to reminisce about the past. The last time he was here, he had been in too much of a rush and didn't have time to have a proper chat with them. Murong Xiaoxiao was a relatively friendly person with a warm and welcoming personality. Yang Kai got to know her when they were both in the Dao Source Realm. Thus, they chatted away happily about their experiences becoming elders of Azure Sun Temple. On the other hand, Xiao Baiyi was far less sociable. The expression on his face was even colder than Ji Yao's. Moreover, he always looked as though Yang Kai owed him a great sum of money and tried to chase him away after a few words. Yang Kai was almost tempted to beat Xiao Baiyi up as a result. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do if the host refused to be hospitable to the guest. Thus he left the place in a huff. Yang Kai spent the rest of his time making some adjustments to his spirit sword peak, and 3 days passed in a flash. When early morning came, the sun shone brightly and the world seemed to overflow with vigor. Several dozen figures stood atop a certain spirit peak, and the leader stood out conspicuously in a purple robe. Yang Kai flew over and landed soon after, and when he saw the purple-robed man, he was stunned for a moment before cupping his fists. "Greetings, Temple Master." The purple-robed man was none other than the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple, Wen Zishan. He had a gentle smile on his face and stood with his hands behind his back. He had a rather suave air around him, and upon hearing Yang Kai's voice, he turned to look in the latter's direction with a smile and nodded in greeting. "You've worked hard, Elder Yang. Sharing the burdens of the temple is something I should do." Yang Kai replied with a serious expression. Couldn't be helped. He might be the palace master of High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, but he was simply a high-rank guest elder here, so he still had to maintain the necessary etiquette. "Please wait for a moment longer. Little Shueting isn't here yet." Women are just so troublesome. They take so long just to get out of the door. The moment those words left Xianxia's mouth, many people glared at him furiously. Even Murong Xiao, who had arrived a long time ago, frowned. It was no surprise that she was upset after being criticized for no apparent reason. When Zishan seemed to realize this too and, lifting his hand, he stroked his beard and looked up at the sky with an expression filled with the vicissitudes of life. The wind today is so noisy. Elder Luo, Elder Xiao, and Elder Murong. Yang Kai greeted the other emperors present. There was nothing more to be said about Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao. On the other hand, Luo Chun was a middle-aged man with a cold and indifferent expression. Yang Kai was not very familiar with Luo Chun because the latter had a relatively cold personality. It was also rare for Yang Kai to be around, so he was lacking interaction with the other elders of Azure Sun Temple. As such, Yang Kai only knew this person by name but had never really had a conversation with him before. The three elders naturally returned his greetings. Are these the disciples who are going to participate in the martial gathering this time? Yang Kai lifted his head and looked at the several dozen disciples standing neatly in formation behind them. Those disciples cupped their fists. Greetings, Elder Yang. These several dozen disciples had varying cultivations. Some were in the Dao Source realm, while others were Origin Kings. There were even some in the Origin Returning realm. The Southern Territory Martial Gathering had several categories after all. The Dao Source Realm disciples would compete with other Dao Source Realm disciples, the Origin Kings against Origin Kings, and the Origin Returning Realm Juniors against other Origin Returning Realm Juniors. As expected, the temple had chosen the best cultivators among each realm to participate in the martial gathering. The dozen or so people standing at the forefront were in the Dao Source Realm, followed by those in the Origin King Realm and the Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai smiled and nodded at them. He discovered many familiar faces among these disciples. They had probably participated in the Four Seasons realm with him back then. Unfortunately, they had not interacted much with each other, and were simply familiar faces among a crowd of strangers. They had been in the Dao Source realm back then, and they were still in the Dao Source realm now. Breaking through to the Emperor realm was not that easy after all. Most would get stuck in the Third Order Dao Source realm for the entirety of their lives. Xiaoshang, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao could break through to the Emperor realm due to their excellent aptitude and comprehension abilities. It might also be related to the benefits they received in the Four Seasons realm and the Shattered Star Sea. While looking around, Yang Kai's roving gaze suddenly stopped at a certain point. His gaze had paused on the face of a young man simply because this was somebody he was actually acquainted with. Moreover, he even knew the other party's name. It was Shui. Yang Kai first came to Azure Sun Temple with Qin Zhaoyang with the Bustling World token in his possession to ask for an entry quota to the Four Seasons realm. The moment the Bustling World token was brought out, the temple couldn't refuse his request and gave him a spot. Unfortunately, the quotas for entering the Four Seasons realm had already been allocated. Since the temple gave one spot away, that would mean that they had one spot less in return. The person taken off the list of names at the time was none other than Shui. When the news came out, Shui refused to accept the decision and even picked a fight with Yang Kai. But he turned out to be no match for Yang Kai. It was something that had happened many years ago, and Yang Kai would not have recalled the incident if he had not met this person again. When their gazes met, Shui's expression became a little embarrassed. He seemed to experience a momentary sense of shame before collecting himself again. Back then, they had both been in the Dao Source realm, but now Yang Kai was already an Emperor Realm Master while he was still stuck in the Dao Source realm. It was not surprising for him to feel rather complicated about it. On the other hand, Yang Kai just smiled faintly. It could be seen that Shui had not wasted his time all these years. Although he used to be in the Second Order Dao Source realm, he was now a Third Order Dao Source realm. Furthermore, he stood far in front of the rest and was clearly one of the candidates that the temple had high hopes for. Thinking of some things from the past brought about a slight sense of nostalgia. The two of them retracted their gazes soon after, and Shui secretly let out a sigh of relief. He had been afraid that Yang Kai might want to get back at him for what he did before. Their current statuses were very different, so there was nothing he could do against Yang Kai if the latter wanted to make things difficult for him. At that moment, A stream of light rushed over from Purple Bamboo Peak and appeared in front of everyone in an instant. When Zishan's eyes gleamed as he shouted, "Little Xueting, you are dressed so beautifully today. Are you planning to get married? It's really gratifying. Very gratifying indeed. Shut your damn mouth." Gao Xueting glared at Wen Zishan and snapped coldly, not giving him the slightest respect at all. In response, Wen Zishan wore a pained expression and waxed, "Oh my! Why are you being so fierce? You must be careful, little Xueting, or no one will dare to marry you in the future. If you don't get married soon, you'll turn into a lonely old lady." The gaze in Gao Xueting's eyes turned even icier, and the impulse to stab this shameless man to death with her sword struck her. But instead she just coldly snorted, "It's none of your damn business." Such a beautiful and elegant woman was so irritated that she even let out a string of curse words. Her mood could not be worse. The disciples all lowered their eyes with wooden expressions, pretending not to hear the conversation between those two. Similarly, Luochun lowered his head to look at the ground. Xiaobai looked up at the sky, and Murong Xiao studied her fingers carefully as though wondering if she should tend to her nails. As for Yang Kai, he leaned over and casually complimented her. "Junior sister, you have such beautiful fingers." Murong Xiao blushed furiously at those words and didn't know what to do with her hand for a moment. Everybody turned to look at Yang Kai, and he seemed to realize that he had misspoken. Thus, his expression twitched a little. Fortunately, Gao Xueting suddenly spoke up. "Is everybody here?" Xiao Bai nodded in response. "Everyone has assembled. In that case, let's set off." After saying that, Gao Xueting took the lead and the rest followed after her. When Zishan was stunned for a moment as he stood there alone, still rubbing his chin as he murmured, "I'm pretty sure I'm the temple master."